Let's get this going. Why, hello there, 44K people. I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you for posting something, because I just found out that my chat's not working as usual. That just seems to always be a thing. Usually you want to heal yourself first and then get balls. At least to start, around level 30, you're gonna want to just start killing any Pokemon as easily and as quickly as possible so that you don't take any damage, because healing becomes harder and harder as you level up. Oh, shot the Doublemon! Yeah, double battles suck. Try and kill. You cannot catch one of those Pokemon until one of them are dead. So try and kill one of them as fast as possible, then you can decide whether or not you want to keep the other. But definitely kill one as quickly as possible. Even if it's the one you want, you don't want both of them beating on you. Also, make sure that the Pokemon you have out are the ones you actually want to level up. Slash the ones that have high levels, because you don't want a little low level out there, because it'll just die. Yeah, it will make your yeah. It will do that. I seem to recall I'm in a way, a very bad way for this. Do I have a Pokemon with a... I do. Frogadier has that. You see, I'm at level 41 up here. Got one Pokeball. Critical hit ratio if HP is low, 65%. Windmill's just objectively better because it can't miss. Could a move be forgotten and replaced with Crunch? Probably. Oh, Fire Fang can make it flinch. How fast is this Pokemon? Not very. Feel this fire from my heart into my fingertips. My fingertips. Wanna be you. Tell me now how much you're into me. Right away. Ooh, Pikachu wants to learn Iron Tail. Yes. Yes, you should learn Iron Tail. To me, run away. What are you? You're pretty even between attack and special attack right now. We'll get rid of Thundershock. Iron Tail. Maybe... No. I prefer Covet. Assurance is really important. Cross Chop is really good. And I need Low Kick for when I run out of Cross Chop, so yeah, no. We're not learning Thrash. Why does it sometimes target allies and not enemies in Doublemon? There are some abilities, like, say, Earthquake, that can hit everything on the screen, including your friend. When you read the description of the move, it'll tell you whether it says opposing Pokemon or all Pokemon. Pay very close attention to that, because that makes a huge difference. Rare Candy on... Oh, I don't have anything that needs a friendship right now. What? What? Guess we'll just level up the Pikachu. No! Grass Kitty! Oh shit, double battle. No, we're not switching Growlithe. Clefairy. What, you hate rare candies? Or whatever Pokemon killed your Grass Kitty? Yeah, revives are expensive, but you should revive your kitty. You should try either to, in the future, if your kitty gets real low, to, like, get your kitty out of there. But yeah, this, one thing you should look up, here, let me see if I can find a link to it. Open up Google, and get ready to, you gotta have a couple of Google pages. I've literally got Google pages going right now. But one thing you might want to look up is, like, just the name of the Pokemon, which you can always see right here. And then you just type in weakness after that, and then it'll tell you what attacks to use on it. Because, shit, I don't know every Pokemon. I thought I did, but there's like 1,000 more that they've added since I last played. Oh, Doublemon? Yeah, Doublemon fucking blows. Until you get a really, really good set of Pokemon, Doublemon is really not as good as it could be. But there are certain moves that your Pokemon allows you to hit both of them at the same time and potentially kill both of them at the same time, which is awesome. Because then you and that other Pokemon get lots of extra experience. But the key is your Pokemon need to be super fast and super good at their job. I need to right. Type chart. If you click on that link, and you scroll down a bit, there'll be a big old chart. The ones across the top are their Pokemon, and the ones that go up and down are your Pokemon's attacks. So, does fire do extra damage to water? No, it does half damage. That's how you use the chart. That chart will save you so much fucking trouble. Yeah, exactly. It needs to be protected because it is weak to a number of different things. When it gets to be a Meowscarade and Meowscarada, it gets a dark typing, which changes again, so you'll want to look up what its weaknesses are in that case, too. Trouble with the rival is the rival sometimes has Pokemon that have an extra ability. It'll be a water type, but it will have lightning as one of its abilities. Or it'll have an electric move as one of its abilities. And then you don't know that, and you bring out something that is gonna take extra damage from electric, and then get completely bezapped. You can always see the types here and here. Yes, we're gonna switch Clefairy for Pikachu. Yeah, Pikachu. So, Growlithe. Gonna Flame Wheel of Breloom. Pikachu is gonna Spark Tropius. Damn. They both went after the Growlithe, that little jerks. Mach Punch will take out Growlithe, and it'll Mach Punch again for sure. So, I need something that's gonna resist that. What moves do you have? Do you have? No, you never actually learned it. Fuck. No, Primeape will take too much damage from that.
Most days I can barely leave my bed, 'cause someone lives rent free inside my head. I say I'm not okay, I'm terrified when I go to sleep, when I close my eyes. What the
A
hell
Cross
am
Chop,
I supposed to do?
a Breloom.
Oh my God, I can't breathe, and I
Don't know why, just come and stay with
to the midnight sky. You only know how much you meant. You only know.
Okay, we got rid of that one. I forgot that Tropius would have a resistance to electricity. No, that'll be weak. Shit, he actually did get my Pikachu, you bastard.
I've been out here hiding like a thief. I'll pull the windows down when I feel low. Keep my demons close so nobody knows. The cushion
So my Bayleaf is really fast. Poochyena is weak to, fighting. So if you have someone who has a fighting move, or if you have a fighting type Pokemon. Oh, Brick Break. Okay, we need to revive someone first. Pikachu, why'd you have to die? Frick. It'd be funny to give the Pikachu it. What are your stats like there? No, your attack is fucking garbage. Oh my god, I can't breathe. Angels chorus daily. Low kick can be really very useful, but at the end of the day, I'd rather have something consistent. Will I switch Pokemon? I want a fire attack or a ground attack. Nice. Max Potion is so nice to get, especially if you can get it for free. Fight. Earth Power. Oddly enough, even though it has wings. Really? One hit point, of course. Oh, of course. Yep. Yes, we want Smackdown. Smackdown is my rock move that I want. Yes, you are allowed to learn Meteor Mash. Only a potion? Oh, this is... No, that's not enough. A Dottler. Nice. Stontler. Oh, you met your rival? Dottler. Falls into Ord Beetle. 505 has its stats. Speed is okay. Defense and special defense is what it specializes in, with special attack being its next thing. Who's gold and I know what I am, and I do good at anything you wanted. What do you... Evolves from Dottler at level 30. So when does Dottler learn Bug Buzz? It doesn't. So how do you get Bug Buzz then? Yeah, your rival is not a nice person. Kill them at your earliest opportunity, but they may kill you, and well, hopefully you caught some Pokemon, and then you can start over with, you know, a full team of 4 Pokemon instead of 3. hopefully you can take them on. That's so weird. It evolves at level 30. But it apparently learns something called Bug Buzz at level 28, which is nonsense. That's so stupid. So it actually, yeah, I told you. Oh, you forgot Sprigatito? Did you never bring Sprigatito back? Oh yeah, Sprigatito is weak to fly. You gotta remember.
We are not alone. They are among us. As the skies light up, they believe we are blissfully unaware.
Do I want this thing?
Non-human extraterrestrial technology is capturing the attention of humans.
No, I probably shouldn't take anything else that's weak to flying moves, because my rival's gonna have 2 flying Pokemon for sure. It's an interesting choice. I might experiment with it and take it with me. What is this? Oh yeah, no. Oh, yay! Bayleaf is evolving. Meganium! Yay! Possibly? Is this the user then becomes confused? Your regular attack is actually higher than your special attack. Yeah, I feel like I'm probably still gonna take Petal Dance, and hopefully you'll get something that is good for attack as opposed to defense. Ariados. Shit. Please give me a healing item. I don't think I actually want to learn Takedown. I'm just gonna check and make sure. Nope. Oh, nice. You got a max revive. Definitely use the max revive on your Sprigatito, because it brings them back from being dead, but also heals them up completely. Unlike regular revives that don't do that. Yeah, we're not learning Takedown. Takedown is too inaccurate. And it also does self-damage, which is super not okay. Discharge is such a nasty sounding frickin' move. No, Litten! Well, you'll want to revive one of them, and then you'll want to revive and max heal the other. Whichever one's higher level, do the max revive on. The discharge! Yeah, it's attack and special attack are equal. I may as well get rid of Spark, I guess. Yeah, it's a hyper potion. The shrieks from downstairs. Move your body. You don't have any. You don't have anything for me to steal. Yeah, that can happen. Flinch is really, really awful. What's Rage Fist? Getting a ghost move is really good. Aww, to a freaking Patrat. Yep, that'll happen. That'll happen. That's why it's a roguelike and not a regular Pokemon game. It is designed to basically make you lose badly.
Tell me what's the point if I lose myself? Spend a couple days with nobody else. Holding in my breath just to see if I can find you in my dreams. Oh, I'm getting tired of losing.
I'm gonna say, I'm pretty sure Water Shuriken is a priority move, and it is a priority move.
The beauty in the stars above.
Lost and hold on Scolipede. Ooh. Well, if it doesn't die to a flame wheel, we'll try and stick it in a ball. It didn't work. Magic that it somehow was faster than me. Oh, Primate's evolving! Nice! Now it's an Annihilate! I'm just looking at the design of this Pokemon. It's really cool. Why do I turn away? I'm like tempted to get rid of Cross Chop, but at the same time, Rage Fist requires you to get hit a bunch of times, and we're gonna do this. I didn't know that Primeape automatically evolved into Annihilate now. No, you're not learning Follow Me. Yes, you're not learning Follow Me. I think Thunderbolt is the strongest. Aw, for fuck's sake. Poison Point works, by the way, you guys. Don't know if I'm gonna need Growlithe for the final boss, so I have to heal it. God damn it. I really need to evolve Growlithe. And I really need to evolve Pikachu, because now Pikachu's definitely got all of its thing it's gonna get. Oh yay, it's a Liepard!
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Thank you for the hydrate. Simisage. Nice. I never caught one of those before. No. We hate inaccurate moves anyway. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. A roll luckier than I am right now. A Zeb Striker. Yeah, you couldn't pay me enough to make me get rid of poison powder. I'm trying to think of what everything that Meganium's weak to. It's split pretty evenly between between physical and not physical, but like if I look at my defenses, it's pretty much equal, so oh good. I was like, I wonder if it has Pokerus. Good, it does. It does have Pokerus. Yeah, I'm gonna give up light screen. I think Reflect is better. Maybe? Which one is this? Oh, yeah, no, I don't care. Which one is Fire Spin? Does it make things stay? Traps the target and a side of worst hex that deals damage for 4 to 5 turns. Okay. Only Growlithe can learn it, and I want Growlithe to learn it. I'm about to come across my, shit. I need to heal. Oh yay, fuck you, Finn, fuck you, Finn, fuck you, Finn. Awesome. Awesome. Well, at least we got rid of the Kilowattrel. I don't remember what her other Pokemon are. I think she has another flying type. Oh, right. She got another fucking Applin. Do I think I'm faster than the Applin? Don't really. Okay, I killed my Annihilate, but that's actually not a problem. Now I can bring out Growlithe. God, that's so fucking annoying. Got you. Got you. I got you. Heck you, Finn. Heck you. Oh, Eggy, 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 Eggy. A pupper! Not a shiny pupper, though. But a pupper! So cute! Oh, you're gonna give me a Thunderstone now, huh? You're gonna give me a Thunderstone? Can't afford a fucking revive? I have to look and see if Pikachu's supposed to learn something else. Because it won't learn anything else once I Raichu it. Pikachu's level 41 right now. I seem to recall 50 was the level I was aiming for whatever reason. 44. Man, this isn't great. This is not great. You know what? I'm gonna evolve it. Thunder's not that good. I mean, it's good, but accuracy gets cut. Evolving, but also dead. Hooray! What the fuck is Zippy Zap? Jesus Christ. These newer moves have such irritating names. I hate Zippy Zap. And like Thunderous, what was it? Like Thunderous Temper Tantrum or something like that? Zippy Zap is always a crit. It's a priority +2, so it's used before all moves that do not have increased priority. Oh, Zippy Zap cannot be selected in battle, however it has been modified. PP was changed to 10 and its power changed to 80. Well, which version is it? This move always goes first and raises the user evasiveness. So it's still fast. Poison and Steel. Very, ghost weakness. Psychic, flying, rock, fire.
For you.
Oh, so suddenly you poison the air I breathe. But if you don't hate me, then why would you break me? Feel it in my bones, I'm about to lose control. Only so much I'm taking, so get yourself to safety. Cause baby, a storm is coming. You better heed the warning, pray. Don't stay, run away, 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 away. Feel how the rain is pouring. I'm at you like a hurricane. Don't stay, run away, 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 away.
We are just limping along here. It is super uncool. Oh, fuck off with this game! God fucking damn it! Nothing. Fucking garbage, nothing. Olive fucking died again.
Dragging me under the table, hell in her eyes. She wants to put me in a hole. Beautiful liar, holding me, I'm a neighbor, bleeding me dry. She wants to devour my soul. Fuck.
Oh great, it's a gym leader. God damn it. I guess I just lose. That's what's happening here. I lose.
Why you have to be like that? Trying to stab me in the back. Now I'm bleeding slowly. Pray to God I'm holy. Bury me still intact. Baby, don't make a noise.
Yep.
The ring brings you joy.
That's just gonna be what happens.
Tall, but you will fall, cause we all hear the choir. wants to put me in a hole. Beautiful liar, holding me, I'm a neighbor. Bleeding me dry, she wants to devour my soul.
Fuck.
Yay! Back to the beginning one more fucking time, because it is absolutely 100% absolutely completely impossible to beat this game. Hooray! Only other people can beat it, but they beat it before the guys decided that it would be really super fun and awesome to just intentionally and continuously raise the difficulty level to make it absolutely impossible for anyone to come with. Hey! I love that for me! It's super awesome! Love that! Super cool!
I've slayed a couple demons in my day. You don't know I can't be slayed. Oh no. Oh. Beautiful lies, dragging me under the table. Hell in her eyes, she wants to put me in a hole. Beautiful liar, holding me, I'm a neighbor. Bleeding me dry.
Do I have enough Cleffa points to... No, I still don't have enough candies to reduce its cost. Oh, fuck. I still really would like to take fucking Petalil. Pokerus seems like the way to go, but the problem is that if I take both fucking this and fucking Petalil, I just get fucked over. I just don't have enough points. Take something that's good. Which means, you know what? This is all this is farming candies for stupid Clefairy. That's what we're doing. We are farming candies for Clefairy so that we can finally bring down its cost, because we're never gonna get a shiny. That's where we're at. If I Petalil, where the fuck it is. Oh wait, did Pokerus targets change? No, they didn't. It is still Petalil. And now I have 4 points to play with. Do I have a 4-pointer that's actually good? I feel like the answer is no. Deden doesn't, yeah, my Deden doesn't have, pickup. I need 5 more candies to bring the cost of Zubat down to 1. problem with that Froakie is it wasn't very fast. And you'd think that it would be fast, or that it would be inclined to be fast. I wonder... Yes, little salt. Little bit of salt. I'm thinking, what would be better to have? Pokerus or an ace worth a damn? Oh, sorry. Which is most important? Having Pokerus so that your Pokemon level's super fast. Especially early on. Or having luck. And it's only gonna be boosted by 1. I feel like Wait a second. Didn't I unlock a bunch of natures for this thing? I thought I did. Why is it not letting me cycle the fucking natures? I unlocked a bunch of natures for this. I mean, I'd probably still go with Adamant, but I was really hoping there was like a plus speed, minus defense or something. I'm gonna refresh. Oh, there we go. He does have a bunch.
Helpless, defeated, holding on to something I've needed. I'm looking for a reason, finding out you're wanting a demon. Helpless, defeated, holding on to
Thinking that Impish might actually be not bad. Oh no, not Impish. Hasty. His defense gets really, 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 really high. So high that it's probably not a problem to lose a little bit of points just to get a little bit of extra special defense. As opposed to just having pure up strength. His strength is super high. Making it just a tiny bit higher will not do anything more effectively. I think he's probably better off with the hasty nature. And as much as I think that luck is good for getting good drops, no, we're gonna bring down your cost, Cleffa. We're still aiming to do that. So we're gonna take you, because you're getting closer. Reducing your cost.
You said that you've been lonely, makes you cold as ice. Hard to get to know.
Which just means I need to play with it a little bit more. Keep leveling it, keep getting it to evolve, so on and so forth. And we're gonna take 2 1-cost Pokemon as well. The ones I like are Paris.
You said there ain't no reason, but I sit here every day, waiting for the moment I won't feel like I should stay. No way I'd let you slip by.
Oh, did I manage to bring down the cost of... I don't think I've brought down the cost of Zigzagoon yet, but I may have brought down the cost of Point Cologne. No, I'm still short. Oh, I'm still short. Soon though. Soon though. I can bring down the cost of Lechonk to 1. Hi, Raikuyo. How you doing? What other 1-cost am I bringing? Oh yeah, I was bringing Burmy.
You said that you've been searching, silencing your mind, trying to be patient, but running out of time. No way I'd let you
slip by.
No way I'd let you say bye. You said there ain't no meaning,
Right. We are doing Cleffa. Because Cleffa's getting so close to becoming a one-cost Pokemon. Getting there. And then we're not taking Pokerus, even though I still feel like it's a good thing. Because right now, the Pokemon that has it is just too expensive to bring along. And I think luck is more important than Pokerus. A tiny amount. We're taking Hasty. Yeah, this game is so fucking brutal and awful and mean, and it makes me rage. Yeah, if I get a few XP shares, we will be in gear, and the only way to get those is to have high luck. That's where that's at. Oh look, it's a Skitty. No, fucking kill it. Fucking. Really, Lechonk? Really? We're gonna play this game? Get it. Get your ass in that fucking ball. Yeah, you know what? I think it is for killing their ace. We were trying to figure that out, and I'm almost positive now. It's for killing their ace. You get 1 point for killing the ace. Hello, Finn. Wow, she picked a Froakie this time around. And a Tailo. Not bad. You stayed up too late last night, bitch. I stayed up way too goddamn late last night. I stayed up way too goddamn late last night playing a game that I knew was unwinnable. And And I still got too tired and didn't actually finish before I finished getting Rick this morning. I knew I was under, like, I had too many Pokemon that needed stones to evolve. I have to limit the amount of Pokemon that I have that need stones. By a lot. I have to eliminate it. Yeah! Actually, Soothbell's kind of fucking awful, isn't it, though? Soothbell still requires the Pokemon to go out into battle, though, doesn't it?
I wanna taste you and feel you shake, raising an earthquake. Can't push the brakes when a rush hits. We're going in, we're going.
Oh, I would rather capture a fucking evolved Eevee and try and put myself through leveling through friendship. I don't think Soothbell works unless the Pokemon is out, though. Because unless it goes out, it can't gain extra. It's gaining +0. It has to be in the battle. And I can't afford to put Cleffa out in a battle. It's an itty-bitty baby Pokemon, and it dies instantly. So I may as well just feed it every single fucking candy I find it until it evolves. Like... Yeah, I can't put the little Bibbit out into the battle. It will die. The chances are never 0, except in the case of rounding errors. Okay. Fuck that Soothbell. Fuck it. I'm just like, but I should take it. I should take it anyway. I mean, it's good on a Golbat. Maybe I'll just plop it on the Cleffa for now and... Even without you here. Get deleted. Nothing changed. Fear changes. Arm thrust is so handy for that particular fight. Oh, bitch. Capturing every Zigzagoon. We're capturing all of them. Because we need to find one with pickup, and then we need to pray that it'll turn into a Linoone with pickup. But apparently, it's completely random, and it can either keep it or not keep it. Even without you here. Still got a hold on me. Even without you here. Yeah, the only reason why I get rid of it later is that, it also increases the chances like something like Poison Point goes off. Never be lonely. This one is Technician too. No. A kingdom for a Pokemon with pickup. This one's got pickup. And covet. Nice. Thunderwave. Nah. Also, apparently, Primate turns into Annihilate in this game. Like, automatically. Like, you don't need a special item or anything, you just level it up. There we go. Done and done. Now you can die as many times as you like, Clefairy. You have fun with that. Nice. Do I have 2 Pokemon with pickup now? Yes, I do! Am I going to abuse this greatly? Yes, I am! What's Poochyena weak against? Or what is strong against Poochyena? Poochyena! Poochie! Poochyena! Fairy fighting bug. Paras have a bug move? I don't think it has struggle bug yet. It's a grass type move. Grass, I think, is weak against it, but it will seed it. I missed, though. Really? 90% is 0% in this game. Oh, look at the Lechonk. No fight, fake out. Again, I actually really like Paras. It's a shame it's kind of a shitty Pokemon, especially when faced with, fire? or birds? But, I like it! It learns a lot of good moves. I don't understand it. Really?
Try so much to get back. That's something you thought I had. To drive me
crazy, I still want you here.
So just give me the
I
call.
wasn't feeling like that.
I don't understand it.
But you keep me together when everything around me keeps me under pressure. It's so overwhelming, but I don't wait forever, so you keep come and get it. I don't understand it.
I don't understand.
That's true. That's really true.
I don't understand.
Halo participated! Hooray! The look, another fucking Zigzagoon! No, but also, Arm Thrust is hilarious against normal boss Pokemon, so it can just fucking die. Yes, we're starting to do some pickups! Nice! We got a Citrus Berry. Wah 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 wah. Hear your voice, I wish I could remember. Boop boop boop. Dead. Oh, take me down. Something I reflected on the way where heart is.
Just make me
No, Fungus. Slash Amoongus. I mean, I know that Among Us is good. But why? Why are you good? You're very, 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 very slow. I guess the stack combo or the So is it something just you use with Trick Room? Was that why I saw it so often in the championships? Doesn't even have that high a stat total. Maybe it's because it's super slow. And it's for Trick Room. Oh, it's the best. Oh, I'll go out with it. Up and down with it. Yeah, it's gotta be that it's so fucking slow. That's gotta be the point of it. It's really slow, so you use it with the Trick Room, so that it goes super fast. That's gotta be it. See, I've been thinking...
Starter Pokemon are some of the most beloved and memorable in the entire series. I mean, every game literally starts with you picking one to your partner. To make sure these Pokemon feel special, they're across the board pretty good. Some are, perhaps, a little bit too good. And when they aren't doing so well, Game Freak tends to give them special treatment, with Mega Evolution, Gigantamax forms, and regional forms. But not all starter Pokemon have been treated this way. Some are out here begging for scraps, while Charizard stuffs itself silly. And that got me thinking, what is the worst starter Pokemon of all time? Before Before anybody tries to beat me up in an alley for saying that their favorite starter Pokemon sucks, keep in mind that I'm talking strictly about competitive Pokemon here. I love a lot of the Pokemon on this list, but that doesn't stop them from being dog water competitively, okay? Nobody's gonna get mad at me, right? Okay, first on our list is Sceptile. I can already hear the comments yelling at me. Listen, it's not as bad as you think. I'm starting from least bad and moving up. I've selected 5 starter Pokemon that are really bad but not quite the worst, and then I'll share the top 3 worst starter Pokemon of all time. Sceptile is on here because, well, it just isn't very good. As a pure grass type Pokemon, it has a number of weaknesses, and there's a bunch of types that resist it. Sceptile's main selling point is its speed. It's faster than most Pokemon. The problem is it doesn't really have a way to make use of this. Sceptile has the same attack stat as Quaxwell, Marshtomp, and Thwackey. You know, middle stage starter Pokemon. To compensate, it also has less special attack than Haunter. Not Gengar, Haunter. And unlike many grass type Pokemon, it doesn't have the supporting moveset to really mess with your opponent's strategy. It doesn't get Spore or Sleep Powder, either of which would actually make it really threatening. On top of all that, Sceptile is frail. If it gets hit with any super effective move, it'll do a Grovyle impression from Pokemon Mystery Dungeon and vanish. All starter Pokemon of a type have the same ability. Overgrow for grass, Blaze for fire, and Torrent for water. Their hidden abilities, though, can vary, and these can have a pretty big impact. In Sceptile's case, its hidden ability is some kind of sick joke. It's Unburden, which doubles its speed stat once Sceptile has consumed whatever item it's holding. While for some Pokemon, doubling their speed is a big deal, speed was the only stat Sceptile didn't have to worry about. Thanks, Game Freak. Now, Sceptile has gotten buffed over the years. Most recently, it was given the move Shed Tail that, despite being a great move, did nothing to improve Sceptile's viability. The more meaningful buff was the introduction of Mega Sceptile. Now a grass and dragon type, Mega Sceptile was even faster, got a lot more special attack, and a massive 10 points to its defense, the only increase to its bulk. On the plus side, it did get the ability Lightning Rod, which actually is a big upgrade. Mega Sceptile is by far the best.
Except it already
Sceptile
resisted
ever,
lightning,
which is
so...
still, let me check. Not very good. Well, you could do some cheeky shenanigans with like Choice Scarf Discharge to make it stronger. It was just so frail that using it was a liability. Grass and Dragon both being weak to ice meant even weak moves like Icy Wind were a huge threat, and the addition of 2 new weaknesses in Dragon and Fairy didn't make things any easier. Since you could only Mega Evolve 1 Pokemon per battle, it isn't hard to see why Mega Sceptile wasn't worth using. Speaking of not worth using, let's talk about one of the most behated starter Pokemon of all time, Emboar. As the 3rd firefighting starter in a row, Emboar received a lot of negativity when it released, and its public image did not improve once players started using it. While Infernape and Blaziken look
We
cool
learned about
and are
Pokemons
fast
today.
and strong, capable of using their good offensive typing to overwhelm opponents, Emboar is slow and looks, well, goofy. Now, the good thing about being slower is that typically, Pokemon that are not so fast tend to be much bulkier to compensate. Emboar seems to have missed the memo on this one. While it does have a lot of HP, its defense and special defense stats are like seeing a band in concert that isn't very good live. They leave a lot to be desired. Emboar is strong, and its hidden ability can make it even stronger. Reckless powers up all moves that have recoil, like Flare Blitz and Wild Charge. While the damage boost is nice, more damage means more recoil damage, making it even harder to keep Emboar alive. Basically, if you want to use Emboar, you need to use the move Trick Room, which lets slow Pokemon move.
I've never seen this item before. Baton
actually isn't even slow enough to really take advantage of Trick Room. It's got this awful speed stat where it's slower than anything even average speed, but faster than the slow Pokemon that tend to thrive in Trick Room like Amoonguss. Despite all of Emboar's shortcomings, there is one player who believed in it more than any other. This player used Emboar to win their first event, a regional back in 2011, and then brought Emboar to the World Championships, finishing 6th. Who was this player? Well, by the way, if you've made it this far into the video, just a little reminder to check and see if you're subscribed. I work really hard on every video I put out, and many videos actually have over 100 hours of work total put into them across me and my team. So if you want to support the channel or see more of my stuff, I'd really appreciate it. If you did just subscribe, the good thing is that you're definitely not going to regret it as I talk about the next Pokemon on our list, for Alligator. Okay, I do feel like people are going to be mad at me about this one too, but I'm not here here to tell you what you want to hear. I'm here to tell you the truth. Feraligatr, more like Garbaligator. Feraligatr is a pure water type Pokemon. Wow, how original. Even though it's not as slow as Emboar, I mean, it's still not very fast. And while its bulk is, well, not great, but at least better than the Pokemon we've talked about thus far, it's somehow super weak. It's a gator, but they didn't give it any attack. Why? The issue with Feraligatr, and this is going to be true with a lot of Pokemon on our list, is that there's nothing that really makes it unique. For example, some of you may know that Feraligatr gets Dragon Dance, but if you want a water type Dragon Dance Pokemon, you're better off using Gyarados. If you want to forego setup and instead run an offensive item in Feraligatr, like, I don't know, Choice Band, you'd probably rather use Azumarill. If you want a bulky water type, well, there are a ton of better options like Milotic or Gastrodon. I could go on, but you probably get the point. There's really nothing that makes Feraligatr better than its peers. I guess the one thing worth mentioning is that it does get the ability Sheer Force, which in my opinion is one of the weirdest abilities in the game. Sheer Force says, hey, if this Pokemon uses a move that has some sort of secondary effect that could activate, forget about that secondary effect and take a damage boost instead. The reason I say it's weird is that for whatever reason, it works with Life Orb. Life Orb is an item that gives all the user's moves a 30% damage increase in exchange for 10% of their max health every time they hit something. And for whatever reason, this 10% recoil effect is counted as a secondary effect for Sheer Force, meaning you keep the damage boost from Life Orb without losing any health. While this is a really great combination for Sheer Force users generally, it isn't enough to save our strong-jawed friend. Feraligatr just isn't fast or strong enough to make use of this powerful interaction, and that's probably the reason its results page looks like this. This is actually an identical results page to our next Pokemon, Torterra. Torterra is a grass
No, I
and
love
ground type
Torterra.
Pokemon that, unfortunately, is by far the weakest of its generation. While Infernape is fast and strong,
Yeah,
and
I wish he was better
Empoleon has
too.
a great ability and cool typing, Torterra got stuck with a quadruple weakness to Ice and a great role in Detective Pikachu. Torterra is the first Pokemon on our list to actually have respectable bulk. While it isn't absurd, it is tanky enough that it should be somewhat difficult to get rid of it if you don't have the right moves. Its attack isn't good per se, but it is usable, especially since Torterra gets some high damage moves. But that's about where the good news ends. Torterra is super slow, which, like I mentioned earlier, would imply you'd prefer to use it in Trick Room. But because it isn't strong enough, you'd never use it over an actual Trick Room attacker that can, you know, do damage. With its quadruple weakness to Ice and weaknesses to Fire and Flying though, using it outside of Trick Room isn't much easier. In Scarlet and Violet, Torterra was given Shell Smash, a powerful move that doubles the user's speed, attack, and special attack stats. And there was talk about whether this would finally allow Torterra to, well, maybe not dominate, but at least do something. It would not. Unfortunately, Torterra is so slow that even doubling its speed doesn't allow it to outrun many of the faster threats in the format. Not to mention, it is so vulnerable on the turn you use Shell Smash since the move also lowers your defenses. So despite this buff and gaining access to the powerful new move Headlong Rush, Torterra still hasn't been able to do anything. Ironically, there were a few weeks back in 2015 where Grotle, Torterra's pre-evolution, was a major threat. It was used as an endgame demon, using Leech Seed and Synthesis to keep itself alive as it gradually whittled opponents' teams out of HP. As a pure grass type, it doesn't have that quadruple ice weakness, and it's actually really tanky with the Eviolite item, which it can use because it isn't fully evolved. It didn't like take off or anything, and I don't think
like,
it got any
how would that be
super good
true?
results, but it's the only time that I can think of where anything close to Torterra was relevant. Which brings us to our final member before we talk about the 3 worst starter Pokemon of all time, Delphox. Delphox is a fire and psychic type that is one of the most forgettable starter Pokemon ever. It's designed to be a fast and strong special attacker, but it isn't fast enough or strong enough to work very well, while also not being bulky enough to do anything else. When Delphox released, it was one of only 2 Pokemon that could use the move Mystical Fire, a middling power move that lowers the target's special attack stat. And this move was basically the only reason you'd ever want to use Delphox. Unfortunately, Mystical Fire was changed in later games to be usable by way more Pokemon, including the #1 Pokemon in the game, taking away Delphox's only real special trick. Fire and Psychic are okay typing at least. They work together well offensively as no type resists both Fire and Psychic, and defensively they do alright too, providing 7 resistances in exchange for 5 weaknesses. Unfortunately, Delphox's stats just aren't good enough to bring out the typing's full potential. One thing that could have saved Delphox is its hidden ability. With a great ability like Drought or Psychic Surge, it would have actually been usable. Instead, Delphox got Magician. And if you don't know what Magician does, you aren't alone. Off the top of my head, I could not tell you with 100% certainty. After doing some research, I figured out that the way that Magician works is it allows the user to steal the item of whatever Pokemon it hits. While stealing items sounds good in theory, it only works if the user isn't holding an item. So if you want to get any value out of Magician, you either need to run no item or an item that can be consumed. If Delphox were bulkier, it could be a decent user of Citrus Berry to recover HP and then steal an item. But unfortunately, giving Delphox a Citrus Berry is like giving a toddler a Ferrari. It won't be able to use it very well. Your only real option is the Focus Dash, which won't even activate every battle, and even if it does, Delphox could get knocked out before it has a chance to move. If Delphox is a magician, it's like a kid who got baby's first magic kit, and they're so bad you can see exactly how they're doing the trick, but you want to encourage them, so you pretend to be amazed anyway. Alright, enough talking about mid Pokemon. You didn't come here to learn about what the almost worst starter Pokemon were. You want to know about the bottom of the barrel. The starter Pokemon Game Freak should issue an apology over for messing up so badly. And what better place to start our worst of the worst than with a Pokemon with 2 forms and no hope? Samurott. Samurott is a pure water type Pokemon from Unova that just sucks. It basically has everything that was wrong with Feraligatr, but it's somehow even worse. Probably the biggest issue with Samurott are its stats. It doesn't do a single thing well. It isn't strong enough to be a sweeper, it isn't bulky enough to be a tank, and it isn't fast or slow enough to be useful inside or outside of Trick Room. If you want a Pokemon to be below average at everything, Samurott is a great place to start. But that's not the whole story. What is Samurott's ability? Plenty of Pokemon are saved by their ability, right? Well, Samurott's ability is good in a vacuum. It's Shell Armor, which prevents it from getting critical hit. The thing is, Shell Armor gets more value the tankier a Pokemon is, as they'll stick around for longer, meaning more and more potential crits get negated. Unfortunately, as we've already established, Samurott isn't that bulky of a Pokemon. What about its moves? Well, they aren't bad, but they're pretty much exactly what you'd expect. It gets all the water and ice moves that come standard with your water type in the male. It doesn't have really any meaningful coverage moves outside of like Grass Knot. That's actually kind of it. It is worth noting that Samurott actually placed 3rd at the World Championships in 2011. A fact I completely forgot about until just now. This is because back in 2011, you could only use Pokemon that were catchable in Black and White's Pokedex, and there were way fewer good water types than usual. Unfortunately, after 2011, Samurott was never seen again. But Samurott got another chance at life when the Pokemon from Legends Arceus were added to Scarlet and Violet, as Hisuian Samurott was a new take on the Narwhal. Now a water and dark type, its new stats, oh, they're somehow even worse. It's a little stronger and faster now, but still not fast enough to outspeed anything, and they actually made it even frailer. At the very least, Hisuian Samurott's ability is better, now being Sharpness, boosting the power of specific cutting moves by 50%, which is actually a big deal. And Hisuian Samurott gets a signature move called Ceaseless Edge, that both does damage and sets up the entry hazard spikes whenever it hits something. While this is a cool move, it still hasn't made it worth it for anybody to actually use Hisuian Samurott, especially with so many better water type Pokemon available. I feel like they got so close with Hisuian Samurott with the better typing, ability, and move pool, but by changing the stats to be even worse than they already were, they've doomed it to obscurity. But obscurity would be a kindness compared to the state of our number 2 worst starter Pokemon of all time, Decidueye. This one especially makes me mad because design-wise, Decidueye rocks.
She has Turtonator now?
And it evolves from
I thought she had
Rowlet,
an
which is one of the
Applin.
best recent gen starters in my opinion. Oh, let's not talk about Dartrix. Anyway, they did Decidueye so dirty. Just like Samurott, most of the problem is with its stats. Actually, both Samurott and Dekidewey have extremely similar stats. Their offensive stats are flipped but identical except for a single point, and their defenses are in roughly the same range. Decidueye is less bulky on the physical side, but maybe slightly more on the special side, and they both have the exact same speed stat. So, as you can imagine, these stats are a huge problem. Grass and Ghost typing is actually pretty good as you resist a bunch of useful types and get 2 immunities, so you do have some spooky weaknesses. Overall, the typing isn't a part of the problem. The same can't be said for its ability. Decidueye gets Long Reach, which is just a total joke. Long Reach allows Decidueye's contact moves to act as if they don't make contact. If you don't know what a contact move is, it's a special subset of moves that basically trigger specific things. Like Rocky Helmet activates when the user is hit by a contact move, same with Flame Body or Effect Spore. Basically, a contact move is a move where your Pokemon has to touch the other Pokemon, like Fire Punch or Thunder Punch or Ice Punch or Mega Punch or Comet Punch or... Actually, you get it. Anyway, this ability is completely insulting because it's basically like not having an ability. It only does anything when Decidueye 1 uses a contact move and 2 hits something that would be affected by the contact. If you're lucky, this might come up once every 5 battles, if that. And even then, dodging a single instance of a contact move rarely actually matters. It's part of the reason why the item that does exactly this has never been used competitively. Decidueye's moves are at least a little better. It gets a signature ghost move called Spirit Shackle, which traps whatever it hits until Decidueye switches out or faints. While this is a really interesting move, Decidueye just doesn't have enough going for it to make good use of it. Even a number of other useful damaging and support moves aren't enough to save Decidueye. But just like Samurott, Decidueye was given another shot at life in Legends Arceus, with its new Hisuian variant. And this new form was somehow worse than the original. Unlike Hisuian Samurott, Hisuian Decidueye stats actually got an upgrade, as it becomes slower and loses some special attack in exchange for some more bulk and a little more power in its attack stat. But unfortunately, the new grass and fighting typing is a huge downgrade. With no immunities, a quadruple weakness to flying, a new weakness to fairy, and the inability for either type to hit flying, poison, or bug types for even neutral damage, this typing is nothing short of a disaster. And Hisuian Decidueye's signature move is, in my opinion, a downgrade. While Triple Arrows has a good base power, a heightened crit rate, a 50% chance to lower the target's defense, and a 30% chance for the target to flinch, this move that would be broken on a good Pokemon is somehow mediocre. The thing is, Decidueye is so slow that the flinch chance almost never comes up, and it isn't able to reliably combo with the defense drop for the same reason. Hisuian Decidueye was given the ability Scrappy, which is actually good. Not only does Scrappy allow its fighting type moves to hit ghost types, it also makes it immune to Intimidate, which is an ability that is a little bit common. But despite the better ability and improved stats, Hisuian Decidueye still has too much stacked against it to ever hit the target. Alright, now all that's left is to talk about the worst starter Pokemon of all time. If you skipped ahead in this video to take a cheeky peek at the #1 slot, go back to the start, watch the whole video, do not pass go, do not collect $200, and you legally have to subscribe. That's the rules. Are they gone? Okay, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say what the worst starter Pokemon of all time is. Unfortunately, it's one of my all-time favorite starter Pokemon, Meganium. Meganium, ugh. I love this thing because I loved Chikorita as a kid, but holy cow, it is so bad. It's like a Pokemon with the express purpose of punishing anyone who uses it. There is one good thing I can say about Meganium, and that is that it is decently bulky. It's not like anything to write home about, but if it isn't being hit with crazy strong moves, it'll probably take 2 or 3 hits, which is better than almost anything else on this list. And that's about where the good news ends. Meganium has super low offensive stats, making it nearly impossible for it to do damage. And it's not very fast. As a pure grass type, it pretty much only gets access to grass type moves, but it doesn't get the broken grass attacks. No Spore, no Rage Powder, not even a Sleep Powder. Meganium's best moves are like Synthesis, Leech Seed. Its ability is tied to the strong sunlight weather condition, but it's not a good ability like Chlorophyll or Solar Power. Nope, Meganium gets Leaf Guard. Do y'all even know what Leaf Guard does? It stops status conditions only if the sunlight is strong. No status conditions, what a miracle! In the 13 years I've been playing competitive Pokemon, not only have I never played against or seen Meganium, I've never even heard of anyone considering it. There are just so many grass types that each do unique things. Amoonguss puts Pokemon to sleep and redirects. Venusaur is a Chlorophyll Sleep Powder sweeper. Jumpluff is a support for sun teams. Rillaboom sets grassy terrain, tanks damage, and does damage back. Wo-Chen, Ogerpon supports its team and does huge damage.
Wo-Chen just exists.
We can say about it is maybe it'll sit in the field for a few turns. And despite being around longer than any other Pokemon on this list, Meganium's been given nothing. No regional form, no mega evolution, nothing. If you told me the developers forgot about Meganium, I'd have no choice but to believe you. Actually, it seems like they're keeping Meganium around just as a punching bag. On April Fool's Day this year, Game Freak announced that Meganium would be the next Terra Raid event. Even Game Freak thinks Meganium is a joke. But I guess the nice thing about starter Pokemon is that because they're so iconic, there's always a chance they'll be given some love in the future. Who knows? Maybe some of these Pokemon will be given a new form or a new ability, or actually, I think it's okay that some starter Pokemon are bad. Maybe they should all. Kanto Pokemon are some of the most iconic in the entire series, but have you ever wondered what the best Kanto Pokemon is? Well, I have, and I kind of thought this was going to be an easy video to make because Kanto is the oldest generation of Pokemon. It seems like nowadays all the time they're adding these like super powerful Pokemon that just like blow everything else out of the water, so I thought like, well, how well could the original 151 really hold up? The answer is they actually hold up really well. There are so many powerful Kanto Pokemon that I can't even talk about all of them in this video. Even though it was tough, I found what I think are the 10 best Kanto Pokemon of all time. And let's start talking about them, starting with number 10, Clefairy. Now, Clefairy might seem a little strange to put in a list like this, and some of you are probably mauling in the comments right now as I speak. The thing is, competitively, Clefairy is actually really
Why
strong.
so many mushrooms? Why? Mushrooms! There's so many!
There isn't really a better alternative. Part of the answer has to do with the special item Eviolite, which only works when it's held by a Pokemon that can still evolve further. This item makes any not fully evolved Pokemon much bulkier, giving you an actual reason to use it over its evolved counterpart. Of course, even with this item, it's not like Clefairy is like so much tankier than Clefable, especially because it has to give up its item, so of course this isn't the full picture. The other part of the puzzle has to do with its ability, Friend Guard. This ability actually disappears and changes to a different ability when Clefairy evolves into Clefable, which is a shame because it's a really strong ability. Basically, it reduces all damage done to Clefairy's partners while Clefairy is on the field. Damage reduction in competitive Pokemon is very valuable. It's part of the reason why we see some prominent Intimidate users all the time now. But of course, Friend Guard alone is not a reason to use Clefairy. Another piece of the puzzle has to do with its typing. It's a pure fairy type, as in, you know, Clefairy. And yeah, that actually is a really good defensive type because it doesn't have that many weaknesses. If you're still a bit confused, it's probably because I buried the lead here a bit. Like, yeah, Clefairy is tanky and, you know, it has a good defensive typing and has this good ability, but none of those are the main reasons that anyone would use Clefairy. That actually has to do with its move pool, and most specifically, a single move that it learns called Follow Me. This is one of the strongest moves in the entire game, as it forces both of your opponent's Pokemon to target the Follow Me user. This is really valuable in competitive Pokemon because it allows you to use a tanky Pokemon to help keep a more frail and offensive Pokemon alive. Of course, not every move is affected by Follow Me, most notably moves that hit multiple targets, but that's where Friend Guard comes in, as those moves get reduced in power. Clefairy also gets other useful moves like Helping Hand, which boosts the damage of its partner, Life Dew, which heals itself and its partner. It can even use After You, which is a cheeky little move that is kind of like an anti-Trick Room strategy, as Clefairy is really slow, which doesn't really matter because its other moves normally have priority, so they go first. But if you have trouble against Trick Room, Clefairy can use After You, which is a move that says, hey, after Clefairy attacks, whatever it hits with this move will go immediately next, to allow a faster Pokemon to move despite Trick Room's twisted dimensions. Clefairy was never really a Pokemon that did a ton of damage, but over the years, it's been consistently like a really good Pokemon, varying kind of from a more niche pick that still often gets results, all the way up to a Pokemon that is one of the main contenders in a rule set. For all these reasons and some more, I think it's definitely one of the best Kanto Pokemon of all time. Okay, cool. Next up is the first of several Pokemon that have multiple forms that are on our list. It's Marowak. Specifically Kanto Marowak and Alolan Marowak. I'm going to be treating regional variants of Pokemon as being from the same region as the original Pokemon because that's how the Pokedex treats it and the game's treating it and all that. If you're mad about it, I'm sorry. I'm sure somebody will be mauling in the comments about Alolan Marowak. Anyway, let's talk about Kanto Marowak first because it's a bit easier. Now, Kanto Marowak isn't a super good Pokemon. A pure ground type is like totally fine, but its stats are really lacking. It's really slow. It doesn't like have that much offense. It doesn't have that much bulk, but there is a couple things about it that make it unique and actually have led to it being one of the best Kanto Pokemon of all time. Most notably, Marowak has a signature item called Thick Club. This item doubles the attack stat of Marowak when it's used, taking its frankly really lacking attack stat to one of the highest in the game. This allows Marowak to hit very hard if you leave it unchecked. Of course, Marowak's attack stat isn't its only problem. It's also relatively frail and it's also really slow, and these two combine where it's not like moving before other Pokemon and then it's not tanking their attack super well, so it can get really awkward. Of course, Trick Room kind of helps you mitigate both of these factors, where It actually lets Marowak's slow speed stat work in its favor, and that makes the lack of bulk a much less pressing issue. Lightning Rod actually works a little like Follow Me in that if any Pokemon on the field uses an electric move, it will automatically be redirected into the Lightning Rod user, and it will be completely nullified, giving the user a special attack boost. Special attack boost doesn't really matter on Marowak, but the redirection and the nullification is a big deal. Marowak actually finished 5th place at the World Championships back in 2013 because of basically everything that we talked about. It was a powerful Trick Room attacker that with a Thick Club item could put out a ton of damage. Ground typing was actually in a pretty good spot because that was a year with like a lot of Heatran and Tyranitar and other Pokemon that just didn't appreciate taking super powerful ground type attack. And that was the year where Thundurus was kind of the king of the game. Thundurus was really, really annoying with like Thunder Wave and Thunderbolt, and with Lightning Rod, Marowak was actually able to help support its team.
Well, Paris finally learned its fucking attack. That's great.
The year where players were using moves like Thunder Wave and Swagger, like even against physical attackers, to try and like
that did nothing.
Like, a lot of like luck because Thundurus was just so broken and you couldn't get rid of it very easily. So having some insurance against paralysis was a really big deal. Of course, if it were just Kanto Marowak, I wouldn't have included it on this list, but really the star of the show is Alolan Marowak. Alolan Marowak was introduced back in Sun and Moon and is absolutely one of the strongest Pokemon, actually winning the World Championships back in 2017. Just like Kanto Marowak, Alolan Marowak also has the Lightning Rod ability. They have the
I'm gonna lose to Erica again. This is such fucking bullshit. Oh my god, this game sucks.
Where they differ and why Alolan Marowak is so much better is in the typing. Not only does this influence the moves that they can use, where Alolan Marowak's move pool is just like way better across the board. And
of course it missed. 95% chance to hit, but it missed.
It's a really big deal because it's mostly used as an offensive Pokemon actually. But Fire and Ghost type is actually better both offensively and defensively. Defensively, with the Ghost typing
Love that.
Rod, you end
Love
up
it.
with
Super cool.
which is a ton. Fire makes you immune to burn, which is really nice as a physical attacker. Alolan Marowak also gets a signature move called Shadow Bone, which is a very powerful attack and gets around the fact that a lot of Ghost type Pokemon that are physical attackers don't have a good physical ghost typing.
Yay, start over again. Nothing more fun than having to start over again and again and again and again and again.
Drawback move that can even drop the defense stat of whatever it hits, so it's very, very,
still haven't caught enough of those yet.
Like I said, it actually went on to win the World Championships using Brick Break as a counter to moves like Reflect Light Screen and most notably Aurora Veil. It hasn't seen a ton of play since then, though it has been decent in certain formats, but I think it's really cool that like this Pokemon that on paper really looks kind of bad actually ended up being a world champion and ended up being a really strong Pokemon in its debut performance. Our number 8 slot also goes to a ghost type Pokemon. This one's a personal favorite of mine, Gengar. Now technically Gengar has 3 different forms, with its base form, Mega form, and Gigantamax form, but we're not going to talk about Gigantamax because that's basically irrelevant. To understand what makes Gengar good, we kind of have to go back to X and Y, which is when the Fairy type was introduced. Now, when the Fairy type was introduced, it became clear Fairy type was by far the most broken type in the game, so much so that almost every Fairy type Pokemon that's ever been released has been good at one point during competitive Pokemon's lifespan, which is not something you could say for pretty much any other type in the game. Anyway, Fairy type was broken, and Steel and Poison, which were the only types that could hit it for super effective damage, were both primarily on defensive Pokemon. Now, at the time, there was Aegislash, who was a really strong Steel type Pokemon, so there was at least like some ways to get Steel type damage, but if you wanted a Poison type attacker, I like can't even really remember that many. Yeah, there just weren't like really any good Poison type attackers, except for Gengar. Gengar is fast and strong and pretty frail, but that's okay because you can give it the Focus Sash item to help keep it alive. At the time, Gengar had Levitate, which is a great ability. Eventually, it would be nerfed to be Cursed Body, which is a much worse ability. Sorry, Gengar. Anyway, as a Ghost and Poison type, Gengar was actually really strong. It could hit the Fairy type Pokemon for super effective damage with Sludge Bomb. It could hit Aegislash for super effective with Shadow Ball. It could use great support moves like Taunt, Will-O-Wisp, Icy Wind, etc. And with a Focus Sash, you always had to hit it at least 2 times to get it off the field, which, given how strong Gengar was actually really scary. Now, Gengar never dominated competitive play, but it has been a Pokemon that's been very threatening in a number of different rule sets, especially when players are kind of underestimating it. The real nightmare version of Gengar, though, is of course Mega Gengar. Now, Mega Gengar has a lot of things in common with regular Gengar, but in my opinion, it's just much better across the board. First, it's faster and stronger, as well as a bit tankier as well, and that makes it much more threatening because, like, one of the ways that you can beat Gengar is just by outspeeding it and hitting it with something faster and breaking the Focus Sash, maybe comboing with like a priority move or like a faster move of some sort, but with Mega Gengar, it is very difficult to outspeed. On top of that, it's hitting even harder, and because it's a bit bulkier, you can kind of justify not having the Focus Sash anyway, since you're still mostly able to take one attack before you get knocked out. On top of all that though, Mega Gengar's ability is different than base Gengar in a very scary way. Mega Gengar gets the Shadow Tag ability, which prevents opponents from switching out once it's Mega Evolved. This is one of my favorite abilities in the game, and it is also one of the scariest to play against because switching is a huge part of the game. It's a big part of like defensive counterplay, and Mega Gengar just says, you're locked in here with me. Also, the support moves from Mega Gengar become a lot stronger because it's just naturally tankier, so it's going to be on the field like a couple turns longer. And you can combo some support moves with Shadow Tag in a really nasty way. Taunt is a big one. If you use a Pokemon that wants to use like pretty much all supporting moves, you can lock them in and taunt them, and then they can't do anything or switch out, so they're just stuck either struggling or doing no damage. Disable was used at times, especially with like a Prankster Encore Pokemon, where you could hit something with Encore and then immediately disable them, and then they were forced to struggle and couldn't switch out. That was really mean. Will-O-Wisp is another one. Hit a physical attacker with Will-O-Wisp and then trap them on the field where they're not doing any damage, where you kind of ignore them and go after their partner. And of course, Perish Song, which is a personal favorite of mine. Just like Alolan Marowak, Mega Gengar also won the World Championships back in 2016, used by yours truly. It was especially strong that year because Xerneas was a menace, and Mega Gengar would do a ton of damage to Xerneas with Sludge Bomb, and if you could trap them on the field, you could prevent them from like, getting out for free. And you could also use Shadow Tag against Primal Groudon to trap it on the field and then bring in your Primal Kyogre and just immediately win the Weather War. It was also useful at stopping Smeargle, who was a huge menace that year with Dark Void and Mega Kangaskhan. Taunt for Smeargle, Will-O-Wisp for Mega Kangaskhan. It's a very strong Pokemon, and it has a ton of usage even outside of the year that I won. It's been one of the top 5 Mega Evolutions of all time, if not top 3. Overall, it's a really strong and versatile Pokemon that is a nightmare to play against. Today's video is sponsored by Factor. This summer, you can count on Factor for fast, tasty meals that fit your lifestyle. With 35 different meals and more than 60 add-ons to choose from, every week you'll always have new flavors to explore. Factor also offers Gourmet Plus meals as part of your weekly options, which means you can get a little gourmet with your meal plan whenever you're craving something special. Factor actually sent me some of these meals, and personally, I was really impressed. They've been great as a quick and delicious option when I don't have time to cook a full meal. Plus, it's nice as a vegetarian since a lot of these Factor meals include a lot of my favorite produce like broccoli. It's been helpful to have these Factor meals around as sometimes I leave going to the grocery store for longer than I should, and instead of having to scrape together the saddest meal of all time, I can enjoy a delicious meal instead. Head to factor75.com or click the link below and use code WOLFIE50 to get 50% off your first Factor box and 20% off your next month of orders. That's code WOLFIE50 at factor75.com to get 50% off your first box plus 20% off your next month of orders. Thanks again to Factor for sponsoring this video. Okay, now we're on to number 7, which is another Pokemon with 2
Guess we're
forms,
keeping the Spoder, because the Spoder now has a lot of really good moves.
Which is actually pretty good. Defensively, you do have a quadruple weakness to electric, which is really scary, and you do have a weakness to rock as well, but that's actually it. Being immune to ground, resisting water, and resisting fighting are all very valuable as well as like a bug resistance and a steel resistance, which kind of vary in how useful they are. One of the things that makes Gyarados super strong is actually its ability Intimidate. This is one of the best abilities in the game, as every time Gyarados switches in, it will lower the attack stats of both the opponent's Pokemon, and this can be done as often as you can switch in Gyarados throughout the game. Intimidate actually kind of ties together the 2 main ways that regular Gyarados was used, the first being as a sweeper. Gyarados would come in, use the move Dragon Dance, which raises both its attack and speed stats, and then try and run away with the game using primarily Waterfall, though occasionally other moves as well. After a Dragon Dance, Gyarados' already high attack stat becomes very scary, and it can easily run away with the game. Of course, using Gyarados as a sweeper has a major downside, which is that it doesn't have an easy way to make use of its flying typing offensively. The only good physical flying move that it gets is actually Bounce, which is a 2-turn move, which is very easy to get around with either switching or protecting. For this reason, Gyarados would often use Earthquake as its secondary attacking move of choice, but neither Waterfall or Earthquake can hit grass types, so it's a pretty major drawback. Now, it's worth noting that Gyarados does have a way around this flying type conundrum by using the signature mechanics of each generation, Z-moves in Generation 7, Dynamax in Generation 8, and Terastallization in Generation 9, each of which allowed Gyarados to use a flying type move at least once. The thing is, these mechanics are very committal because you can only use them once per game, and like in Z-move and Dynamax's case, you only have like 1 to 3 turns depending. And so it was like definitely risky to use them on Gyarados, but it did allow Gyarados to be very strong. Oh, it's also worth noting that people occasionally use Gyarados' other ability, Moxie, which will give it an attack boost if it ever takes the KO. This is most popular when Dynamax Gyarados was a thing, but in general, Intimidate is better. The other way people use Gyarados is actually completely differently than the Dragon Dance Sweeper set. It's to make use of its good bulk and limited weaknesses with good resistances to have it be a good support Pokemon. This set really uses Intimidate as well as often moves like Thunder Wave and Taunt to kind of disrupt the opponent, and normally a defensive item like Citrus Berry as well to just make Gyarados a real pain to get rid of. Despite not having hands, Gyarados can also use Helping Hand, which allowed it to also help boost its partner's damage output, but yeah, this Gyarados set would kind of just try and be annoying, right? Use Thunder Wave to slow the opponents down and maybe give them a chance to not attack with paralysis, Waterfall for flinching, Taunt to help disrupt your opponent's support Pokemon, maybe Helping Hand for damage or just protect to keep Gyarados safe. It can be really annoying to play against, especially if your team doesn't have a good electric move, as most rock type moves are physical, and against a bulky Gyarados with recovery and Intimidate, rock type moves, while like they can be strong, are often, yeah, physical and don't like actually get rid of Gyarados very quickly. But even with two completely different ways of being used, the Gyarados that won the World Championships was actually Mega Gyarados. Now, Mega Gyarados was not a very popular Pokemon ever. It was always viewed as kind of a niche pick, and it mostly ran the Dragon Dance set, though it occasionally would do other things as well. Mega Gyarados trades its flying typing for dark typing, which is especially funny because I think a lot of us expected it to be a dragon type, but nope, dark type, here you go. Anyway, and in theory, this allows it to get around its lack of flying type move coverage problem, but the funny thing is that the Gyarados that won the World Championships, used by Seijin Park in 2014 alongside Pachirisu, actually used Earthquake as its final move. It didn't even run Crunch, even though it actually had another stab move that it could use. Anyway, I think that this was definitely a case of like a player identifying like that because people weren't respecting Mega Gyarados very much, that it actually had a really, really good role, and it also paired really well with Pachirisu, who could use Follow Me to redirect all electric attacks and actually heal from them, keeping Gyarados safe. For how good regular Gyarados has been throughout the entirety of pretty much competitive Pokemon history, and the fact that Mega Gyarados won Worlds, I think it's absolutely one of the best Kanto Pokemon of all time. Our next Pokemon is one of the most beloved.
You burnt me, you bitch!
Snorlax. Now, Snorlax is actually really interesting because it was really, really good at the beginning of competitive Pokemon's history, and then it kind of didn't do anything for a number of years. Then it was really, really good again, and then they kind of nerfed it and it didn't do anything again. So it's kind of got this weird story arc where it was like initially the king fell off super hard, came back to reclaim the throne, and then it got defeated again. But yeah, let's talk about what Snorlax does. As most of you probably know, Snorlax is incredibly bulky. As a normal type, it only has one weakness, and even though it doesn't have that many resistances, it's just ridiculous natural bulk is so great that it's pretty much impossible to get off the field. I started going to competitive Pokemon tournaments back in 2011, and so it's worth noting that Snorlax actually won the World Championships in both 2008 and 2009, which is pretty absurd. The most famous way that Snorlax is often used is with Belly Drum and a lot of support. Belly Drum is one of the most high-risk, high-reward moves of all time, where it does half of the user's total HP stat and then maxes out their attack stats. So basically, afterwards, anything they hit will be completely destroyed. The strategy that won Worlds in 2008 was actually built around Belly Drum Snorlax, where you would try to use Belly Drum and then psych up with other Pokemon, which copies the stat boost without losing all the HP in the first place. Because Snorlax is naturally so tanky, of course, like giving up half your health is like not awesome, but it also isn't that big of a drawback when Snorlax can tank so many hits anyway, and by using Trick Room, you can actually use its low speed stat to your advantage. Also, Snorlax has 3 usable abilities. We'll talk about the last one later, but right now what I'll say is that Thick Fat allows it to resist both fire and ice type moves, and Immunity makes it immune to poison. And both were actually useful at various points throughout competitive Pokemon's history. Anyway, despite winning 2 World Championships in Generation 4, starting in Generation 5, Snorlax like really didn't do very much. And that would be true for both Generation 5 and Generation 6. I think
real question is, do I outspeed the Pawmi?
Got stronger and stronger, and like Snorlax is such a committal strategy that like if you like lose the Snorlax, you might just lose the game immediately, and so it makes sense that it was a lot harder for players to really make it work. Anyway, in Generation 7, we kind of thought it would be more of the same, but they actually ended up
rid of it, you little shitbag. Fuck you.
A random set of berries.
Spinnerect, kicking ass, taking names.
Like 0
Definitely taking Spinnerect to the end, because why the fuck not? Hell yeah, you were king. You're king.
7, eventually leading to it
we got rid of poison.
Championship, which is the highest number of any Pokemon, though there are a couple other Pokemon who
back to Iron Hands, please.
The buff had to do with the berries referred to as the Fewam berries, the Figgy, Figgy, Iapapa, Wiki, Aguav, and Mago berries. These berries used to really suck. They like would confuse your Pokemon if it had the wrong nature, and even if like it had the right nature, they would just give a little health back. But in Generation 7, the Pokemon Company buffed these to be 50% HP recovery once your Pokemon dropped to 25% HP or lower. This is a ridiculous amount of recovery. For context, the Citrus Berry has the numbers reversed. It heals 25% when your Pokemon drops to 50% HP, and this is consistently one of the best items in the game. For Pokemon like Arcanine and Incineroar or any other Pokemon who could use recoil, like from Flare Blitz or other moves to kind of activate their abilities and who are really tanky, this is basically just like an extra 50% HP. Once people realized how strong these berries were, they quickly took over the game, but they worked especially well with Snorlax because of its third ability, Gluttony. Gluttony basically says, hey, if a berry would activate at 25%, you can instead just eat it when you're at 50% health. So Snorlax was able to use Belly Drum, cut its HP by half, go to 50% HP, Gluttony would activate, it would eat one of these Fee-Wom berries, and then it would heal 50% HP while still maxing out its attack. In other words, if Snorlax didn't take any damage that turn, it would end up with +6 attack and still full HP, which, as you can imagine, was not balanced. Add on to Snorlax loved Recycle, which would allow it to recycle a berry and use it over and over and over again. It could actually use this to not only heal 50% HP consistently, but actually store the recovery if it ever had a slow turn. And you can probably understand why Snorlax very quickly took over the game. As a little aside, Snorlax Clefairy was a very powerful duo because Clefairy would redirect and keep Snorlax safe with Friend Guard and Follow Me, and then Snorlax would kill everything for Clefairy, so that was nice. Anyway, Snorlax was incredibly powerful throughout Generation 7, and like I said, it did end up winning the World Championships, and even when it didn't win, it was one of the top contenders and won many, many tournaments throughout the years. But then, starting in Generation 8, it fell off again. This is partly because they realized that these Fee-Wom berries were way overtuned and nerfed them to heal only 33%, which is a pretty meaningful downgrade compared to the 50% from Generation 7, and also partially because Snorlax just wasn't very good with Dynamax. Like, it did have a Gigantamax form, but it was really bad. And then it wasn't in Scarlet and Violet until like a couple months ago, so I mean, maybe we'll see Snorlax make a resurgence, but I don't think it will be anything like too crazy, though I did use it in a tournament myself alongside Clefairy, and it actually ended up doing really well, so maybe we'll see some Snorlax gamers at some point. All right, next up we have
Paris learning all the good shit.
Pokemon,
Hell yeah.
Venusaur, coming in at number 5. Venusaur is our first Pokemon to actually have 3 forms, all of which were viable. Let's talk about what makes Venusaur so good. Probably the most notable thing about Venusaur is its hidden ability, Chlorophyll. This ability doubles Venusaur's speed.
What? My Faker one-shot that pig! What?
Because Venusaur also gets the move.
Must have had like completely like low defense, low HP, and just got fucking wrecked.
Will effectively outspeed every other Pokemon in the game in the strong sunlight. You might be able to see why it's so threatening. Venusaur was often used with Pokemon like Groudon. On top of this, Grass and Poisoner have actually been a pretty good offensive duo for a while, as Grass is one of only 2 types that can hit water, which is very valuable, especially if you're running a Sun team. And Poison is, you know, one of the only types in the game that can hit Fairy for super effective, just like we were talking about with Gengar. Venusaur also gets moves like Weather Ball and Earth Power, which are very valuable because it allows it to hit Pokemon that are Steel type that resist both Grass and Poison type moves, as well as Fire type.
At least
like
it's a fast one.
Really tanky and don't like really mind taking a Sludge Bomb that much. While base Venusaur could be used just as this like fast and disruptive frog, it's not the only way that it could be used. You could also use Mega Venusaur starting in Pokemon X and Y, which played like somewhat similarly, except not really similarly at all. Nani? While regular Venusaur is kind of this fast and frail, like sleep powder disruptive Pokemon that works in the sun, Mega Venusaur is instead kind of like this end game tank, where if you take out the Pokemon that can beat it, it can kind of just beat the rest of your opponent's entire team. This is because it's a lot tankier than base Venusaur, and it also has the ability Thick Fat, which reduces damage from fire and ice type moves, meaning that it effectively has way fewer weaknesses than it would otherwise have. Add on to this, like, you can use Sleep Powder, of course, but also moves like Leech Seed and Synthesis, which would allow it to really recover a lot of HP, as well as the fact that Giga Drain was actually a lot more valuable on Mega Venusaur than it was on base Venusaur because it did more damage.
What does Infestation do?
And you can understand how Mega Venusaur became kind of this like super tank that players use to a lot of success. In my opinion, though, neither Venusaur form was quite as dominant as Gigantamax Venusaur, which is one of the dumbest Pokemon of all time. The thing about Gigantamax Venusaur is it actually kind of mixed both what made Mega Venusaur strong and regular Venusaur strong,
prevents
where it always
fleeing.
has Chlorophyll, and it was often coming with Sunsetters like Torkoal, Groudon, and so it could do this kind of like fast Sleep Powder minigame, right? But it could also become extremely bulky thanks to Dynamax doubling its HP pool, and it could output so much damage. What you have to understand about Gigantamax Venusaur is that they gave it one of the most broken max moves in the game. There
If the user
4
switches
moves
it,
type,
target will
given
be
to the
freed.
Kanto starters and Colossal. And basically, for hitting even a single one of these moves, like just hitting any kind of grass type move with Gigantamax Venusaur, even through Protect, would put up an effect called Gmax Vine Lash, which would damage all non-grass type Pokemon by 1/6 of their HP for the next 4 turns. If you got maximum value out of only the passive version of the effect, you would do 1/3 of a team's entire HP just for a passive benefit of hitting a move even through Protect. It was completely overpowered and completely unbalanced. Playing against Gigantamax Venusaur was really scary because it was almost impossible to balance both, like, oh, okay, how do I deal with Sleep Powder, and then also how do I deal with Gmax Vine Lash, how do I deal with Max Ooze, potentially giving it a special attack boost, or Max Quake doing huge damage. Gigantamax Venusaur could hold Life Orb for even more damage. It could hold The weakness policy, if you tried to hit it with a super effective move, good luck taking out +2 Gigantamax Mega Venusaur, bud. And it wasn't even forced to Gigantamax. It could also just stay in the base form and click Sleep Powder and
random
make your life
cyclist.
miserable.
Okay.
Gigantamax Venusaur had a ton of success during Sword and Shield, and I'm actually really glad that it's not in the game anymore because it was not very well designed. This Pokemon was at one point the best Pokemon in the game, Mega Kangaskhan. Now, I've talked about like multiple forms of different Pokemon for all the other ones, but base Kangaskhan has almost no usage or results, although technically I think it did win US Nationals back in 2010, but let's just talk about Mega Kangaskhan because there's a lot to say. First, its signature ability, Parental Bond. This move allowed all of Mega Kangaskhan's moves to hit an additional time at 50% of the original power in Generation 6 and then 25% of the original power in Generation 7. This is very, very powerful, and it comboed especially well with the move Power Up Punch, which was not designed with my well-being in mind. Power Up Punch is a relatively weak move, which, whenever it hits something, gives the user an attack boost, but it wasn't designed with Mega Kangaskhan in mind, who could use it to hit twice, and the attack boost from the first hit would boost the second hit. Add on to this the fact that Mega Kangaskhan got Fake Out, and even though Fake Out is normally a move that doesn't do very much damage, because Mega Kangaskhan is a normal type and it was 50% stronger and it was a powerful Mega Evolution on top of that, Fake Out could do really big damage. I think it's possible for like Mega Kangaskhan Fake Out to one-hit KO Mega Beedrill, which is not very nice. Mega Kangaskhan also got a powerful priority attack in the form of Sucker Punch, which could be used to deal with faster and frailer targets and anything that's weak to dark. And back in the day, we still had access to moves like Return and Frustration, which are really high base power moves with literally no drawback. For what it's worth, Return and Frustration have been removed from the game. Sucker Punch has had its power nerfed. Mega Kangaskhan was no longer able to learn Power Up Punch. Mega Kangaskhan has been removed from the game. That's a pretty big nerf. And they nerfed Parental Bond going into Generation 7. And it still was one of the best Pokemon. Like, it's actually nuts. It's not just the moves and the ability that make Mega Kangaskhan strong. Part of it has to do with the typing. Normal types are really powerful when they have really good stats because it only has one weakness to fighting, and you don't have that many resistances, but like with your good stats, you don't need them as much. And Mega Kangaskhan has incredible stats. It's decently fast. The speed definitely isn't the biggest like selling factor, but it's fast enough to outspeed pretty much a lot of the Pokemon in the format, except for stuff that's like on the faster end. But more threateningly, it's got a great attack stat, and mostly it's just incredibly tanky. Like, especially if you invest stat points into your HP or your bulk, it's really hard to get rid of it in one attack, and oftentimes it can be difficult to get rid of it in even 2 attacks. Mega Kangaskhan completely dominated competitive play. It's actually like the first instance of a Pokemon basically necessitating most teams to run Rocky Helmet, Urshifu being the more recent one. But yeah, Rocky Helmet was used on all these different types of Pokemon just to try and get some chip damage on Kangaskhan. Effect Spore Amoonguss was actually a pretty common counter because you try to take advantage of Kangaskhan hitting multiple times to get a higher chance of like a secondary effect. Kangaskhan had 2 abilities in its base form, which could make it even more threatening. You could
max
use
special attack
Scrappy
now.
Kangaskhan to allow Fake Out to hit ghost types before you Mega Evolved, which could be really dangerous. And you could also use Inner Focus to try and beat opposing Mega Kangaskhan who are faster than you to like fake you out and then try to stop you from faking their partner out, and then you would just have Inner Focus, so it didn't even matter. Anyway, with its great abilities, its absurd stats, its stupid move pool, its broken ability, there's nothing bad about Mega Kangaskhan. It's easy to understand how it really dominated competitive play every single year it was legal. There was never a time where Mega Kangaskhan was bad. In fact, I would argue that it is the best Mega Evolution of all time. The reason why Mega Kangaskhan is not higher up on my list is because it was only usable for 2 generations out of 9. The other Pokemon on my list have been good or great in multiple different generations, and I didn't feel good putting Mega Kangaskhan any higher up, even though it was arguably the best Pokemon of Generation 6. I still don't personally feel like I can justify putting it any higher because it was only usable with its Mega Evolution and it never did anything outside of that. So now we're into the top 3, and I bet that there's probably more than 3 Pokemon that y'all think should be on this list. So I'm really curious to see if people are really mad at me. Please don't be mad at me. I'm doing my best, I promise. Anyway, there is a noticeable lack of legendary Pokemon on our list thus far, and we're going to change that as we talk about number 3, Zapdos. When I think about like good, consistent Pokemon that are like all reliable, you know what I mean? I think about Zapdos. It's super tanky. It has really good stats. Its typing is great. It only has a couple of weaknesses. It's good offensively. It's good defensively. It's got good support moves. It can do damage. It's been good in a ton of different rule sets. I think Zapdos is just great. Zapdos can kind of do everything. Sometimes it's used as this really bulky and tanky supporting Pokemon. It was actually used as a counter to Mega Kangaskhan at times because it had Rocky Helmet and Static. So every time Kangaskhan would hit it with like Fake Out or whatever, it would take some damage from Rocky Helmet and risk being paralyzed from static. Zapdos has recovery in the form of Roost to let it keep itself healthy and make it a real risk if you don't remove it. It has speed control in the form of Tailwind, one of the best supporting speed control moves in the game. Thunderbolt is a great attacking move. It's a really, really good offensive type. It can use Hurricane. I don't love Hurricane because it's not super accurate, but people have used like Hurricane, Thunder, Zapdos on rain teams, sometimes with Choice Specs, sometimes with Choice Scarf, sometimes with other items. Hidden Power Ice was popular for a while because, yeah, like Zapdos couldn't hit any ground types for super effective damage, and then all of a sudden Hidden Power Ice would just delete the main ground type from the format. Zapdos has just been such a great Pokemon across the board in so many different formats, pretty much since its introduction. Like, I remember hearing about Zapdos before I even like played the game. You know what I mean? Like, it's Zapdos. It's like, I mean, I think it's the best Kanto legendary Pokemon by far. Now, it is worth noting that Zapdos has, as far as I know, never won the World Championships in the oldest division, which is definitely a point against it. But despite that, it's been such a dominant Pokemon and has really proven itself over the years, over so many different formats and rule sets, that I think not including it this high would be a mistake. Okay, going into number 2, you all probably thought it was going to be on this list at some point, right? Charizard. Charizard is interesting because in its base form, it's not actually very good. It has the solar power ability, which is very, very powerful. It boosts its fire type moves in the sun, but it's so frail and it's not very fast. Or like, it's not so slow, but it's not so fast that like it can kind of justify how frail it is. You know what I mean? But the thing is that Charizard is kind of Game Freak's golden child. And so it has gotten so many different forms and like buffs over the years. We're not gonna talk about the base form that much because of everything that I just said, but we can talk about the other 3. Mega Charizard X was the least popular by far. It's a fire and dragon type and a physical attacker, completely kind of changing the way that we know how to use Charizard. It won multiple regional championships over the years. I actually won one myself back in 2018 with it. And I actually brought it to 2 different world championships, which is pretty nuts because it wasn't a very like popular or like widely considered good Pokemon. Anyway, as a fire and dragon type, it actually allowed it to be a like bulky physical attacker most of the time. You could use Dragon Dance. I liked using like Roost and Will-O-Wisp to allow it to be this disruptive, like powerful physical attacker that could hopefully like burn Mega Kangaskhan and then roost off the damage. It had the Tough Claws ability, which powered up certain moves like Flare Blitz, which actually made like Flare Blitz really, really strong. And because it was both fire and dragon type, it resists fire with both of its typing, making it a really good answer to opposing Mega Charizard Y. Speaking of Mega Charizard Y, this is by far the more popular form, and for good reason. Mega Charizard Y has the Drought ability, allowing it to set up the sun for 5 turns, and this ability is really strong because Mega Charizard Y is tanky enough, but really it hits very, very hard with moves like Heat Wave and Overheat being boosted by the strong sunlight. It also allowed Mega Charizard Y to use the move Solar Beam because, yeah, like when it was almost always in the sun, so there was kind of no drawback, allowing it to hit the rock and the water type Pokemon that would otherwise threaten it. Mega Charizard Y was really strong because it could kind of be the main focal point of a team. Like you could build your team.
Oh, we went to the city. We went to the city. We went to the city.
Or if you wanted, you could use it to support other Pokemon on your team, like Venusaur, for example. You could also use it as kind of a counter weather because back when Mega Charizard Y was first introduced, Rain was a very popular archetype, and having a Mega Evolution that could just say, hey, no more rain, sorry, was very, very, very powerful. Mega Charizard Y was one of the top 3 Mega Evolutions when Mega Evolutions were introduced, and pretty much never fell outside of the top 5 as far as I can remember. But despite that, it really pales in comparison to Gigantamax Charizard. Gigantamax Charizard was just stupid. It was actually one of the dumbest Pokemon of all time. I actually cannot believe, like, I know I was kind of malding about Venusaur, but like, Charizard Gigantamax was just everything that was wrong with Venusaur, but on steroids. What you have to understand is that Gigantamax Charizard was so strong that if you didn't experience it, I don't think anything I can say will ever like fully convey the terror that it evoked. The reason it was so strong is that it abused a number of different mechanics that all interacted with Dynamax. First, when a Pokemon Dynamaxes or Gigantamaxes, it keeps its base ability. And in Charizard's case, that meant that it kept Solar Power. Solar Power boosts the damage of all of Charizard's special attacks as long as the sun is up, and then damages it a little bit, actually a meaningful amount at the end of each turn. Gigantamax Charizard will also often hold the Life Orb item, which is a similar effect. It's a power boost at the cost of 10% of your health every time you land a hit on an opposing Pokemon. The thing is, both Solar Power and Life Orb are kind of balanced around the recoil damage. It's saying, hey, you're going to do a lot more damage, but you're going to take a meaningful amount of damage in return, and so it's kind of balanced, right? Well, with Gigantamax, you were able to have effectively the damage of the recoil while keeping all of the additional power multipliers, which also scaled with the fact that max moves got stronger than their base form. So you were getting more benefit out of this while less cost. It was like, and the cost was like just barely balanced. It was like you were just barely taking enough damage that it was actually like a meaningful drawback. Whereas when you Gigantamaxed, the drawback was basically nothing. You could have all of the damage and more, and you weren't even really that bothered by the fact that you were taking recoil because you were still so tanky because your HP pool was doubled. So basically, Gigantamax Charizard would get 50% stronger by using fire-type moves, 50% again if those moves were in the sun, another 30% for Life Orb, and another 50% for Solar Power boost, and it has that same Gigantamax Wildfire effect that Venusaur's Gigantamax move did, which was doing, like, again, a third of a team's total HP in passive damage, like, over the course of the battle. In other words, if you hit something with Gigantamax Wildfire in the sun and they weren't Dynamax themselves, you were probably not only taking a KO, but you were probably setting up an effect that was going to do the majority of your opponent's remaining HP. The thing is, Gigantamax Charizard wasn't even forced to run the Life Orb item. Some players ran Cardiberry or Wackenberry to reduce.
Bitch, I'm trying to find a good Zigzagoon. Like, get out of here.
They will get rid of my Charizard before it gets at least one attack off. And by the way, Gigantamax Charizard being a flying type actually made it super threatening because it was able to use one of the best base max moves in the game, maybe the best base max move, Max Airstream, which allowed it to increase its speed, do a ton of damage, and boost its partner's speed. Gigantamax Charizard would also occasionally run Weakness Policy, and when that happened, yeah, like Charizard would just KO everything. Gigantamax Charizard won the very first tournament of Sword and Shield, and it almost won the very last one as well. And it was consistently a Pokemon that basically just dominated throughout all 3 years of Sword and Shield, despite the pandemic. There was never really a point where Gigantamax Charizard was bad, and it was almost always a Pokemon that you had to pay really big attention to, because even when like there weren't good Sunsetters, it was still capable of winning tournaments. Anyway, between how good the Mega Charizards were and how broken Gigantamax Charizard was, I think it is absolutely one of the best Kanto Pokemon of all time.
Orthword?
It's not the best. Now, I bet a lot of you think number 1 is going to be Mewtwo, and probably I'm going to get a lot of comments about Mewtwo. That's what I'm anticipating with my World Champ prediction over here. What you have to understand is that Mewtwo actually isn't very good in the history of competitive Pokemon. Like, I love Mewtwo. It's one of my favorite Pokemon. Don't get me wrong. I'm not talking smack about Mewtwo, but Mewtwo's only ever legal when other powerful legendary Pokemon are also legal, like Groudon and Kyogre, and it just like doesn't really
it is weak against fighting. I was like, maybe there's something about it that makes it not weak against fighting, but hopefully it's not very fast.
Here. I saw that. Go back and watch the rest of the video.
Okay, it's dead.
No fun to peek. Go back and watch the rest of the video, then I'll tell you. Anyway, like I said, the number 1 Pokemon is technically a legendary Pokemon. By the definition of the Pokedex, it's Arcanine, or if you're cultured, Arcanine.
Arcanine,
in my opinion, is the best Kanto Pokemon of all time. Now, there are 2 different Arcanines. There's Hisuian Arcanine and there's Base Arcanine. Hisuian Arcanine plays a little differently, so I guess I'll talk about it first. Hisuian Arcanine is primarily a more offensive version of Arcanine. It's a fire and rock type rather than a pure fire type, and it's often used with like Choice Band. This is partially to do with like Scarlet and Violet and the introduction of like Chen Pao, but also partially just because fire and rock is just strictly worse defensive typing than just pure fire. So if you're using Hisuian Arcanine, you probably want it to be more offensive because that's the main benefit. Anyway, it's often used with Choice Band and moves like Head Smash, Extreme Speed, Rock Slide, etc. And it uses basically Intimidate, which is an incredible ability like we've talked about, and the fact that it's decently fast and very strong and has the access to priority move Extreme Speed to try and overwhelm the opponent, especially when paired with Tailwind to make it even faster. Really though, Arcanine is on this list because of its base form and how good and consistent it is. Arcanine has been one of the best Pokemon in multiple different formats. In fact, in many different formats where Incineroar is not legal. Sorry about that, Arcanine. But basically, it's a really tanky support Pokemon that can it's kind of like Zapdos. It can kind of do it all.
I do. I have one. Gotcha.
Pressure with moves like Flare Blitz, Overheat, and even Burn Up. It mostly uses moves like Will-O-Wisp, Helping Hand.
Ooh, epic. Ooh, epic.
Team around it, but because it's so tanky and it doesn't even have that many weaknesses, and because of how good Will-O-Wisp is, it's a really consistent Pokemon that in lots of different formats has been kind of the glue that holds everything together. Defensive Pokemon are often the cornerstones of teams because like of course it's nice to put your strong offensive Pokemon and just KO everything, but what happens when you're out of position? And you kind of have to like dance around your opponent's big threats.
Nope, we are not taking that Moonstone. We are not taking that Moonstone.
Arcanine is one of the best defensive Pokemon of all time. The fact that it's a defensive Pokemon that mostly supports the team that also
look, it's a Herdier.
Is just a big
no. Fight. Arm thrust. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get squished. You got squished.
And then in 2023, with Scarlet and Violet's introduction, it was again one of the most popular Pokemon for a majority of the year. I think really speaks to just how strong Arcanine has been over the years, and the fact that despite power creep and despite all these other really powerful Pokemon being introduced to the game, Arcanine can still really hold up. Anyway, those are the 10 best Kanto Pokemon of all time, according to me. I'm sure many of you are very upset with this list, so please be nice. I appreciate it. And yeah, thanks for watching. Let me know if you want to see. Is it possible to win a Pokemon battle if you tell your opponent your moves before you make them? It seems impossible. After all, if your opponent knew the exact move you would make, surely they could counter them, right? I set out to answer this question. The thing is, though, I'm not like other people. You see, I have something scientists refer to as the world champ difference. Setting out to win a singular game would be a little beneath my standards. Instead, I set out to win 5 games in a row, telling my opponents my moves first every turn. But I'd immediately run into a problem. You see, there's no way for you to communicate with your opponents in Sword and Shield. Thanks to Nintendo's removal of the microphone with the Switch, you simply cannot complete this challenge. Thankfully, today's video is sponsored by Honkai Impact 3rd.
Fuck you, Honkai. Son of a...
Impact 3rd to get crystals and asterites, and try characters for free. This is the 5.8 release featuring Lunala and Groudon. I loaded up Showdown and began the challenge.
I want to listen to more
I needed a name for
lectures.
this challenge, and I settled on Are You Psychic? It felt appropriate. My first opponent had a very legit team, featuring Solgaleo and Kyogre with a bunch of powerful support. Water is one of the best types in the game, but that actually makes finding the best water type Pokemon really difficult. We're not looking for a needle in a haystack here, we're looking for a fancier needle in a needle stack. Note to the editor, cut that out. There have been a lot of really incredible water type Pokemon over the years, but a handful stand out clearly above the rest. Before we talk about the 3 best water type Pokemon of all time, let's start with some great water types who didn't quite make it to the podium but deserve to be recognized nonetheless. Starting with Gyarados. What, you think we're gonna talk about the best water type Pokemon of all time and not talk about Gyarados? You think this is amateur hour? Gyarados does a lot of things well. Its stats are good and it's got some great tools in its move pool. The thing that sets Gyarados apart from other water type
it's
Pokemon
Larry.
though is its ability. See, competitive Pokemon is entirely double battles, and Gyarados' Intimidate ability lowers the attack of both opposing Pokemon every single time Gyarados hits
I don't
the
think I've actually
field.
beaten
It's
this
one
guy
of the
yet,
best
so...
abilities in the game, and it works especially well on Gyarados, who has good special bulk but a worse physical defense stat than Execute. What I think is cool about Gyarados is that it works both as a defensive support Pokemon and as an offensive sweeper. Gyarados can slow opponents down with Thunder Wave and Icy Wind, it can boost its teammates' damage output with Helping Hand, and it can shut down set-up threats with Taunt. Also, if you paralyze your opponent and hit them with Waterfall, you can make them very angry. If you'd rather your demonic Wind Kite do more damage, well, look no further than the Dragon Dance set. With Dragon Dance, Gyarados can raise both its attack and speed stats, allowing it to outspeed the vast majority of Pokemon and output huge amounts of damage. Of course, Gyarados does have a problem. Since it's a flying type but not a bird, it cannot learn Brave Bird or any other good flying type attack. Its best option is, sadly, Bounce, a 2-turn move that can easily be blocked by Protect. But Gyarados has benefited a ton from the addition of new mechanics starting in Generation 6. Mega Gyarados actually won Worlds thanks to some help from Pachirisu, and this Gyarados solved its flying attack problem by instead using Earthquake. Starting in Generation 7, Gyarados would be able to use each generation's unique mechanic to actually gain access to a flying type attack. Whether via a Z Crystal giving access to Supersonic Sky Strike, Dynamax offering Max Airstream, or Terra Flying Terra Blast. With offensive Gyarados actually on the table, some players even chose to use its hidden ability Moxie instead of the traditional.
Oh, hey, maybe the Linone will have
there
a
is
fucking...
reason why Gyarados is at the start of our list
Pickup.
and not
Hey,
sitting atop
Linone, do you have
the throne.
pickup?
Its reliance on
Would
once per battle
you
mechanics
happen to
makes
have
it
it?
somewhat inconsistent
Sure, why
as
not?
a
You can learn-
sweeper.
you can learn
And as a
that.
support
Flash is
Pokemon,
what,
there
70?
are some very good Intimidate users that you can use instead. And these Pokemon are very well designed and are very well balanced and are good for the game. But not every water type Pokemon on our list was always a water type. And if you, like me, know way more about
Yes,
Pokemon than
Adventure
is
Plus,
considered
here we
healthy by 10 out of
go.
10 doctors, you probably know our next Pokemon is Rotom Wash. Initially a ghost and electric type, Rotom Wash changed to a water and electric type starting in Pokemon Black and White, and immediately went from having less usage than a washing machine left on the curb to being used as much as a washing machine in a college dormitory. Rotom's stats are good, not great, but they're exceptionally
I guess
well-rounded because of how
all
they're
commons.
dealt out. And that
Maybe
allows
they will
players
have
a
shiny
great deal of
Pokemons
control
inside
over
'em,
how
so
they
that'll make 'em
actually
good.
use Rotom Wash. One of the most popular ways of using Rotom Wash is as a bulky attacker, capable of both disrupting opponents and dealing damage. Most Rotom, oh yeah, I'm just gonna say Rotom now instead of saying Rotom Wash every time because you know I'm talking about Rotom Wash, right? Like I was saying, most Rotom run the move Will-O-Wisp, an incredible supporting move that, if it hits, burns the target, a near death sentence for
Psychic and psychic only. That's right, because ground moves don't hit it.
Out there that would miss Will-O-Wisp when it really counted, right?
Going to try for another Will-O-Wisp. Will it hit? No, of course not.
Against special attackers, Rotom can use Thunderbolt and Hydro Pump for immediate damage, making it difficult to ignore. Rotom's typing is exceptional. Water and electric as a combination are only weak to grass and ground attacks, and its levitate ability takes care of the latter. What I think is neat about Rotom is that it's an incredibly flexible Pokemon. The standard set for many years was a bulky Citrus Berry set, but Choice Specs Rotom using moves like Trick, Volt Switch, Discharge, and Hidden Power saw play consistently, and Choice Scarf saw some usage as well to get the jump on otherwise faster targets. Chesto Berry was even used with Rest to win the 2013 World Championships in the youngest division, and Light Screen Rotom placed third in the oldest division that year as well. The funny thing is, Rotom's move pool isn't even that deep. It just makes really good use of the limited moves that it does get. Of course, Rotom isn't placing in our top 3. And between you and me, out of all the water types on this list, I think it's probably closer to the bottom. It is a good Pokemon, but it's held back significantly by its stats, and its only water type attack is Hydro Pump, and if you're relying on hitting a Hydro Pump, you're gonna have a bad time. Rotom is able to keep up when the power level is lower, but as more and more powerful Pokemon are introduced
gluttony.
each generation, this washing machine eventually ends up out of order. So why don't we talk about a Pokemon who has no issue when it comes to its stats? Now, some quick important context. Certain legendary Pokemon are given a special classification known as a restricted Pokemon. This is pretty much every box legendary and a handful of other Pokemon as well. Here's the full list if you want to pause and read. These Pokemon are designated as much stronger than regular Pokemon and are only legal in competitive play during specific rule sets, and you're only allowed to have 1 or 2 on your team. This is extremely relevant because choosing one restricted Pokemon means giving up on a different one. Anyway, let's talk about Palkia. This space banana is a water and dragon type with great stats and a good move pool. Palkia has excelled the most as a Trick Room setter that's also able to do good damage. With its great defensive typing, Palkia resists many relevant attacks, being especially good at taking water moves, a very relevant feature in a format with Kyogre. Its stats allow it to work both inside and out of Trick Room. With 100 base speed, Palkia can be trained heavily in speed to try and outspeed a good chunk of the format, or you can ignore its speed completely.
Oh my god, I was like, what fucking Pokemon is that? It's a guy who's waggling his butt at me.
Difficult to get off the field, and with its high base special attack, ignoring it is about as safe as ignoring a bear in a hot dog eating contest who just ran out of hot dogs. Palkia's move pool is very solid. Its primary support move is Trick Room, reversing the speeds of the battle, but it also has a lot of good offensive moves. Thunder has been used as an answer to Kyogre, and Flamethrower and Earth Power are great options against Steel-type Pokemon. Palkia's signature move, Facial Rend, is a mostly upgraded version of Dragon Pulse, and though it's weaker than Draco Meteor, it doesn't have the same drawbacks. Plus, it crits more often. From a move pool perspective, Palkia's biggest weakness is that, just like Rotom, it doesn't have a reliable water-type attack. Hydro Pump is really all you're given.
I'd want to get a different load if I'm gonna have that fucker's just floating there. He's just floating.
Both gave players a way around this, as both these special moves never missed, and Max Geyser even set up the rain for future attacks. But in Scarlet and Violet, neither option remains to our abyssal abomination. But more than Hydro Pump's performance issues, Palkia's biggest weakness is that as a restricted Pokemon, it just feels fair. Yes, it's tanky and it hits hard, but its stats don't allow it to outspeed and KO your entire team like Zacian. And its signature move is extremely well balanced, unlike, I don't know, Astral Barrage or Geomancy. Restricted formats introduce so many Pokemon that make me feel like nobody at Game Freak thought to playtest before unleashing them on the world. And so when you get a Pokemon that feels
Having such bad
fair,
luck today.
it kind of feels like a waste to use. That being said, Palkia did make it to the semifinals of the last World Championship it was legal in, and they've since introduced the new Horsey form, which is just the same except with strictly better stats. So I think there's a chance at least we see Palkia do well in the future. Palkia might feel fair, but trust me, not every Pokemon on this list does. Let's start with a more mild case of brokenness. The new Pokemon introduced in Scarlet and Violet, Palafin. Palafin is the only Pokemon from Generation 9 that makes it onto our primary list. Oh yeah, there's another secret list coming later, spoiler alert. But even though Palafin has only been legal like a little over a year, it wouldn't feel right to not include it. As most of you probably know, Palafin was given a signature ability called Zero to Hero, which causes it to change from a civilian to a superhero when it switches out of the battle, vastly improving its stats. This unique mechanic took a little bit of time for players to figure out, but once they did, Palafin completely took over competitive play. Let's break down what makes Palafin so strong. The easy answer is its stats when transformed. I mean, look at this thing. Of the new Pokemon introduced in Generation 9, not including Paradox or legendary Pokemon,
Yay, Spinarak is evolving.
Clearly the
Look at
best.
his booty.
In fact, of
He's
all
such
the
a big
Pokemon
boy.
currently in Scarlet and Violet,
Wibbly
Palafin
wibbly.
has the 4th highest attack stat, beating out Zacian, Groudon, Rayquaza, and many other powerful Pokemon. And its other stats aren't exactly lacking. The same base speed as Palkia with better than average bulk. Let's just say nobody was complaining about Palafin being too weak. Normally, for a Pokemon to be this strong, there needs to be a drawback, like Slaking, who is weaker than Palafin and also has a much worse ability, or by being a restricted Pokemon who is supposed to be stronger than a regular Pokemon. But Palafin's drawback is relatively easy to manage. You just have to switch it out. By pairing Palafin with disruptive Pokemon that cut opponents' damage output, like Tinglu, Arcanine, and Amoonguss, players were able to make Zero to Hero's drawback feel like zero problem to deal with. Palafin also has a good move pool. The new move Wave Crash does so much damage, it can KO Amoonguss in 2 hits with a little help. And it also gets a signature attack called Jet Punch. This is a 60 base power move, which might not seem very good compared to Wave Crash's whopping 120 base power, but what you need to know is that Jet Punch is a priority move. Priority moves, for anyone unaware, are extremely valuable in competitive play, since they ignore pretty much every form of speed control except for other priority moves. To balance them, they're kept relatively weak. The standard is 40 base power unless they have some major drawback like Sucker Punch, which is super unreliable, or Grassy Glide, which requires grassy terrain to be set up. Jet Punch has no such drawback, and like I said, is 60 base power.
Hello,
50%
motherfucker.
Welcome to the Cafe 80s, where it's always morning in America, even in the afternoon.
Thank you so much for the follow. Aona Koshi. I hope you're having a good day.
Like Terra Water, Mystic Water,
We just having a chill stream today listening to
KO many faster Pokemon
VG
with Jet Punch.
Wolfie explain Pokemon to us because we suck at Pokemon apparently on every level.
Which I think is for the best for everyone. It does learn Haze, which was quite valuable for a time thanks to Dondozo being a menace. And I won a tournament using close combat to hit Pokemon like Tyranitar, Kingambit, and Gastrodon. The truth is that Wave Crash and Jet Punch are so powerful that between them and Protect, you kind of don't need your 4th move a lot of the time. Of course, Palafin has suffered such a major decrease in usage that I made a whole video just talking about it. To give you a much shorter version
Oh my
without
god, are
any
you
of the
kidding me?
Palafin
I've
suffers
had
a
this
lot
problem
with
twice
fast
now,
forward
where
and
I go into a
immediate
field
pressure,
and I get
because
one
the harder
Pokemon
to
type.
mitigate the
Just
damage
one.
you're forced to take,
All it
the
is
more you
Wormadam.
switch out.
Last time all it was
Pokemon that
Among
can't
Us.
do any damage
Or
until it's switched
a
out is
fungus, or
huge
fungus, or
liability,
whatever the
since
fuck.
you're
What the
forced to lead
fuck?
it a lot of the time. On top of that, Urshifu's reintroduction
Ooh,
to the game
Mawile.
means there's
Cheers.
an alternative, powerful, physical attacking water-type Pokemon that not only
I like
doesn't need
Mawile.
to switch out to
Wonder
be
if I can find my
strong, but
Mawile.
also hits through Protect.
There is
has a
one in
priority
here.
move of its own, and always crits with its signature move. And the Pokemon players use to get around Urshifu also happen to work
Where
against
are you,
Palafin,
Mawile?
like Amoonguss, Gastrodon, and Sunny Day Tornadus, to name a few. Palafin has fallen from one of the most used Pokemon to 1/3 of 1% of users.
I'm not having any luck
Who
finding
knows?
her. She is in
Maybe
here,
the
though.
hero will appear again when we need him the most. Which is what I hope happens to our next
Gosh
water
darn
type
it.
Pokemon,
Stupid
since it really
randomize.
hasn't been used for quite a long time. But this video is about finding the best water type Pokemon ever. So
He's
we're
hiding
still gonna
now.
talk about it. It's one of my
Where we've seen
personal
every
favorite
single Pokemon at least once.
Ludicolo. Howdy, partner. Listen, I don't own a cowboy hat. This is the closest thing I have, okay? Don't yell at me.
Son of
Today's
a
video is
bitch.
sponsored by the
I do
Oregon
have one.
Trail. Now, if you're about as old as I am, very young and youthful and spry, you
What happens when
probably
you
remember that
randomize?
The original Oregon Trail game was a huge hit during childhood.
God
which is
damn
why
it.
am
I don't
so
wanna listen to a
excited
fucking
tell
ad.
you that a remake of the classic released in November of 2022 with modern gameplay and amazing
I will
visuals.
find it.
This official successor to the global phenomenon blends the historically accurate with the completely wild. I think games like this that blend history with the fantastic
irritated
are a
now.
lot of fun personally, so I was really happy when the Oregon Trail reached out. I played the game for a little myself and had a lot of fun. I caught some fish, and also a dude like fell from the sky right in front of me. That was kind of weird.
You have to be
After
kidding
an
me.
incredible launch, the Oregon Trail is now available on even more platforms than ever before. And they're even offering a limited time discount of 33% off to PS Plus users until February 25th. And if you've got good taste and already own the game, the Cowboys and Critters DLC, which releases later this year, will be available for just $5 on release day. If you want to check the game out for yourself, make sure
Imagine
to click the
finding
link in the
every fucking
description to
Pokemon in this
discover
thing.
and play the game.
Except
Thanks
for the
again to
freaking
Oregon
Mawile at
Trail
this
for
point.
sponsoring this video.
There's actually
Ludicolo
not
is
that
one of the
many.
Pokemon on our list who actually feels pretty fair. It's got respectable stats. Calling them good would be a bit of a stretch. Despite this, it's actually won the World Championships twice, a feat not many other Pokemon have accomplished. So, what makes Ludicolo so good? The short answer is that it's incredibly strong in and against rain teams. With water and grass typing,
my life.
Ludicolo takes virtually no
I'm
damage
gonna take the
from
first
water
grumpy
type
one I
attacks,
find.
and with its swift swim ability and
this
its water
way.
type moves getting powered up in the rain, it's an amazing Pokemon to have on a rainy day.
Oh, there she was, and I
Ludicolo
skipped
won
her.
Worlds in
Fuck my life.
2009 and 2010, but didn't see very much play during Pokemon Black and White because Kingdra
We
was
got a
a
spiel
new
instead,
rain
cause
super.
the game,
It
the
did win
damn
US
thing
Nationals
decided it
in
wanted to show me
2013
every
as an
Pokemon in there
anti-rain
except for freaking
option
Mawile,
on
and then I
the
skipped
Sand
Mawile
type.
like
In
a fool.
2014, however, Kingdra wasn't in the game, and many players picked up Ludicolo in its absence. With the Assault Vest item and its good natural special defense stat, Ludicolo was incredibly tanky, and with Fake Out supporting its team, Ice Beam hitting dragon types, and Giga Drain keeping it healthy and threatening opposing water types, Ludicolo quickly became a staple. And unlike many water types we've talked about thus far, Ludicolo learned Scald, allowing it to actually have a consistent water type attack that could also fish for burn. Offensive Ludicolo has seen some play over the years as well, with popular items being Life Orb or Watarium Z to boost Hydro Pump, and even Absorb Bulb was used occasionally. I used it myself to get second at a regional on my super slow Ludicolo that was slower in rain than my Choice Scarf Politoed, who would activate the Absorb Bulb with Surf. Wait, does this even make sense to anybody? Do y'all understand what I'm talking about, or is this just like an I like your funny words Magic Man moment?
I like
Anyway,
your words funny,
Ludicolo has
Magic
been
Man.
a niche pick ever since like 2015. Though despite being niche, it's actually had a lot of success, winning regional level events in Latin America, Malaysia, and Singapore in 2018, as well as an international in 2018, the highest level of event aside from Worlds. In 2019, Kyogre was reintroduced, and Ludicolo once again saw success at the top level, in large part due to
I
it
like
being one
your
of the
funny
strongest
words,
Pokemon while also being effective against Groudon. In Sword and Shield, Ludicolo didn't see any major success for the first
Pokemon,
generation since
Mega
competitive Pokemon began. Though my
Mega
hunch
Punch.
is that this was at least in part
Physical,
due to it not
80,
being well
85%
suited to take advantage
attack
of a Dynamax
chance?
format.
What else it
Ludicolo was only
do?
recently added to Scarlet
No
and
secondary
Violet with the
offense.
DLC. So the
Fuck
big
that
question in my mind is, will Ludicolo be able to make a triumphant return, or are its glory days behind it? Now, there's just one more Pokemon on my list of good but not the best water type Pokemon, and frankly, it's the Pokemon I spent the most time debating whether or not it belonged in the top 3.
If it has anything less than 100%, it is 0% in this game.
Types of all time, but I'm gonna make the call that it's not quite the pinnacle yet. It's everyone's favorite slug, Gastrodon. At first glance, Gastrodon might seem strange to have above Pokemon like Palafin and Palkia. Its stats are okay. It's really slow, but it's got respectable bulk and a usable special attack stat. But we're not looking for good Pokemon, we're looking for the best of all time.
Oops.
So why is Gastrodon here? The biggest factor is its ability. Storm Drain not only makes Gastrodon immune to all water type moves, it also gets a special attack boost if it's hit with one, and it redirects all water type attacks to itself, protecting its partner from powerful moves. This is an absurdly good ability, and it's the primary reason Gastrodon was able to win not 1, but 2 world championships, both done in the last 5 years. Gastrodon's ground secondary typing helps as well, giving it an electric immunity as well as some handy resistances and a secondary offensive stab move. With 2 immunities, 4 resistances, and only 1 weakness, Gastrodon is extremely difficult to remove, making it a massive problem for water type attackers. Gastrodon's move pool gives it a number of useful tools as well. Recover can be used to shrug off damage, Icy Wind can control the speed of the battle, Scald and Muddy Water offer valuable secondary effects, Earth Power
already
is
have a poison
reliable
Pokemon.
ground attack, and Ice Beam is great coverage against grass and flying.
I'll try and catch it
things.
anyway, though.
Gastrodon has benefited a lot from the major mechanics of the last 3 games as well, with Ground DMZ allowing it to do huge damage despite being bulky,
Nice.
Yawn being an
Get a
incredible
Pokeball.
tool against Dynamax Pokemon,
And don't
Storm Drain
poison
shutting
me, you
down
little
Max
hacker.
Geyser Pokemon like Kyogre and
Hacker,
Palkia,
yes.
and Terastallization allowing it to get around its quadruple weakness to grass. Gastrodon
sticky
is
hole.
kind of a funny Pokemon because how good it is strictly dependent on how good other water type Pokemon are, as its main selling point is its ability, and ultimately
Hi,
that's the
Lenone.
deciding factor as to why I left it out of the top 3.
Not really
If it
what I
continues to
want,
do
but
as well as it has at the last
I'm
5
not
World
taking
Championships,
Lenone if
I
Lenone
might
doesn't
need to
have fucking
reevaluate my
pickup.
list. Before we jump into our top 3 Pokemon,
Hey, you don't got
I wanna
pickup.
talk
You don't
about
get to
some
come with
other
us.
Pokemon
That's
that
just
didn't
how this
quite make
goes.
the list, but are still worth mentioning. First, for anybody whose primary experience with the game is through fan modes of single battles or the anime, you might be wondering why Greninja hasn't been mentioned. And that's because in competitive Pokemon, Greninja is very bad. Battle Bond was never legal, and despite how strong Protean is, Greninja's lack of bulk and inability to get one-hit KOs relegated it to a niche pick in 2014 and then never being seen again. There's also 2 Pokemon I didn't put on this list because they're so new, but I could see them eventually ending up here. The first is Ogerpon Wellspring, which has been dominating competitive play since it was introduced a few months ago. A great ability both in and out of Terastallization, a deep move pool including a broken signature move, Spiky Shield, and Follow Me, and amazing stats all point to Ogerpon being one of the strongest water types ever designed. It's been omnipresent throughout competitive play since it was introduced, and it's not showing any signs of slowing down. That being said, I didn't include it on this list because it's only been out for a couple of months, and I think it needs to prove it has longevity before we can consider it one of the greatest to ever do it. The other Pokemon that's only just been introduced has virtually 0 usage, so it might seem strange to put it on this list. It's Walking Wake, the paradox form of Suicune. Now, Walking Wake is not currently considered good, but the reason I'm including it is because I don't think we've had a format where Walking Wake is able to shine yet. See, Walking Wake has a signature move called Hydro Steam, which, unlike every other water type attack, gets stronger in the harsh sunlight. And Walking Wake has photosynthesis, also powering it up when the sunlight is strong. It also gets Flamethrower and can make good use of Terra Fire as well. In other words, this is one of the strongest Pokemon we've ever seen when it comes to making use of the sun weather condition. I think the reason we aren't seeing Walking Wake right now is because the only drought users are Torkoal and Ninetales. Ninetales. But when Groudon and Koraidon become legal, I expect that to change. I might totally miss the mark here, but this is my video, so I'm gonna make my prediction. I could see Walking Wake being one of the absolute strongest Pokemon when the next restricted format happens. Okay, we're almost ready for the top 3. I just want to quickly list some Pokemon that are really good that just didn't make this list. Dondozo, an incredibly powerful abomination. This one felt
Abomination,
but I just couldn't justify it given how strong the other Pokemon are. Iron Bundle. It doesn't have the results right now to make the list, but it's a great support Pokemon and I like it a lot. Pelipper, a Pokemon with abysmal stats that's done really well in Scarlet and Violet because of its Drizzle ability. Politoed, one of my personal favorite Pokemon who also gets Drizzle that unfortunately just can't really keep up with the current power level.
Fuck is Trubbish weak against?
What does years ago,
I don't even know.
Been able to really make a good appearance for quite a while. Jellicent, one
right,
of my
psychic,
psychic,
and ground.
I couldn't put it on this list in good faith. Lastly, Suicune, a great, reliable, bulky Tailwind setter that has mostly been a niche pick over the years, but it is still good. Okay, finally, now we can talk about the 3 best water type Pokemon. Unlike my best fire type Pokemon video, these are ordered from bottom to top. So let's start off with number 3, Urshifu. The only thing that most of you are probably surprised about is not seeing Urshifu higher. I did make an entire video on why Urshifu completely breaks the game, but for those of you who haven't watched it, I'll give you a little recap. Urshifu is a water and fighting type Pokemon with the signature ability Unseen Fist, which causes all of its contact moves to completely ignore Protect with no drawback. Protect is the primary defensive tool in the game, meaning there is virtually zero defensive counterplay against Urshifu. As if this weren't bad enough, Urshifu's signature move, Surging Strikes, always crits, ignoring attack drops and defense boosts, as well as doing bonus damage. And it hits 3 times, meaning you can't stop it with a Focus Sash or Sturdy. Add on to all of this Urshifu's great base stats and ability to use multiple items very well, and you can see why nobody has ever tried to argue that this Pokemon is anywhere close to balanced. Urshifu is one of the main Pokemon players were trying to beat going into the World Championships last year, but despite that, it still managed to not only win, but also play second, third,
we get
6th, and 8th out of the top 8 competitors. In the events following, Urshifu would go on to win a majority, as well as the 2 most recent events at the time of making
Power,
this
nice.
video. It's not like Urshifu's success is limited to recency either. After being introduced in Sword and Shield's first DLC, Urshifu would dominate there as well. I even used it to win the Players' Cup 2 due to its great synergy with Colossal. Even attempting to counter Urshifu isn't always possible. Despite Urshifu's presence at Worlds last year, there was not a single Gastrodon in the top 16.
Oh, nice, a
and
Ghastly.
even Rocky Helmet Amoonguss was unable to reliably beat
please.
Urshifu, who ran Taunt or Safety Goggles.
Oh, look, a Hoppip.
The best bet at stopping it is to outspeed it and KO it in one shot, or to try and trade favorably with it. So, why is Urshifu only number 3? Well, it's only won 1 World Championship of the 2 it was legal for, though it's hard to say if it would have won if we'd had a World Championship in 2021. And its overall lack of bulk means it can really only be used as an offensive Pokemon you carefully maneuver into position, rather than a bulky Pokemon who can also output huge damage. And it feels like players are getting better at dealing with Urshifu. At the most recent tournament in Liverpool, Urshifu Water wasn't even in the top 12 most used Pokemon, though Urshifu's Dark-type counterpart was. Urshifu Water still went on to win that event, but maybe that was a feature of the team as a whole being super strong or the player being really good, rather than Urshifu itself being the Pokemon that did the heavy lifting. None of this is to say that Urshifu is bad, and depending on how the next few years go, I could see it taking the number 2 slot. For now though, the second best water-type Pokemon has to go to Tapu Fini. Unlike Urshifu, Tapu Fini is incredibly well designed. I'd argue it's one of the best designed Pokemon ever from a competitive standpoint. Let's talk about why. Tapu Fini gives the player an enormous amount of freedom in how it's used. Its stats imply it wants to be defensive, and if you want, you can use it that way, using moves like Icy Wind, Heal Pulse, Swagger, Nature's Madness, Soak, Haze, Mist, Light Screen, and Taunt to control the pace of the battle and disrupt your opponent. What if you want Tapu Fini to do damage? Well, with a choice specs, you can do that too. Moonblast, Dazzling Gleam, Trick, and Muddy Water are spectacular attacks, and you can afford to train Tapu Fini offensively because its natural defenses are so high. What if you want Tapu Fini to be a setup sweeper? Well, with Calm Mind and Leftovers, you can do that too. With its amazing stats and incredibly deep move pool, you can customize Tapu Fini to fit on any team. My favorite thing about Tapu Fini though has to be its ability Misty Surge. This sets up Misty Terrain, which isn't as flashy as the other 3 terrains. It cuts Dragon moves damage in half and it prevents status conditions. But preventing status conditions is massive. How many battles have you lost to Astray, Paralysis, Burn, or Freeze? With Tapu Fini on your team, you never have to worry about a secondary effect stealing the game away from you again. For players who value being in control, this is a godsend. Misty Surge's secondary benefit is being able to shut down the powerful damage boosting effects of electric, grassy, and psychic terrain, making it an excellent defensive tool against the other Tapu Pokemon. Tapu Fini isn't as flashy as Urshifu or even as Palafin, but I still believe it to be the second best water type Pokemon of all time. It's won 2 world championships in 2017 and 2019, and I'm confident that if it were in Scarlet and Violet, it would be doing incredibly well, especially since it's so good against both Urshifu forms. So, all that's left is to announce the best water type Pokemon of all time. You probably know what it is. You probably suspected it when you clicked on this video. So there's no beating around the bush. The best water type Pokemon of all time is Simipour, baby. That's right. No monkey business here.
What?
Sorry about that. I think that evil Wolfie got a hold of my script somehow. The best water type Pokemon of all time is Kyogre.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Arguably the best restricted Pokemon of all time, Kyogre has won not 1, but 2 world championships. And the years it hasn't won Worlds, it's won multiple other major tournaments and been a top threat going into Worlds. Kyogre's Drizzle ability, or Primordial Sea when it's in its primal form, is incredible, taking control of the weather and powering up its water type attacks. This matters because Kyogre learns the best water type attack ever, Water Spout, a move that does more damage the higher Kyogre's HP is. Almost no Pokemon can take a full power Water Spout, but even if you manage to weaken Kyogre, you still need to deal with its signature move, Origin Pulse, outputting huge amounts of damage. Not that Kyogre's strength stopped there. Its base stats make it not only ridiculously powerful, but extremely hard to get rid of as well, especially on the special side. While its speed stat is a little below what you'd expect for the best water type Pokemon ever, it actually works in Kyogre's favor, functioning with Choice Scarf as a fast sweeper, in Tailwind with some speed investment and a damage boosting item, and in Trick Room as an incredibly tanky attacker. Kyogre's ridiculous flexibility makes it so difficult to handle, as often the ways you beat Scarf Kyogres differ immensely from Trick Room Kyogre. Kyogre is able to take advantage of one of the biggest perks of being a water type, having your water moves get stronger in rain, but it's also able to take advantage of water's defensive benefits as well, with only 2 weaknesses coupling with its phenomenal bulk, making it one of the hardest restricted Pokemon to remove. I'm personally curious if Koraidon and Miraidon will be able to serve as actual answers to Kyogre, but if there's one thing I've learned over the years, it's to never bet against the fish. I hope you enjoyed this video, and feel free to let me know what your favorite water type Pokemon is in the comments. And let me know which type you want me to find the best Pokemon ever of next. I want to figure out what the best fire type Pokemon of all time is. The problem is that it's not an easy question. Fire has been consistently at the top of the game for over a decade, in part because Game Freak's Golden Child keeps getting new forms. But I'm feeling up for the challenge, so I'm going to break down what the best fire type Pokemon of all time is. Fire types have been so strong for so many years, in part because of how the type was designed. A type's weaknesses and resistances will typically give you an idea of how Pokemon of that type want to be used. Steel types, for example, are usually designed with defense as the main focus, thanks to Steel's multitude of resistances and overall lacking offensive spread. For a Steel-type Pokemon to be strong, it's typically going to need to be defensively oriented in order to best utilize its typing. Other types, such as Ice, are designed with offense in mind. Ice is able to hit several other types for super effective damage, but the only type that Ice resists is Ice, and it has a number of weaknesses to common types to boot. This is why the best Ice-type Pokemon tend to be more offensive in nature, making use of the type's offensive relationships rather than
very
trying
good
to
moves
fight
at
the
all.
losing battle of staying alive. There are, of course, exceptions to this rule, but for the most part, a Pokemon's type will determine whether it wants to be offensive or defensive. What makes Fire so interesting and so strong is its well-balanced mix of offense and defense. Defensively, it only has 3 weaknesses, making it a difficult type to remove, and the 6 resistances it provides gives Fire-type Pokemon a lot of staying power. Offensively, it's equally valuable. Only 4 types resist Fire, while 4 are weak to it, and 10 take neutral damage. Thanks to these relationships, the best Fire-type Pokemon aren't all forced to choose between defense or offense. They can just be whichever they're best suited for without their typing holding them back. So today we're talking about great Fire-type Pokemon, but before we continue, I want to talk about some great watches.
No!
Pulse Kern is the sponsor of today's video, starting with Arcanine. Arcanine has been a staple of competitive play in lots of formats where the power level isn't through the roof. It functions as a defensive fire type. Its Intimidate ability supports its team by lowering its opponent's attack, and it can use its incredibly deep move pool to help its teammates out in a bunch of different ways. Will-O-Wisp for burn support, Helping Hand for damage amplification, extreme speed to finish off low HP foes. Even Howl saw some usage this season to boost both its own attack and its partners. One major advantage of using Arcanine is that despite being a support Pokemon, it's still capable of doing damage. Flare Blitz is an amazing fire-type attack, and because it's so strong, it allows Arcanine to be a threat even if it isn't especially trained in offense. Arcanine has really well-balanced stats, so you need to be careful even around a bulkier Arcanine. And if you decide to slap something like a Choice Band on it, you'll be able to do some serious damage. It's a Pokemon that really epitomizes the balance of the fire type. Not that you need to be well-balanced to be good. Torkoal is a Pokemon that's really geared towards offense, but it works because, oh boy, is it strong. Ever since Torkoal was given the Drought ability, it's been a menace. Not only can it set up the strong Sunlight, which boosts all fire moves damage by a huge 50%, but it also gets access to arguably the best fire move of all time, Eruption. Torkoal's further helped out by its abysmal speed stat, which lets it function really well inside of Trick Room. We have in multiple generations seen teams that feature Torkoal as the star win tournaments, and I think that's beautiful. Now, some players have found success with it as a defensive Pokemon, especially when Dynamax was a thing. Torkoal's huge natural defense stat, plus access to disruptive moves, Yawn, and Burning Jealousy, made it a nightmare for physical Dynamax attackers. And it does get some useful supporting moves like Helping Hand. All in all though, Torkoal's definitely best when Eruption is ending the game in 2 turns. On the other side of the coin, Heatran is one of the best defensive fire type Pokemon ever. Heatran has been consistently strong for over a decade now, in large part because it's the only fire and steel type Pokemon ever designed. Combining fire's good defensive spread with steel's phenomenal one creates a Pokemon that is really hard to hit. And with Heatran's good natural offensive stats and coverage moves,
Yay,
easily puts it in
Primate.
contention for the best fire type of all time. Heatran
Possibly
only has
won't
3
be so
weaknesses:
gosh darn
fighting,
weak
water,
now.
and a quadruple weakness to ground. In Scarlet and Violet, players make Heatran even harder to hit by using defensive Terra types of Grass and Fairy, nullifying its prior weaknesses. In past generations, Heatran was equally as menacing. In generations 4 and 5, Steel still resisted Ghost and Dark, making taking Heatran out even more of a pain than it currently is. Heatran's survivability is only made better by its meaningful offensive presence. While it's rarely taking one-hit KOs, its ability to sit in the field and whittle you down with Heat Wave or Earth Power makes ignoring it super costly. In terms of well-balanced, defense-oriented fire types, Heatran is probably number 1. I was on the fence about putting Talonflame on this list. Its stats are really bad, and it feels a little weird next to a Pokemon like Heatran. But we're trying to find the best fire-type Pokemon of all time here, and although Talonflame is good now, when it released, it was a menace. Talonflame's first format was 2014, during X and Y's release. It was immediately obvious that it was going to be a problem. Its new ability Gale Wings gave all of its flying type moves priority, and with Tailwind and Gravebird, this was a big deal. There were almost no good Intimidate users, and flying resistances were limited. People would slap Choice Band on a Talonflame and literally just use it as a win button. Brave Bird would always move first, and it felt nearly impossible to switch into. 2 years later, Talonflame again saw play on arguably the most dominant team composition of all time. It was called Big Six and consisted of Xerneas, Groudon, Talonflame, Smeargle, Mega Kangaskhan, and Mega Salamence. Up until the World Championships, this team, or some variant of it, would win almost every single tournament for the entire season. While future iterations of this team would sometimes drop Talonflame, its access to a priority Tailwind enabled the heavy hitters to overwhelm unprepared foes. In Generation 7, Gale Wings received a major nerf thanks to how much Talonflame had caused. It now only works when Talonflame is at full HP, meaning the Brave Bird spam that caused so many people so much pain is no longer possible. Despite that, Talonflame still has a niche. When prankster Pokemon like Tornadus and Whimsicott are around, its ability to set priority Tailwind isn't worth its much worse stats and typing, but for most of the last year, Talonflame's only prankster Tailwind competition was Murkrow. This led to it winning tournaments despite its mediocre stats, so I think it still deserves a place on this list. Let's talk about a Pokemon where there's no question whether or not it deserves to be here. Mega Charizard Y. When Megas were first introduced, it quickly became apparent that not all of them were created equal. I remember trying out Mega Beedrill and nearly getting one shot by Mega Kangaskhan Fake Out and realizing that Nintendo definitely has favorites. Mega Evolutions, while beloved by casual fans, were kind of a tough pill to swallow for hardcore competitive players, because when they were introduced, there was a clear, major power imbalance. Mega Kangaskhan, Mega Mawile, and Mega Charizard Y were clearly the best by a long shot. Using any other Mega meant sacrificing a lot of the raw power that you would otherwise have. Now, this video isn't about Mega Evolutions, so we really don't need to get into that whole can of worms, but basically, the point is, Mega Charizard Y was so good, it was considered one of 3 viable Mega Evolutions. And there's a good reason for that. Charizard Y was given the Drought ability, allowing it to set up the sun. Just like with Torkoal, this is a massive deal. And while Charizard doesn't learn Eruption, its much higher base speed allows it to be a much more flexible Pokemon than Torkoal. Charizard's ability only activating when it Mega Evolves is another reason for its strength. If Charizard's on the field in its base form, you can't switch in Pelipper or Politoed or Tyranitar if you want to turn off the weather. Because switches happen prior to Mega Evolution, the turn would play out like Tyranitar switches in, Sand gets set up, Charizard Mega Evolves, Sun overwrites Sand, Charizard blows up your team, you shake hands, and then you go build your own Charizard team. Charizard Y's primary attack was Heat Wave, which did huge chunks of damage to both its foes at the same time. But many Charizard would run Overheat or Fire Blast in addition to Heat Wave in order to threaten one-hit KOs on a single target. For rock and water type Pokemon who would otherwise resist its fire moves, Charizard Y often ran Solar Beam, which didn't even have to take a charging turn in the sun, making it even harder to deal with defensively. Some even ran Hidden Power Ice, that's Boomer Terra Blast for you new kids, to deal with pesky Landorus Therian. Add on to these great offensive options the amazing supportive move Tailwind, and you can probably see why Charizard Y was such a problem for so many years. It's worth noting that Torkoal pretty much was never considered seriously competitively until after Mega Charizard Y was out of the picture. While there are some other good fire types like Volcarona, Colossal, and Rotom Heat, none of them saw enough success to justify putting them on the honorable mentions list. But I still like them, so I'm going to mention them here. Before we get to the big 3, however, I want to talk about 2 new Pokemon as of Scarlet and Violet. Neither of these Pokemon have been around for even a full season yet, so it's way too soon to consider them for the Giftotes, but based on how these next few years go, I think they could definitely earn a spot somewhere on this list. Starting with Chi-Yu. One of the 4 treasures of Ruin, Chi-Yu's unbelievable ability, Beads of Ruin, makes it not only one of the most threatening fire types ever, but one of the most threatening special attackers of all time. Its access to great offensive typing of Dark and Fire, plus its great special
still not a
attack
high enough
stat
level.
means there's almost no Pokemon that can switch into it, especially if it's holding a boosting item like Choice Specs. Chi-Yu is flexible in the item that it holds. Scarf and Specs are 2 more popular items, but Focus Sash and Safety Goggles have seen success as well. It's a bit of a glass cannon, but players have had a lot of success with it this season despite that, whether through bulking it up through a defensive item or EV spread, or by positioning it properly to make sure it can't be taken out before attacking. Because its ability is so unique, I'm not convinced it's been fully figured out yet, so we'll have to see how it performs in these coming years to determine if it belongs on our list. The other honorable mention for the honorable mention list is Ogerpon Hearthflame. Game Freak's newest monstrosity has only been out for a few months, but it's already looking like it'll end up on our list sooner or later. Its fire and grass typing has a lot of benefits, but its real strength has to do with its move pool and abilities. I've already made a full video talking about how broken Ogerpon is, so you can check that out if you want to get the full picture. For now, we'll just have to wait and see if it lives up to the hype, which means it's time to talk about 3 of the best fire type Pokemon ever made. In my opinion, every single one of these Pokemon you could argue as being the best fire type ever made. So rather than rank them as 3, 2, 1, I'm instead going to go through each of them and then tell you which one I think is best at the very end. Starting with Gigantamax Charizard. While it is the only Pokemon on our list that was only legal for 1 generation, its presence as a Dynamax Pokemon was so major that it absolutely deserves its spot. Gigantamax Charizard
is it going?
was arguably the
It's
best
going.
Gigantamax and maybe even the best Dynamax Pokemon in all of Sword and Shield. Its special Gigantamax move, Gmax Wildfire, was probably one of the most broken moves ever designed. If you hit an opponent a single time with this attack, even if you hit them through Protect, both of your opponent's Pokemon would lose 1/6 of their HP unless they were Fire type. Losing that much HP on both of your Pokemon is a massive deal, made much more significant because this effect lasted for 4 turns. In other words, if your opponent took full damage from the effect every turn, this was the equivalent of dealing 1/3 of your opponent's total team-wide HP as a passive effect of landing a single attack. That's not even factoring in Gigantamax Charizard's access to Blast Burn, allowing Gmax Wildfire to be one of the single strongest max moves in the game. Dynamax moves scaled off the base damage of the original move they were using, and Blast Burn was one of very, very few moves that gives Gigantamax Wildfire a base power of 150 compared to the more usual 130. To make things even more overwhelming, Charizard's solar power ability made it nearly impossible to deal with. This ability powers up all of Charizard's special attacks if Sun is active, at the cost of some of Charizard's HP every single turn. This is in addition to the Sun powering up all fire type moves on its own. Gigantamax Charizard with solar power with a life orb in the Sun could one-hit KO nearly every non-Dynamax Pokemon in the format. And even if they managed to survive, it was very likely that they'd faint to the Gmax Wildfire passive damage. On top of its immense damage output, Gmax Charizard was able to be surprisingly bulky. Dynamax doubling the HP pool of a Pokemon allowed the normally frail Charizard to have surprising staying power. Some players opted to run defensive items such as Charty Berry to make Charizard even harder to remove. And by the time the World Championships rolled around, many players were even using the weakness policy item and training their Charizard heavily in bulk. The idea was that if you wanted to get rid of Charizard, you had to hit it with a super effective move, but doing so would then activate the weakness policy and give you virtually no chance to survive a hit. And all of this still isn't the full picture. Unlike Mega Charizard Y, Gigantamax Charizard was able to make excellent use of its flying typing. Special attack and flying types typically struggle due to not having a reliable flying type special attack. Air Slash is a really weak move, and Hurricane's accuracy makes it really inconsistent. Max Airstream, on the other hand, has no such drawback. Not only does it provide a powerful 100% accurate flying type move, it also gives Charizard and its partner a speed boost every time it connects. Max Airstream was one of the most reliable forms of speed control in Sword and Shield, and Gigantamax Charizard was one of the premier users. If your opponent somehow managed to survive the onslaught from Gigantamax Charizard for the 3 turns required to stall out Dynamax, they still weren't out of the woods. Because Blast Burn is the same power as that powered up Gmax Wildfire, Sun boosted baby Charizard hits just as hard as its giant counterpart. So many games were lost by players who barely survived Gigantamax, only to fall to Charizard.
It'd be nice if you just let me
Charizard
get you.
was so strong that it warped the entire format around it, and had some of the most innovation out of any Dynamax Pokemon in Sword and Shield, and won countless tournaments despite being on literally every competitive player's radar. For its raw power, its flexibility, and its complete dominance over the competitive scene, it is a top contender for the best fire type Pokemon of all time. Remember earlier how I mentioned how the best fire type Pokemon aren't forced to all be either offensive or defensive? Well, while Charizard is a fire type suited for offense, Incineroar is the opposite. One of the most infamous villains of competitive Pokemon, Incineroar is arguably the best support Pokemon of all time. Its incredible defensive typing, phenomenal base stats, broken ability and completely decked out move
Oh,
pool make
why?
a versatile Pokemon that can fit on nearly every team and provide a ton of value. The thing that makes Incineroar the most broken is its ability. Intimidate is one of the best abilities in the game, as every time the user switches in, both opponents have their attack lowered by 1 stage. On a Pokemon as bulky as Incineroar that is often switching in 3 or 4 times in one game, that is a ton of value provided. Incineroar's typing of Fire and Dark leaves it with only 4 weaknesses in exchange for 6 resistances and an immunity. If you combine these great relationships with absolutely phenomenal base stats, you have a Pokemon that is very difficult to take down. It also helps that 3 of Incineroar's weaknesses are types that tend to have primarily physical users, which means that they're weakened whenever Incineroar switches in, reducing the amount of damage most super effective hits will
Useless.
do.
I'm useless.
Incineroar's
This
move
is all
pool
very
only
useless. This is
adds
so
to the
stupid.
horror.
This
It
is so
learns the move
stupid.
Fake Out, one of the best supporting moves in the game that prevents an opponent from attacking, but only works the turn Incineroar switches in. This means there's a ton of incentive for Incineroar to switch in and out, as switching in gives both Intimidate and Fake Out pressure. Most good Fake Out users
Why? Why?
But like I said earlier, Incineroar can offer the value of this move as often as 3, 4, or 5 times per battle most of the time. Now, I just mentioned that Incineroar is incentivized to switch both in and out, which might seem strange. How can a Pokemon be incentivized to switch out? Well, it has to do with more moves that Incineroar has. U-Turn in Generation 7 and
This game!
These moves cause the user to switch, with U-Turn doing a bit of damage and Parting Shot lowering both the attack and special attack of the target beforehand.
Fucking
The
piece of
important
shit
thing
motherfucker.
here is that these
Oh, would you like a sub legendary? Oh, you can't have it.
Attacks, they happen when Incineroar, who is relatively slow, moves. Compared to switching out Incineroar directly, which happens at the beginning of the turn, these moves allow Incineroar to stay in, take a hit from the opponent, and then switch out, allowing your likely frailer Pokemon that was in the back to switch in unscathed. Like I mentioned, Incineroar used to have to use U-Turn to do this, but for some reason received a buff in the form of Parting Shot as of Sword and Shield. Parting Shot's mostly agreed upon as better than U-Turn unless you're using Assault Vest. Incineroar's access to good Fire and Dark type moves means that even though it's a defensive Pokemon, you absolutely cannot ignore it. It'll normally run Flare Blitz as its main fire type attack for similar reasons that we mentioned with Arcanine, but its dark attacks allow it to provide a lot of support. Knockoff removes items from opponents, Throat Chop stops sound-based moves like other Parting Shots, and Snarl can be used to lower both opponents' special attack stats, not to mention Darkest Lariat, which ignores defense boost. Between Flare Blitz damage output and the utility these dark type attacks provide, Incineroar is able to contribute to battle offensively as well as defensively. Incineroar works with a multitude of defensive items. We've seen Citrus and Figgy Berry for recovery, Safety Goggles for anti-powder moves, Resist Berries like Chopal, Shuka, and Pasho for help against its weaknesses, and Assault Vest for more general bulk, just to name a few. Incineroar's tools are so generally useful and versatile that it is truly the best support Pokemon that we've ever seen. It can fit on every team, and it's extremely difficult to have consistent counterplay to. There have been formats where Incineroar is on over 80% of teams, even at the top level at the World Championship, and it has won the World Championships every single year it's been legal since gaining access to Intimidate. Talking about the best fire types without mentioning Incineroar would be like talking to Wolfie VGC without him mentioning that he won the World Championships and that you should to his YouTube channel and Patreon. Which brings us to the last of our big 3 fire types. A Pokemon that, just like Wolfie VGC, won the World Championships. I'm talking about Primal Groudon, the fire and...
You know what? I'm taking this little shit bag. I don't know what it does. It looks really cute. I'm taking it.
This guy was strong would be a massive understatement. The first time it became legal, it was a core member of the Big 6 team I mentioned earlier. Paired with Xerneas, the competitive scene saw arguably the most powerful duo of Pokemon it has seen maybe ever. The thing about Primal Groudon is that it's somewhere between Gigantamax Charizard and Incineroar. It's very powerful, though not quite as powerful as Charizard, and very hard to get off the field, though not quite as tanky as Incineroar. It's basically the perfect, well-balanced fire type. To understand what makes Primal Groudon so broken, we have to start by talking about its ability. Desolate Land sets up a special type of strong sunlight. Fire type moves still get boosted by 50%, and Chlorophyll Pokemon still work, but if any water move is used while Desolate Land is active, the move fails. Unlike normal harsh sunlight, Desolate Land does not expire after 5 turns. It instead ends after Primal Groudon leaves the field. And very importantly, normal weather conditions cannot be used to overwrite Desolate Land. So Abomasnow, Politoed, Pelipper, Tyranitar, they all don't work. The only way to overwrite it is with either Primal Kyogre's Primordial Sea or Mega Rayquaza's Delta Stream. Primal Groudon has a quadruple weakness to water and a normal weakness to ground. In other words, the only type it's weak to under Desolate Land is ground. Even better, this combination features 5 resistances and an immunity. Combining these relationships with Primal Groudon's considerable physical bulk made for a Pokemon extremely difficult to get off the field. Primal Groudon was also given an absurd new signature move called Precipice Blades. It's stronger than Earthquake without the drawback of hitting your partner. It does suffer from imperfect accuracy, but this didn't faze competitive players as they rushed to put Primal Groudon on their teams. With its new fire typing, Primal Groudon was able to add a new dimension to its offense that baby ground-only Groudon previously lacked. Initially, this took the form of Fire Punch, but players soon began experimenting with a mix set with Primal Groudon, running Speed Control and Eruption and Earth Power. Getting hit by a full power Primal Groudon Eruption was often enough to lose the game on the spot thanks to how powerful the move is in Sun. With its incredible offensive moves, unbreakable defensive typing, and unholy base stats, Primal Groudon dominated nearly the entire competitive season when it was introduced in 2016, and very nearly won the World Championships, though it was stopped at the finish line by a certain dashing young man. Not to be deterred, Primal Groudon returned in 2019, paired with the newly introduced Lunala, and won the World Championship, earning its spot as strongest in the world. Primal Groudon's introduction in any format completely warps the game around it. Teams need to be built with multiple answers to it, specifically in mind from the get-go. Hidden Power Water plus Rayquaza or Kyogre was considered an extremely viable strategy, so much so that the team that got second at the 2016 World Championships had 2 Hidden Power Water users. If it weren't for Kyogre and Rayquaza, Primal Groudon would have been an unstoppable force, and even with them around, players could only prevent it from winning 1 World Championship. For its bulk, power, and sheer strength, Primal Groudon is undoubtedly one of the best fire-type Pokemon of all time. So now you know which fire types are in contention for the top spot. But before I tell you which one I think is best, I want to know what you all think. Leave a comment with which fire type you think is strongest and why. I'll make sure to read all of them. Now, you've waited long enough. The best fire type Pokemon of all time is Incineroar. There's really no sugarcoating this one. You could probably make the case that Incineroar is the best Pokemon of all time, period. It was a tough choice between these 3, but in the end, the fact that Incineroar has won all 3 of the World Championships it's been legal for, compared to 1 out of 2 for Groudon and 0 out of 1 for Gigantamax Charizard, plays a role in my decision. On top of that, neither Gigantamax Charizard nor Primal Groudon's usage ever reached the peaks that Incineroar has, and that's in large part because of its flexibility. Gigantamax Charizard really needs to Dynamax to be strongest, and Primal Groudon takes one of a team's 2 restricted slots. Incineroar could be put on any team with any Pokemon and help them shine, and in the end, that was the deciding factor that made me choose it as #1 of all time. I really do think that any 3 of these Pokemon could have won it though, so if you think it should have been Charizard or Groudon, that's fine too. Oh, and in case you want to know my thoughts on the worst fire type Pokemon of all time, it's Blacephalon. I really hate clowns. Pokemon should not work, at least not as a competitive game. There are over 1,000 different characters, an incredibly complex type chart that makes rock, paper, scissors look like rock, 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 and unique centralizing mechanics added every 3 years. It's a game that anyone can see has no business working competitively. There's too many variables, there's just too much going on. It shouldn't be possible that it works. And yet, it does. And the single biggest factor in allowing Pokemon to actually operate as a competitive game has to do with a single move. Not something flashy like Gigantamax Wildfire or Batty Bad, but a move that doesn't even do any damage. A move that is nearly worthless during a traditional playthrough of the game. A move that someone new to competitive Pokemon would certainly glance right over. Protect is a very simple move. During this turn, the user doesn't take any damage. It can't be used successively without risking a high chance of failure, and nearly every Pokemon in the game learns it. It isn't fancy, but it is the bedrock of competitive Pokemon. Thanks to Protect, the game is able to center around positioning and
She got a rookie
preservation.
D. If I don't get a rookie D, I'm gonna
Pokemon
fucking
is
lose my
entirely
mind!
battles,
Oh my
being able to keep
god!
your Pokemon safe while your partner takes out a threat, or you switch out to gain a better matchup or more support, is the only reason this game works at all. Without Protect, competitive Pokemon would center entirely around whose offense could blow through the other person's first, and games would be decided nearly instantaneously based on who had a better turn one. Because Protect is the foundation of competitive Pokemon, getting around it is really tricky. You can commit to using Feint, a super weak move that can break Protect, but it will do next to nothing if the opponent doesn't go for it, and it also requires your partner to actually be the one doing the damage. You could use Imprison, which can stop opponents from using Protect, but it takes a turn, 2 of your own Pokemon's moves, and it isn't even given to that many Pokemon in the first place. There's a couple other, even more niche moves that can get around it, but you probably get the picture. To get around Protect, you need to invest a ton of resources, and even then, it'll be inconsistent at best. Or, hear me out, you can pay $30. Our tragic tale begins all the way back in Sword and Shield. After a massive release of the franchise's first ever mainline game on a home console, Pokemon had a decision to make. It was clear that the model of releasing a sequel game was no longer working after the disaster that was Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, but bonus content added onto the main game of the generation was still a good way to make money and hold fans over until the next generation. The solution Pokemon came up with was the modern idea of paid DLC. There would be 2 of these, and the first one, the Isle of Armor, added a new sub-region to explore and introduced several new Pokemon. One of those additions
Of course I end up with a
changed competitive
fletchling.
Pokemon in a way we literally could not see coming. The Isle of Armor's exclusive legendary Pokemon was called Urshifu, and it had the brand new ability Unseen Fist, which allows any attack it uses that makes contact to bypass Protect and its counterparts like Spiky Shield, Obstruct, Detect, Baneful Bunker, King Shield, and Silk Trap. Wait, what is Silk Trap? Oh, it's Spidops' signature move. That's probably why I didn't know what it was. Now, this isn't the first time that Pokemon has experimented with allowing moves to hit through Protect. The first time was 7 years ago with the release of Sun and Moon and their unique Z-move mechanic. These once per battle super powerful moves would still do damage through Protect, though it was only a quarter of what they would have done otherwise. The same concept was used once more with the introduction of Dynamax in Sword and Shield, where Dynamax Pokemon's moves would turn into super powerful Max moves. Just like Z moves, using a Max move into Protect resulted in a quarter of the damage going through. Importantly, while these moves could bypass Protect, it's clear that Pokemon realized just how dangerous this was, so they built in several checks to these mechanics. Only doing a quarter of your damage is a massive deal, as is the fact that these powerful moves can't be used recklessly. Z moves could only be used once per battle, so you really didn't want to use them in front of Protect. And while Dynamax lasted for 3 turns, each of these moves was weaker than their Z move counterpart, and Max moves could be blocked completely with Max Guard, the Dynamax equivalent of Protect. Add on to this the doubled HP pool of Dynamax Pokemon, and you'll see that while each of these mechanics were very powerful, they didn't break the game because they still allowed Protect to do its job. So, it's clear that Pokemon understands how precarious the game really is. And the proverbial duct tape holding it all together is a beautiful little move that lets your monsters chill out for a single turn. So you might imagine that Urshifu, a Pokemon that can hit through Protect, would have similar limitations to the other ways of bypassing Protect, right? 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 For some reason, Game Freak decided that they should throw out the entire basis holding competitive Pokemon together, and that Urshifu would do 100% of its damage when hitting through Protect. No drawback, no downsides, just 100% pure bare fist in your Spidops face. The single restriction placed on Urshifu is that the only moves it can use that go through Protect are moves that make physical contact with the opponent. Thankfully for the worst bear of all time, all of the relevant moves it likes to use make physical contact. Effectively, this restriction is like taking a kid to a dollar store and saying, hey, don't spend more than, I don't know, 100,000 bucks. It's not doing a whole lot. Of course, an ability alone does not make a Pokemon great. There are several Pokemon with absurd abilities, but they're balanced out by other factors to make sure they don't take over the game. Giving Unseen Fist to a Pokemon like, I don't know, Spidops for example, wouldn't make any impact on the game except to give YouTubers some extra content. But Unseen Fist isn't exclusive to a Pokemon that even other bug types are embarrassed to share the same patch of grass with. Unseen Fist was given to Urshifu and Urshifu only, who is not only one of the single strongest Pokemon introduced in all of Sword and Shield, but it's also a Pokemon with 2 forms, making it twice as versatile. Now, sometimes Pokemon having different forms doesn't really change anything. There are a ton of Pokemon with forms that are purely aesthetic, and even when there are differences between forms, oftentimes there's either a clear best option like with Basculesian, who has different stats depending on gender, or the 2 forms are similar enough that the differences are minor, like with Tatsugiri. Urshifu is the rare case where although each of its forms are unbelievably broken, they're also distinct enough that it does really function as 2 different Pokemon. Both Urshifu forms share the same stats and mostly the same move pool. Where they differ is their signature move and their typings. Urshifu Rapid Strike is a water and fighting type, whereas Urshifu Single Strike is a dark and fighting type. Their signature moves are extremely powerful attacks, called Surging Strikes and Wicked Blow, respectively. These are high base power moves that always result in a critical hit, and Surging Strikes actually hits 3 times. To make matters worse, you can't tell which Urshifu form it is at Team Preview. A huge tournament was actually won during Sword and Shield with 5 water types and Urshifu Dark. Opponents unlucky enough to go up against this team simply assumed it was Urshifu Water and were then caught off guard. You might notice that none of these things that we're talking about are exclusive to Scarlet and Violet. In fact, Urshifu Single Strike received a slight nerf on its signature move in these games, and the team preview issue is less of a problem for live events now that we use team sheets detailing each player's team before the battle. So why am I making this video now and not when Urshifu was introduced 3 years ago? When Urshifu was released, the premier gimmick of the region it was born into was Dynamax. With Dynamax, once per game, any Pokemon on your team could inflate itself into a Kaiju for 3 turns, gaining double its health and access to those stronger max moves we were talking about earlier that also had secondary effects activating stat boosts or changing effects on the field. Any non-damaging moves would be converted into Max Guard, which was just a super protect that could even block max moves. Crucially, Max Guard could block other moves, including ones affected by Urshifu's Unseen Fist. For the first ever DLC in Pokemon history, it was kind of a no-brainer that Game Freak made the Pokemon you'd be paying for pretty strong, even strong enough to exist and thrive in a format with Dynamax threats. But given how overpowered Urshifu was, it was a relief that they didn't forget to give it counterplay. With Max Guard, trainers at least had some type of defense against Urshifu, and even though Max Guard wasn't always a great use of your 3 turns of Dynamax, the doubled HP pool of Dynamax Pokemon made Urshifu getting attacks off much less of an issue. With a mechanic like Dynamax being so integral to the game, the existence of Urshifu still isn't justifiable, but it was at least manageable. Let's fast forward to Generation 9. Terastallization is the new mechanic. Once a battle, a Pokemon on your team can change their type. In my opinion, this is a much more flexible and dynamic addition to the game than Dynamax. But a problem lurks on the horizon for our Crystal competitors. Pokemon Home's release sneaks up all too quickly, and to every VGC player in the world, surprise, Urshifu is legal again. And this time, Dynamax isn't here to save us. But the sponsor of today's video might be able to save you. Especially if you're available now to counter it though are a little bit limited. By far, the more popular Urshifu form is Rapid Strike, largely due to its signature move, Surging Strikes. Surging Strikes has 2 characteristics that all but guarantee that when it's directed into the correct slot, it's taking a KO. First, it will always critical hit. This is true of Wicked Blow as well. Critical hits do 3 things. They do 50% more damage, they ignore any defense boosts on the Pokemon getting crit and any offensive drops on the Pokemon doing the critting, and finally, they make people who need therapy punch holes in their computer. The important thing to take away from this is stat reduction tactics like Intimidate or Charm won't save you. Now, we've seen this always crit mechanic implemented with almost no issues on Paldea's fully evolved and fully bipedal Wrath starter, Meowscarada's signature move, Flower Trick. But Flower Trick is meaningfully weaker than Surging Strikes, and Meowscarada is much weaker than Urshifu. Also, Grass type attacks have 5 resistances, whereas Water only has 3. Also, and this is just like a really tiny minor thing, Meowscarada can't hit through Protect. Second thing that makes Surging Strikes broken is that it hits 3 times. Not only does this mean that defensive options like the item Focus Sash and the ability Sturdy don't work against it, but it also makes the animation take longer, which is especially tilting when playing against Urshifu. Each hit does 25 damage or 37.5 with the crit, totaling to 112 base power. Keep in mind that typically all moves with 100 base power or higher are given a meaningful drawback. Whether that's imperfect accuracy or recoil, the stronger a move is, the more significant the cost of using it. In Urshifu's case, they created a move well over this threshold that, rather than having a drawback, instead has the advantage of always critting. Surging Strikes' water typing has a hidden extra benefit, in that it can be powered up by 50% in the rain. Urshifu's threatening enough even without rain being active. In the rain, even Pokemon that resist Surging Strikes can't switch in safely. Between the sheer power of the Pokemon and the removal of consistent counterplay once again, since you can't protect
Son
in
of
front
a
it,
bitch!
you can see why
God
this
damn it!
Pokemon might be considered a problem. The reason I wanted to make this video is because Urshifu is the only Pokemon that's broken to come out of Sword and Shield. Good thing these games didn't add any other horrifying, overpowered, stupidly broken Pokemon, right? Okay, so obviously a lot of the Pokemon that were added during Sword and Shield are really strong. So why are we talking about Urshifu specifically? I don't think that many people would try and argue that Urshifu is stronger than Zacian, and you could probably even make a case that it's not as strong as something like Fluttermane, though I don't know how many people would agree with you. The thing is, strength isn't what we're talking about here. Urshifu completely breaks competitive Pokemon in a way that is completely unique to any other Pokemon. The problem with Urshifu is that it operates outside the rules of the game. It's kind of like if in Chess 2, they added a knight who could move 2 turns in a row. Maybe it wouldn't have as much raw strength as something like your queen, but it would still completely warp the game around it. Competitive Pokemon is entirely balanced around Protect, and having a Pokemon that ignores Protect with no drawback, and having that Pokemon be incredibly strong on its own, it totally breaks the game. Now, typically when a physical Pokemon is dominating the metagame, Reflect and Intimidate crop up to slow them down. But thanks to its signature move always critting, this doesn't work against Urshifu. Pokemon with water resistances can still be KO'd in 2 hits if Urshifu is boosted in some way with a Terra or in the rain. Outspeeding Urshifu is extremely difficult when it can run a Choice Scarf or be paired with Tornadus, and some players even opt to do both. And if you can't outspeed Urshifu and you can't protect in front of it, your only remaining option is to simply take the damage. Even using Psychic, Flying, and Fairy type attacks isn't that effective, as Urshifu Rapid Strike will often run Terra Water, eliminating over half of its weaknesses and boosting its damage output further. Of the 6 major events that have happened since Urshifu was added to Scarlet and Violet, it has won 5 of them. The only one it didn't win, it finished 2nd. This isn't necessarily a feature of raw strength. Rather, even teams with specific Urshifu counterplay can't stop it. As an example, Gastrodon was something that many players considered going into this year's World Championship. With its Storm Drain ability, it's not only immune to all water moves, but it forces them to target Gastrodon, making it one of the best answers to Urshifu on paper in the game. You would think that with Gastrodon in the format, a Pokemon good enough to have won World Championships even before Urshifu was introduced,
There's no way
that
I'm
we
not
would
gonna
have a
one-shot it with
reliable
Fake
counter
Out.
if somebody wanted one, right? But even the world's most slippery slug can't do anything to
Yep.
Urshifu. Close combat
God
still hits
damn it.
incredibly hard, and
No!
even if you found a way around close combat,
Zigzagoon!
Gastrodon still couldn't reliably stop Urshifu. The thing is, while Gastrodon has an amazing matchup versus Urshifu, it's not well positioned versus a lot of the other top Pokemon. In competitive Pokemon, players select 4 of their 6 Pokemon each battle, leaving 2 behind.
actually don't remember
so players
her-
using
her-
Urshifu aren't
her
even forced to
thing
bring it
this time.
versus Gastrodon if they don't want to. Slug players, on the other hand, have to play a super dangerous game of chicken. Should they bring Gastrodon, knowing that they'll likely be at a disadvantage if the opponent doesn't bring Urshifu? Or should they instead bluff and leave it behind, exposing themselves to an Urshifu sweep? All of the power here is in the hands of the Urshifu player, in a matchup that, in theory, they should be heavily disadvantaged. This isn't just a Gastrodon problem either. Amoonguss is a Pokemon that on paper destroys Urshifu. With its great natural bulk, recovery via its regenerator ability, grass typing, ability to redirect attacks with Rage Powder, and access to Spore, it seems like a great, flexible Pokemon that is capable of stopping Urshifu. Even more so when you add on the Rocky Helmet, an item that does damage every time the holder is hit with a contact move, which is especially effective against the 3 hits of Surging Strikes. But even with all of this, it isn't enough to be a consistent answer to Urshifu. The world's winning Urshifu, for example, ran Taunt, a move that decimates Amoonguss, and other players have had success with things such as Safety Goggles Urshifu, allowing them to completely ignore Amoonguss and actually turn it into a liability. For pretty much every possible counter you can think of, the Urshifu players have a response. It's worth noting that in the current format, we're mostly talking about Urshifu Water. While Urshifu Dark is still powerful, its typing is worse both offensively and defensively, and it really struggles against Iron Hands, who not only resists its powerful Wicked Blow, but can also hit it for super effective damage and heal back up. Urshifu Dark having at least one actual counter right now makes it much more manageable than its slippery sibling. So, Urshifu is a Pokemon that not only fundamentally breaks the game via its ability that operates outside the rules of competitive Pokemon,
Already
but
beat
it's
him
also
once.
got no drawbacks to any of its absurd strengths, a ton of flexibility with how it can be played, and virtually no consistent counters. Unfortunately, we haven't finished talking about its strengths. Some Pokemon are extremely powerful, but require very specific support in order to bring out their full potential.
Nice.
Torkoal, for example, can take out entire teams on its own, but it requires Trick Room to be used most effectively. Urshifu, however, doesn't need any one type of support, but benefits immensely from lots of the top Pokemon in the format. One of the most obvious pairings is Urshifu and Tornadus. With Tornadus' Prankster ability, it's able to set Tailwind up before any other Pokemon moves, immediately doubling the speed of your team. It can also use Rain Dance to boost Urshifu's power significantly, and Bleak Wind Storm to hit the grass types that resist Surging Strikes. Urshifu, when paired with Tornadus, can hold an item to do more damage, such as Mystic Water, or it can hold a Choice Scarf to allow it to beat other Tailwind-centric teams. Urshifu also pairs incredibly well with the new Pokemon Chen Pao. Thanks to its Sword of Ruin ability, when it's on the field, all other Pokemon take more damage from physical moves. Giving Urshifu an additional damage boost when it's already so strong is terrifying. Not to mention the fact that Chen Pao's high speed and access to priority moves allows it to combo with Urshifu easily, often KOing a Pokemon before they can move. This is a good time to bring up the fact that because Urshifu hits through Protect, players are just
Get in the
way less
fucking
likely to
Pokeball.
click
Thank you.
Protect in front of Urshifu in general. In other
Oh,
words, Urshifu
nice
allows your partner
stats, nice
Pokemon to
stats.
kind of gain its ability as a side benefit. For offensive teams with strong and fast Pokemon, this increases the amount of pressure they put on immensely. Not that you need to lean into offense to support Urshifu. There are several support Pokemon that pair very well with it, 2 of whom were used this year to win the World Championships. Iron Hands is a great partner for Urshifu because despite sharing a fighting typing, Iron Hands has access to the move Fake Out. This stops the target from moving, but only works the first turn after Iron Hands has switched in. Normally, one of the best ways to deal with Fake Out pressure is to just protect with both of your Pokemon, but in front of Urshifu, that doesn't work, obviously. And Iron Hands isn't the only Fake Out user around. Rillaboom is an incredibly popular Grass-type Pokemon that pairs well with Urshifu for similar reasons as Iron Hands, providing Fake Out pressure and a lot of bulk. Both Rillaboom and Iron Hands are good as well because they can hit the Water-type Pokemon for super effective damage that resist Urshifu's Surging Strikes. Speaking of Grass types, the other world-winning Urshifu support Pokemon was Amoonguss. Amoonguss is one of the best support Pokemon ever, redirecting attacks with Rage Powder, healing its partner with Pollen Puff, and disabling opponents with Spore. Most teams only have 1 or 2 Pokemon that are immune to Spore, so if Amoonguss hits the field at a time when you aren't able to knock it out, the typical play is to protect and switch in an immunity to Sleep. This strategy is not the best one in front of Urshifu, meaning on top of keeping Urshifu safe and healthy, Amoonguss can help to put opponents in a lose-lose situation, where they're forced to either take a powerful Surging Strikes or a Spore. There's lots more Pokemon that pair well with Urshifu, but by highlighting how some of the strongest Pokemon in the format, independent of Urshifu, also enable it to be even more menacing, I think you get the gist. It is worth noting that there is counterplay to Urshifu. I wouldn't say that these are hard counters, as in add this Pokemon to your team and you'll never have to worry about Urshifu, but instead that it is possible for teams without Urshifu to beat teams with it. The best thing you can do to make sure you don't get run over by the bear is to move before it attacks. Using things like Tailwind, Trick Room, and certain speed booster Pokemon like Fluttermane and Roaring Moon are effective at letting you move before it. At my most recent tournament, I ran Speed Booster, Terra Grass, Energy Ball Fluttermane, allowing me to outspeed and KO even Choice Scarf Urshifu, for example. If you can't outspeed it, you can at least hope to trade favorably with it. If you have two Pokemon on the field that are bulky enough and can threaten enough damage, such as Iron Hands and Rillaboom, you can force the Urshifu player to double into one of your Pokemon if they want to take it out, and attack with both of your own Pokemon in return into Urshifu to try and force a trade. Of course, if they protect, you can be out of luck, but many Urshifu hold the Choice Scarf item, making them harder to keep safe. Fake Out is a great move against Urshifu in general, because it allows you to reposition without taking up
This is
damage.
Don
Kind of
Dozo,
like the
motherfucker.
like I mentioned, two of the best
Look how big he
users
is.
do match up pretty well against Urshifu. An offensive Grassy Glide user like a Rillaboom with a way to boost damage, or an Ogerpon when paired with Rillaboom, is a new way to outspeed and KO Urshifu, though Intimidate can render this tactic less effective. Rocky Helmet is a great item against Urshifu, though it should never be your sole answer for it. Oftentimes, it can be used for meaningful chip against Urshifu, or to discourage Urshifu from attacking one of your Pokemon in the first place, which can be especially helpful on Pokemon that provide speed control like Tornadus and Farigiraf. There are some other tricks you can use to make Urshifu's life a little harder, but for the most part, this is how Urshifu needs to be stopped. Not with a single Pokemon, but with a collection of tools that each make its life harder on their own. This is very difficult to pull off. I mean, even with players doing their utmost to stop Urshifu, it continues to win tournaments. I was personally very hopeful that Ogerpon Water might be the hard counter to Urshifu we so desperately need, but Choice Scarf Urshifu just outspeeds it and uses U-turn into it every time it hits the field, eventually whittling it down to where it can't do its job anymore. So now you know all there is to know about Urshifu. And I think that means it's time to answer our question.
Nice.
Is Urshifu ruining competitive Pokemon? I think the answer is complicated. First of all, competitive Pokemon is not ruin. Even now, when there's a Pokemon dominating competitive play that's nearly impossible to stop, players are finding clever innovations and creative Pokemon that can work.
Nice.
Is the highest it's ever been for this part of a generation, and players are still having fun with the game. But I think the game would be much better without Urshifu. Just because it's still going well now, that doesn't mean that Urshifu's presence is anything other than a huge net negative on the game. Having a Pokemon that breaks the rules of the game also be so powerful, at the end of the day, just isn't fun. And the severely limited counterplay is the final nail in the coffin. If you haven't played a Pokemon game in a while and somebody asked you what you thought the best Pokemon of all time was, you'd probably say something like Mewtwo. If you've played a decent amount of Pokemon over the last 2 decades, you might say something like Groudon or Kyogre. If you consider yourself more than a casual fan, you'd probably answer something like Mega Rayquaza or Zacian. But if you've played a ton of Pokemon, you'd know the answer is obvious because it isn't really even up for debate. The best Pokemon ever is
it's hatching, it's
Incineroar.
hatching. Please be
Some
shiny,
of you
please, please,
may be
please, please, please.
confused.
You don't
Incineroar?
recognize
The
it?
starter from Alola? The Smash
Iron
Bros.
Thorns?
Ultimate character? The thing that haunts my nightmares? Yes.
Iron
the
Thorns.
Thing is, what makes Incineroar the best Pokemon ever
I don't know
isn't
what that is.
immediately obvious. It doesn't have stats that make Mewtwo
Stupid
look
Paradox
like
Pokemon.
It
I know that's what they
doesn't
are,
have
but what the fuck is that?
signature ability.
What are
It
you?
doesn't have
What
a
are
move
you?
that made me throw up the first time I saw it, or any one utterly broken tool that makes it game breaking. How could it possibly be stronger than all-time great Pokemon like Kyogre, Mega Rayquaza, or Screamtail? Huh, that's a really good list. I bet whoever made it is like super good looking. Well, to understand what makes Incineroar so strong, we have to get our hands dirty. For the full picture, it's gonna take some digging. Today, I want to talk about why Incineroar is the best Pokemon ever made. To do this, we need to start at the beginning. Not the beginning of Pokemon, but the beginning of our nightmare. In Generation 7, with the release of Pokemon Sun and Moon. But Incineroar's introduction to the world of competitive Pokemon was lackluster. In fact, despite the first year of Sun and Moon using a rule set of legal Pokemon that was very limited, allowing for a lot of creativity and Pokemon selection, Incineroar's usage was below 1%. Now, I know what you're thinking. How could a Pokemon that performed so badly in its debut season possibly be the greatest Pokemon of all time? Wouldn't it be nice if that had been true? The thing is, when Incineroar was first released, it was missing something very important. But we'll get to that in a little bit. In the first year of Sun and Moon, there was basically no reason to use Incineroar because there was a better fire-type Pokemon, Arcanine. What made Arcanine so good was in large part its access to the ability Intimidate, one of the best competitive abilities of all time. The combination of Intimidate and good stats with Fire's great defensive typing would allow Arcanine to become the #1 most used Pokemon at the time. But this blissful period, okay, Sun and Moon weren't exactly blissful with Z-moves KOing Pokemon through Protect, but this relatively blissful period wouldn't last long. The cat couldn't be contained by a cage, and in early 2018, Pokemon made the biggest mistake of the entire franchise. Bigger even than putting this tree in Sword and Shield. They gave Incineroar Intimidate. This might not sound like a very big deal. It's not like Incineroar got a Mega Evolution or a new form. It just got access to an ability that isn't even all that rare. You can probably think of a couple pretty infamous Intimidate users right now. But unfortunately, even though it might not sound too imposing, this one change would forever alter the course of competitive Pokemon.
It's just not even Incineroar didn't get Intimidate.
There's a couple reasons why. First, in Pokemon, almost all damaging moves are either physical attacks or special attacks. And typically, the balance between them is about 50-50. Intimidate lowers the physical attack of both opponents every time the user hits the field. After just a single Intimidate, a Pokemon's physical attack stat is 2/3 of its starting value. After a second Intimidate, that's down to 50%. And these stat drops stick around until you switch your Pokemon out, making them extremely annoying. So Incineroar went from a Pokemon that basically didn't have an ability to a Pokemon with one of the best abilities in the entire game. And in doing so, all of the latent tools in Incineroar's kit were suddenly activated.
Incineroar's so stupid. I bet 6 Incineroar could beat any team, maybe 5 Incineroar. I should remake that Lions video.
Intimidate is extremely strong, but not strong enough to let just any Intimidate Pokemon give me nightmares. Intimidate is on other Pokemon that nobody wants to use, like Masquerain, Mightyena, Granbull. Okay, I might have tried some of these at one point or another, but normal people wouldn't be interested in using them. What I'm trying to say is that there's less Intimidate Pokemon that have been used than Intimidate Pokemon that haven't. So what makes some of these Pokemon better than others? And what makes Incineroar the best of them all? Well, when it comes to Intimidate, the ability becomes much more valuable the more often you're able to activate it during a battle. For a Pokemon like Mightyena, its base stats aren't high enough to allow it to repeatedly switch in without taking massive amounts of damage, even with Intimidate helping out. A Pokemon like Masquerain is slightly tankier, but has many more weaknesses, meaning it's still a liability to switch in. Gyarados, on the other hand, has good defenses and only 2 weaknesses, and Arcanine is even tankier. So at least part of our answer has to do with how easy it is to switch in the Intimidate user. That's mostly a combination of a Pokemon's base stats and its typing. The better your Pokemon is defensively, the more frequently you can activate Intimidate during a battle. Remember how Arcanine was the #1 most used Pokemon in Sun and Moon's first competitive format, in large part due to its access to Intimidate? Well, why don't we compare the stats of Arcanine and Incineroar? When it comes to bulk, Incineroar is strictly better, with 5 more HP, 10 more defense,
okay, so
and
when
10 more
it
special
arrives
defense.
on the
Incineroar
field,
has
it
a
should still be able to
meaningful
fake out.
advantage over Arcanine. In
thought
fact,
so.
Incineroar also
Fucking
has a
thought
higher
so.
attack stat. The only relevant stat where Arcanine has an advantage is its higher speed stat. But Incineroar's lower speed stat is actually more useful here, though I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's take a step back and think about what we're seeing here. Incineroar has strictly better stats than the #1 most used Pokemon in the format. Better than #1! And it has the exact same ability that enabled Arcanine to take the spotlight. Beginning to see why this might be a problem? Okay, but let's calm down. There is a key difference between Arcanine and Incineroar.
One of them
Their
stands on its
typing
back
is
legs.
not the same. While Arcanine is a pure fire type Pokemon, Incineroar is both fire and dark. Surely having this extra type hurts more than it helps, right? Right? Wrong. Incineroar's typing is pretty much a strict upgrade compared to Arcanine's. Both Arcanine and Incineroar are weak to rock, water, and ground attacks, but Incineroar is also weak to fighting moves. Being a dark type, however, has several benefits in exchange for this one additional weakness. First, Incineroar gains resistances to dark and ghost, with ghost being an especially difficult type to resist. This puts Incineroar's total resistances and immunities at 7, a stupidly high number for a non-steel type Pokemon. Second, Incineroar gains an immunity to psychic attacks. Immunities are incredibly valuable in competitive Pokemon, as they're one of the only ways to completely negate damage. And this was especially valuable in Sun and Moon because of the powerful psychic type Pokemon running around. Tapu Lele set up the psychic terrain with its ability and could output enormous amounts of damage, and the Pokemon Company then unleashed Ultra Necrozma, who had access to the signature Z move, Light That Burns My Eyes, a move that 200 base power. Incineroar being
Light That
immune to
Burns
these
My Eyes.
ridiculously strong attacks is just another absurd accomplishment on its resume. Being part dark type has other benefits as well. Most notably, dark type Pokemon are immune to attacks affected by the ability Prankster. Prankster is another of the best abilities in the game, and some of the most famous Pokemon in history make use of this powerful ability that gives non-damaging moves priority. Because the ability is so good, going into Sun and Moon, it was nerfed to no longer work on Dark-type Pokemon. As a slight aside, because it's so cool, in the finals of the 2017 World Championships, a player used this mechanic change to completely block an opponent's Z move. Whimsicott was using the move Nature Power, a move that is classified as a non-damaging move because it transforms into a different move depending on where the player is and what effects are present on the battlefield. The reason Whimsicott used this move is because it was paired with both Tapu Fini and Tapu Koko, with Nature Power transforming into Moonblast if Misty Terrain was up, and Thunderbolt if Electric Terrain was up. And both Z moves could be accessed by holding the Normalium Z Crystal, because Nature Power is a normal move until it transforms. In other words, Whimsicott could use both Fairy and Electric Z moves by using Nature Power. In Game 3 of the finals of the World Championships, Whimsicott was staring down a Garchomp and saw an opportunity to take a KO by switching in Tapu Fini and launching the Z move for a surprise knockout. But the opponent predicted this and switched Garchomp into Mandibuzz, a Pokemon also weak to Fairy. But because Nature Power is a non-damaging move, it gets affected by Prankster and turns into a priority move, which is great, unless your opponent is a dark type like Mandibuzz, because in that case, you will completely waste your once per battle Z move while also doing no damage. Anyway, as you can see, being immune to dark type moves can make or break a battle.
That was interesting. I wondered what would happen.
Being a dark type, Incineroar gains another weakness, to fighting. And of course, having more weaknesses is a bad thing, but not all weaknesses are created equally. Some types are just strictly better than others. You'd pretty much always rather be weak to Bug than to Fairy, for example. And while fighting type moves are always present in competitive Pokemon, they're rarely among the most common. And there's another reason why Incineroar's fighting weakness isn't actually that big of a deal. Nearly every relevant fighting type Pokemon is a physical attacker. This is partially because of how their stats are distributed, and partially because physical fighting type moves are far and away superior to special fighting type moves. And the reason these moves being physical is such a big
You don't get level up candies if you level them up with the frickin'
attack means you're taking
whatchamacallit.
as much damage.
It's really
If that attack
annoying.
is physical and has been reduced by Intimidate, you're effectively only taking 33% more damage, a much more manageable multiplier. And this doesn't just apply to Incineroar's fighting weakness, it's true of rock and ground type moves as well. While there are more special ground and rock type moves than fighting, The vast majority of times we see these types in competitive Pokemon, they're on physical attackers. So hitting Incineroar for actual meaningful super effective damage is a lot more difficult than it looks at first glance. The messed up thing is that Fire and Dark is such a good type combination, even not factoring in Intimidate. When I ranked every single type combination in the game, I put it at number 13 out of over 150. The fact that Intimidate just so happens to synergize incredibly well with it is just a fun little bonus. Today's video is sponsored by Honkai Impact 3rd. It's a sci-fi adventure game developed by Hoyoverse. The game now has a 3D combat system and supports free jumping, which really enhances gameplay. Players now can fight monsters and defeat bosses in the air, which, I mean, who doesn't love a little aerial combat? On top of that, taking too much damage isn't the only thing that makes a Pokemon good. They need to be able to actually contribute to the battle after switching in, so they're not just dead weight. The easiest way to contribute to a battle is to deal damage. It's not rocket science. But Incineroar is a support Pokemon, so you'd think that doing damage wouldn't be its forte. And if you did think that, you'd be kind of right. Incineroar rarely looks like it's doing a Zacian impression. It's not going to be the Pokemon sweeping through your opponent's team. However, most support Pokemon really struggle to do damage, often because Pokemon that are bulkier tend to have worse offensive stats. Pokemon like Cresselia, Amoonguss, Whimsicott, Indeedee, Porygon 2, and more at best are able to gradually chip down their opponents, contributing a little damage over time if you ignore them for too long. Incineroar, however, is built different. With an attack stat higher than Arcanine's, it's not a Pokemon you can afford to ignore. And with its fire-type move Flare Blitz's huge base power, Incineroar is capable of KOing many frail Pokemon in 2 hits, even without super effective damage. And that's not to mention that Flare Blitz also has a chance to burn. Isn't that fun? And if you can even believe it, Flare Blitz is the least problematic of Incineroar's moves. Incineroar also gets a signature Dark-type move called Darkest Lariat. Because yeah, why not give it a signature move? Darkest Lariat was used occasionally as it ignores defense boosts, but it wasn't normally Incineroar's Dark-type move of choice. That honor instead goes to Knockoff. This 65 base power move not only removes the item of any Pokemon it hits, it also becomes 50% stronger if the target is holding an item. After the damage boost, Knockoff is comparable in power to strong moves like Stone Edge, except instead of, missing 20% of the time, it instead removes the item of whatever it hits. Knockoff means even in the situations where Incineroar isn't immediately threatening a ton of damage, it can still be a complete nuisance if you think you can ignore it. But Knockoff also isn't Incineroar's most problematic move. Now we get to talk about one of the best supporting moves of all time, Fake Out. Fake Out is a move with enough increased priority that it goes before almost all standard moves, and if it hits a target, it causes them to flinch, being unable to act for the turn. The catch is that Fake Out only works on the first turn after a Pokemon switches in. Fake Out is so strong because it allows players to control the pace of the battle. With Fake Out, you can use your partner to attack into a Pokemon that can't protect, or to buy yourself a turn to save a Pokemon that was under a lot of pressure. You can use it to temporarily invalidate a threat to let one of your other Pokemon set up. And you can even use the threat of Fake Out to scare your opponent into protecting, letting you switch out for free. You'll never be upset to have Fake Out on your team since it offers such high value and is useful in virtually every matchup. Not to mention that Fake Out is one way for Incineroar to not be bothered by its lower speed stat, since it has such high priority. But the really cool thing is that Fake Out synergizes so well with Intimidate. Since Intimidate and Fake Out both become active whenever Incineroar is switched in. As long as you can switch Incineroar out safely, you'll be able to access both Fake Out and Intimidate multiple times per battle. Gee, it sure would be funny if Incineroar got some kind of, specialized tool to let it switch out easier, huh? Wouldn't that just be swell, huh? It's finally time to talk about the stupidest move that they gave to Incineroar, U-turn. This
I was gonna say, doesn't he have U-turn? He does have U-turn.
And then lets the user switch out.
Is it a natural move? One second.
It's still
One second, Wolfie. Is it a natural move that it learns? Incineroar. Do you learn it naturally? Because that's the only way I'm gonna get to use it. No, not natural. Get it if I can get it, but I can't get it. U-turn. Yeah. Oh, it's not that good. It's not that good. But it's good to know that U-turn on a Pokemon with Intimidate might actually be a big-ass thing. Or U-turn on a Pokemon with, Fake Out might be a big-ass thing, too. See, we're learning shit. That's why we watch it. That's why we watch it. So we can learn shit.
If they just hadn't given it U-turn. It's not that U-turn is some absurd damaging tool. It's weaker than Incineroar's other moves, and Bug isn't exactly a good type. What makes U-turn so broken is the ability to switch out after you hit something with it. Doing a little damage and switching out doesn't sound very exciting at first glance. After all, every Pokemon can switch out. But there is a key distinction here. U-turn lets you switch out after you attack. Normally, switching is one of the riskiest things you can do in a Pokemon battle. You're sacrificing your ability to do damage for the turn and bringing in a Pokemon who is completely vulnerable, unable to attack or protect. A bad switch can lose you the game if you let a key Pokemon take too much damage. The trade-off is that switching allows you to save a Pokemon currently in danger and bring out a Pokemon with a better matchup. Overall, I'd say it's a really well-balanced mechanic, but Incineroar completely breaks it. Thanks to its low speed stat, Incineroar is able to move after your opponent has already attacked for the turn. And with U-turn, it's able to bring in one of your other Pokemon after your opponent has already attacked. This completely mitigates the drawback of switching in one of your Pokemon and allows Incineroar to switch itself out, resetting both Intimidate and Fake Out. This one inclusion in its move pool takes Incineroar from one of the best support Pokemon of all time to the very best. Everything in its kit synergizes so well together, and it has no obvious weaknesses. Incineroar was so good once it got Intimidate that it literally killed off one of the best Pokemon of all time, Landorus Therian. Just like Incineroar, Landorus gets access to Intimidate and U-turn, but unlike Incineroar, it's better utilized as an offensive Pokemon. Because of this, Landorus has a much harder time making use of U-turn as a defensive tool, using it instead as an offensive move to do damage to grass and psychic type Pokemon who can give it trouble otherwise. Ever since Incineroar's hit its stride, Landorus usage has plummeted, and Landorus has never won a world championships while Incineroar has been legal. So now that you know what makes Incineroar so strong, let's go back to 2018 when Intimidate Incineroar was first introduced. At this point, players hadn't yet realized how good Incineroar was, and in part due to Landorus being a great Z-move user while Incineroar was mediocre with the mechanic. At the World Championships that year, Incineroar was second in usage to Landorus. However, despite being present on fewer teams than Landorus, Incineroar took every spot in the top 4 finishers, while Landorus was only present on 2 of those teams. Of course, Incineroar's great performance this year would be laughable compared to the utter domination it would show in 2019. The next year's format was the final format of Sun and Moon, and it featured a different rule set than 2018. The rule set is known as a restricted format, which means that players are allowed to use 2 super powerful Pokemon on their teams. Now, you might expect Incineroar to do worse in a restricted format. After all, Pokemon like Groudon and Kyogre can much more easily deal damage to Incineroar, with Kyogre being one of the only Pokemon that can KO it in one hit. But here's the thing, the stronger the Pokemon are, the more valuable Intimidate is, the more valuable Fake Out is, and the more valuable being able to switch in one of your super powerful Pokemon for free is. Incineroar very quickly became the king. At the 2019 World Championships, Incineroar was present on over 83% of teams, the single highest usage of any Pokemon in the history of the game by a long shot.
Red team.
In 2018, Landorus T was used on 61% of teams as the most used Pokemon in the tournament. For comparison, this kind of usage indicates that Incineroar wasn't just good, it wasn't even just great. It was nearly mandatory on every team at the top level. Its ability to do so many different things at once, combined with various tools against the super strong restricted Pokemon, meant you needed to have a really good reason to leave it off your team. A reason only a handful
Water,
of players
ice, ground,
found.
psychic.
Oh yeah, we haven't even talked about how its dark typing this year was a total game changer, giving it a great matchup against new restricted Pokemon, Lunala, Solgaleo, and Ultra Necrozma. One thing that makes Incineroar so hard to deal with is the fact that
It
it's a
has
support
it
When an offensive Pokemon is
wow,
players can invest in
wow,
more
it has
Pokemon
water
that
absorb.
happen to have a
Oh
good
shit, I
magic
want
ability,
it. I want
such
it.
as
What else can I
Bonbon
hit you
to slow
with?
down Xerneas.
Ice grounded
The
psychic.
idea
I don't
is,
have
as
ice
long as
grounder
your Pokemon
psychic.
is
How do I
decent
get you?
enough, if your opponent brings the threatening offensive Pokemon to the battle, they'll need to deal with your counter. And if they leave it behind, then they've just given up a lot of their offense and one of their more threatening tools. It's not like there isn't counterplay to Incineroar. Pokemon like competitive Milotic and Defiant Bisharp saw play in some formats, but the problem was nobody was relying on Incineroar for damage. They could afford to leave it behind if the opponent prepared too much for it, or keep it off the field until the threats were neutralized. Plus, these Pokemon that match up well into Incineroar tended to have a harder time when they weren't boosted by it, making them a liability at times. Ultimately, all the power was in the hands of the Incineroar player.
It has water absorb as a ground type.
There was
Oh.
at last a ray of hope. After 2 years being beaten down by Incineroar, players could see salvation, Sword and Shield. Pokemon doesn't get balance patches. Unlike games like Teamfight Tactics, which receive a balance patch every 2 weeks, or an emergency patch when something is really out of line, thank you Mort Dog, Pokemon at best receives balancing changes every 3 years when a new generation comes out. This was the light at the end of the tunnel. Surely the Pokemon Company would see how insanely broken Incineroar was and nerf it in some way. Finally, we could find peace. They buffed it? They gave it one of the single largest buffs any Pokemon has ever received in the entire history of the game? Remember how we talked about how strong U-turn was? Well, the good news is that it's now mostly obsolete. The bad news is that that's because they gave Incineroar an upgraded version of it called Parting Shot. This move is just like U-turn
Parting
in
Shot.
that it switches the
One
user out
second.
after it
One
connects.
second. 1 second. Does it naturally learn Parting Shots? Naturally learn Parting Shots. Son of a bitch, it doesn't! God damn it! Fuck! What? No! I'd have to get lucky with a TM, and that's bullshit because that'd never happen in this game. Badge. Parting Shot's an egg move. Interesting. It's an egg move. Which means it might be an egg move. Have I gotten a Litten yet? I don't know if I've gotten a Litten yet out of an egg. Anyways.
However, unlike U-turn, which does a little damage, Parting Shot lowers both the attack and the special attack of whatever it hits. That's right, Incineroar can now double down on physical attackers and weaken special attackers, the only class of Pokemon it couldn't weaken before. Thanks, Pikachu! There was an attempt at balancing Incineroar. Certain old abilities were reworked to be immune to Intimidate, and Fake Out didn't work on Dynamax Pokemon because they couldn't flinch. But the Pokemon who had these reworked abilities were across the board pretty mediocre, and the ability to weaken a Dynamax Pokemon's offenses with Intimidate and Parting Shot more than made up for the inability to flinch. We can't say too much about Incineroar's performance during the first 2 years of Pokemon Sword and Shield, as due to the pandemic, in-person major events were cancelled. What we can say though is that of the 4 online events the Pokemon Company held to replace in-person events, called the Players' Cup 1 through 4, Incineroar won all 4. Every single one. Okay, to be fair, one of those was my fault, so yeah, my bad. But in 2022, in-person tournaments returned again, with another restricted format. And Incineroar won every single major in the US, every single major in Europe except one where it finished second, every single major in Australia, nearly every single major in the rest of the world, all 3 international level tournaments, and the World Championships. Incineroar was used on 74% of all teams at the World Championships in 2022, finishing on 7 of the top 8 teams in the tournament. While this is technically lower usage than the World Championships in 2019, it's, in my opinion, just as impressive as even more Pokemon were viable in 2022 that hadn't been in 2019. So having Incineroar continue to be so mandatory on almost every team, despite the wider field, is an impressive feat. Which brings us to Scarlet and Violet, and in 2023, Incineroar was not in the game for the first year of competition. But just recently, Incineroar was added back into the game with the Indigo Disc DLC, which meant an opportunity for Pokemon to correct their mistake. After 2 generations and 5 years of complete Incineroar domination, surely this time they're gonna nerf it. They buffed it. Are you kidding me? Okay, so this buff is smaller, but it is still a big deal. Incineroar was given Helping Hand, a move that goes before all other moves and powers up its partner's attack by a whopping 50%. This is an amazing move, and it's extremely valuable on a support Pokemon like Incineroar. However, they did add more counterplay this time around that has actually succeeded in slowing, not stopping Incineroar. First, 2 new items were added, Covert Cloak and Clear Amulet. Covert Cloak stops the secondary effects of moves, making Fake Out not flinch, while Clear Amulet prevents a Pokemon's stats from being lowered by Intimidate or Parting Shot. These items are massive, as is the fact that Inner Focus Pokemon are stronger now than during Sword and Shield, in part due to their synergy with Chen Pao and the benefit they receive from terastallization. On top of the items, several new Pokemon were added with anti-Incineroar abilities. Dondozo has Oblivious, making it immune to Intimidate, and Kingambit and Annihilate are both Pokemon with Defiant, powering them up if any stat is dropped. Not to mention, Terra Ghost is a great defensive tool on fast and frail Pokemon to get around Fake Out in a pinch. And so it came to be that when Incineroar was finally added to the game, top competitive players were shocked to find it actually manageable. They started calling it Mid-Cineroar. YouTubers were making videos saying it was washed and that it fell off, and to a certain extent, I get it. We were used to a level of dominance from Incineroar that was unmatched by any other Pokemon, and with the new counterplay available, it finally felt like, well, just a good Pokemon. At the first tournament after Incineroar was added to the game, its performance was disappointing. Only 2 finishes in the entire top 8. Was this it? Was Incineroar finally brought back to Earth? Had the king been toppled from his throne?
Save himself from this one. The Flare Blitz from the Incineroar is gonna deal so much damage to the Urshifu to put it on one last life. And with that attack, Wolf Glit becomes your Charlotte regional champion.
The king is back, ladies and gentlemen.
Nope.
Okay, I'm gonna turn the music back on, and then I gotta take a quick break, but I will be back shortly. Boop. And boop. And boop. See you in a few. See, this is why they're called dragons. This right here. This is why. Yep. This is definitely not broken at all, you guys. This is dragon. They said dragon riding. They said dragon riding. I didn't think this is what they meant. Trying to back off so it'll actually start doing straight lines again. It was before, now it's just not. That is definitely what that goat is singing. Fucking goat. That's odd. Metronome it is! No! God damn it! Ah! No! Crit. No, they're up his sleeve. But not a lot of people really liked him at the time, because he is intensely annoying.
Thank you.
And you can hear him all over the place when you're in this corner of Dalaran.
Time is mana, friend.
I just told him to shut up.
You can kiss my sparkling enchanted.
That is some girthy eggplant. Look at this. It's so girthy. Oh my god. I'm gonna put my hands on it.
I killed the principal. School's out for a summer. School's out forever. You're welcome, everyone.
What brings you here?
Has Bun not had a chance to actually, like, sleep? Bun, what you doing? Go to sleep, hun.
What happened?
Oh, well, our pet Chain Chomp got a bit hungry, so we sent him after the Fliffits, and now they're gone. Don't worry about him. We got him on a leash.
He looks at the chain shop that is clearly not on a leash.
It has a chain.
And ain't that his tail?
Did you get rid of the merry-go-round? Oh, you did it. It's over here.
No.
The thinking circle.
What? The thinking circle. Love it. It's just so good. It's just so good.
Look at this! Look at the brain! Look at the brain!
Why is
I'm glad
it
the thinking circle's actually right next to the brain.
Oh, the copper is coming through.
Look at this! It's so cool! Why would I want to be immune to thinking? Don't need to call me out like that. Sing, sing, sing. Sing, sing, sing. No! You don't need to sum up my fucking streams that way. Oh my god, the hysterical giggling. Ooh, best competitive grass type Pokemon. This is what we're here for. This the shit right here.
Grass-type Pokemon aren't actually very good. On the one hand, I do kind of get it because grass-type Pokemon have a ton of weaknesses, and they also used to be a lot worse than they are now since they've gotten a lot of buffs over the years. But no matter the reason, I feel like people just really underestimate grass-type Pokemon and are always surprised to see them doing well. This is really funny to me as a competitive player because grass-type Pokemon are actually so good right now that almost every team that does well has at least one grass-type on it. I myself just won a tournament using 2 different grass-type Pokemon. Anyway, all of this is to say that there are actually a number of really good grass-type Pokemon, and today we're going to be talking about some of the best. Before we talk about the 3 best grass-type Pokemon of all time, let's talk about 5 of the best grass-type Pokemon that are just barely short of the pinnacle. Starting with Venusaur. Okay, let's be honest. I mean, nobody clicked on this video and thought we weren't going to talk about Venusaur, right? Venusaur's been good pretty much since I started playing competitive Pokemon, which, let's be honest, this is a long time ago at this point, so it definitely deserves a spot on this list. Now, there are technically 3 different Venusaurs. There's Vanilla Venusaur, which we all know and love, there's Mega Venusaur, and then there is Gigantamax Venusaur. Each of the different Venusaurs was good at different times, but I'm not going to talk about each one individually because that would be completely ridiculous. Let's talk about them all together. I think it actually makes sense to start with Mega Venusaur because that was the first time where Venusaur really entered competitive Pokemon as a main threat. To understand what makes Mega Venusaur so good, we should probably talk about some things that are going to be true for all of the grass types on our list. Most notably, the fact that they have a large number of weaknesses. Grass type Pokemon are weak to 5 different types, which is a lot, and I think is part of the reason why people tend to think of grass type Pokemon as being really weak. That being said, they have a number of useful resistances, most notably to ground, water, and electric attacks, all of which are really hard to resist. A lot of the best grass type Pokemon have a way of mitigating the high number of weaknesses, whether with a secondary type, an ability, or something else. In Mega Venusaur's case, it's the ability. It gets the ability Thick Fat, which has the power of fire and ice type attacks. Combining this ability with the secondary poison typing, and you'll find that Mega Venusaur actually only has 2 true weaknesses, to flying and psychic. Add on to this the fact that Mega Evolution gives you a ton of bonus stats, and in Mega Venusaur's case, that's mostly applied to its defenses and special attack stat, and you end up with a bulky grass type Pokemon that's really hard to remove while still being able to output respectable damage. When X and Y first released and Mega Evolution was added to the game, the first 2 years of those formats, 2014 and 2015, Mega Venusaur actually saw a fair bit of play. I myself used it to win a regional alongside Mega Banette, which, just to be clear, was not a good Pokemon by any means. I'm gonna say it wasn't even an okay Pokemon by any means. It was one of those things where after I won, people were like, huh? And then nobody ever looked at Mega Banette again, which was probably for the best and the correct decision. Anyway, Mega Venusaur was really good because it was able to function as this kind of like end game boss Pokemon where if you got rid of the flying and the psychic types, you could sometimes just put it in a position where the opponent just couldn't get rid of it. Being a grass type gives it access to a lot of really annoying attacks, and we'll touch on some of those more later, but here what I'm talking about is moves like Leech Seed and Synthesis, and to a lesser extent even Giga Drain, which could help keep its health really high and just make it impossible to get off the field. It also gives access to the move Sleep Powder, which is one of my personal least favorite moves of all time, and we're going to talk about Sleep Powder a little bit more later when we talk about regular Venusaur, but Mega Venusaur was able to use it as well. I guess that makes sense since they're both the same Pokemon. Yeah, good one, Wolf. Yeah, wow. That's the analysis you came here for, right, folks? Yeah, let's go, Wolf. Great analysis. Anyway, Sleep Powder is normally used on fast and frail Pokemon to knock a threat out of commission before they can attack, and then trying to knock it out with, you know, double up from the partner later or something, or another powerful attack. But Mega Venusaur was able to use it in a different way because of its bulk. Normally with Sleep Powder, you kind of get one chance, and if you miss, you might have a bad time, but with Mega Venusaur, it was so tanky that you could afford to miss once, sometimes even twice, and hitting all your Sleep Powders could have a really big effect on the battle. Mega Venusaur won multiple regional championships and at least one national championship in the first 2 years of X and Y, and even though it didn't see a ton of play after 2015, let's just say the other Venusaur forms would help to pick up the slack. So let's talk about base Venusaur. Despite also being, well, Venusaur, base Venusaur actually plays extremely different than Mega Venusaur. While Mega Venusaur is super slow and tanky and tries to kind of put itself in a situation where it can't be gotten rid of, regular Venusaur is fast and frail and really annoying. Its main use has to do with its ability, Chlorophyll. This doubles its speed stat in the sun, which makes it a fast and frail Pokemon that is really disruptive, again with Sleep Powder, although this time with more of a focus on offense thanks to its good coverage moves like Earth Power and Weather Ball on top of the grass moves like Leaf Storm or Frenzy Plant or Giga Drain and Sludge Bomb. It would almost always hold the Focus Sash when in its base form, which would give you some insurance in case Sleep Powder missed, though because it was so frail, this was always a risk as well. Venusaur also saw some play in the first couple years of X and Y because you could only Mega Evolve one Pokemon on your team, and pairing Venusaur's Chlorophyll ability with Mega Charizard Y's Drought ability was a really dangerous combination. Non-Mega Venusaur actually won Australian Nationals back in 2014. Of course, most Venusaur in those early years were Mega Venusaur because you could just bring Charizard and Venusaur together and Mega Evolve whichever one was better, or you just Mega Evolve Charizard and then give up on Venusaur's item. It wasn't that big of a deal. Venusaur really started seeing success during Sun and Moon, where it could be used alongside one of the strongest restricted Pokemon, Groudon. Certain formats allow for super powerful legendary Pokemon called restricted Pokemon, and you only get one or two of them on your team depending on the rule set. Venusaur was really nice because you could pair it with Groudon obviously to help set up the sun and double its speed stat, and Groudon and Venusaur both paired well with Xerneas. Xerneas was the ultimate setup sweeper, and so being able to use Sleep Powder to knock your opponent's restricted Pokemon out of commission for a couple turns while you either hit them with Groudon or set up with Xerneas could be really threatening. Now, it did take these restricted Pokemon for regular Venusaur to feel worth using. It basically saw zero usage during 2018, which was the other year it would have been legal, but it had a lot of usage actually in 2019 with these powerful restricted Pokemon. It won multiple events, actually some of them back to back to back, and it was just a dominant threat in the metagame that you had to respect or else risk your entire team falling asleep. And yet neither Mega Venusaur or Base Venusaur reached the heights that Gigantamax Venusaur hit. Gigantamax Venusaur is more similar to Base Venusaur than Mega Venusaur, in part because it's just like a big version of regular Venusaur, but there is something that is very, very different between the two. Gigantamax Venusaur gets access to a signature max move called G Max Fine Lash. This move was just completely nuts. Like, just to be honest, it was completely unbalanced. There were 4 max moves that had this effect. It was Colossal and then the 3 Kanto starters, and yeah, just like not balanced at all. I pretty much won the Players Cup 2 just off the strength of Gigantamax Colossal, and Gigantamax Charizard and Gigantamax Venusaur were 2 other Pokemon that had the same effect that were just completely unbalanced. Like, I'll just be completely honest, they were just stupid. For anyone who doesn't know, number 1, you're very lucky. Number 2, here's what the effect did. If you hit a Pokemon even through Protect with a Gigantamax Vine Lash or any other equivalent, your entire team would lose 1/6 of their health every turn for the next 4 turns. If you get the maximum value out of this, I think it comes out to like 1/3 of a team's total HP as a passive effect of landing a single move. Now remember, Base Venusaur was already really good in the sun as just like a disruptive Pokemon that could sometimes do a lot of damage, but when you added on this capability, it became a complete menace. Thanks to Dynamax doubling its HP, you also weren't forced to run Focus Sash in the way that you were with Base Venusaur, so you could do stuff like Life Orb to boost your damage or Weakness Policy, which could be very scary if you let it get set up because, yeah, I probably don't need to explain that to you. Now, events were canceled thanks to the pandemic during 2020 and 2021, so we didn't really get to see what Venusaur would have done if there had been like a ton of events, but the limited online events that we did have were, well, there was a lot of Venusaur, let's just say. There were 4 online events that served as kind of replacement to real life events during the pandemic called the Players Cup 1, 2, 3, and 4. And Venusaur wasn't legal for the first one, but in the other 3, it placed 1st, 2nd, and I think 4th. So yeah, that should give you an idea of how strong it was. Now, for all these tournaments, there wasn't like Groudon or another, I don't know, very powerful Sunsetter, so it had to be used with Torkoal, who is just, let's just say that Torkoal's a bit weaker than Groudon. During 2022, during the final year of Sword and Shield's life cycle, Groudon was added back in alongside the other restricted Pokemon as we played a restricted format for this final year. Gigantamax Venusaur was, probably as expected, very, very good. It won multiple regional championships and one of the 3 internationals that took place. I've said a lot about Venusaur, so I'll try to wrap this up here, but yeah, basically the only reason that Venusaur isn't higher on our list is because it's inherently very inconsistent. A lot of the success of Venusaur revolves around Sleep Powder, which is only 75% accurate, and so while players have had success with it, it's really hard to kind of scrape that top level of Venusaur because it's just such an inherently risky move to use. That being said, it's still undoubtedly one of the best grass type Pokemon of all time, so it definitely belongs on our list. Okay, next up is a Pokemon who's actually already been on the best water types of all time list, Ludicolo. I talked a fair bit about Ludicolo in the best water type Pokemon video, and so I don't really want to talk too much about it here just because, I mean, I've already been yapping quite a bit about Venusaur, so maybe we'll compensate by cutting Ludicolo a little short, but basically, it's a really good Pokemon. Its main niche is the fact that it's super good against rain teams, and I guess just weather teams in general, especially in a restricted format. By being both water and grass type, it's got a quadruple weakness to water moves, which is really, really valuable in a format with Kyogre, and it also resists grass as well without being weak to fire. Ludicolo has been used a lot over the years, both as a rain sweeper and as a counter to rain-based teams. Even in formats where there isn't Kyogre, it's still really good as a Pokemon that can abuse, you know, rain, and also as a Pokemon that you can slap on if your team has a weakness to rain because it's just so good against water type moves. It also has some utility because it's able to use fake out to disrupt.
Oh, here we go, here we go. Please be shiny, please, 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 please.
Scald, you are very missed.
Ooh, a Charcadet. Ooh, with flash fire even.
Pokemon, it can support its team. It works as a sweeper. It works as a tank. It's just overall a really interesting Pokemon. It's not higher up on our list
With
because its
Sacred
stats are,
Sword.
a little bit lacking to say the least. It's had a really good role over the course of history, and I think it's a really cool Pokemon, and I think it works really well as a grass type. So yeah, definitely deserves a spot in this list. Okay, new Pokemon time. Let's talk about Whimsicott. Whimsicott is similar to Ludicolo in that its stats are not very good, but it has other things.
Oh, Greavard can know thing.
Pokemon of all time. Whimsicott's main role is as a Tailwind setter. It has the Prankster ability, which gives priority to all of its moves that don't do any damage, and Tailwind is one of the best supporting moves in the game, doubling its team's speed stat, and when you're able to use that with priority, it becomes very dangerous because you get the benefit right away. Prankster Tailwind is really valuable because changes to speed happen immediately, so being able to set Tailwind up before either your opponent's Pokemon attacks almost always is going to result in your partner Pokemon moving before either of their.
It does have pickup.
Pokemon,
Oh,
really valuable, especially if you have some like middling speed powerful attacker against a faster and frailer Pokemon. Whimsicott is cool typing, being grass and fairy type as well, and that comes with a lot of benefits too. Moonblast is a really solid attack since it has a really high base power, and that helps compensate a little bit for Whimsicott's lack of offensive stat. I actually looked this up recently because I was like, yeah, what's Whimsicott's base special attack stat? It's like, it's low, right? It's probably like 90. It's 77. Yeah, it's really, really, really low. For reference, that's lower than Pokemon like Dolive and Quilava and Monferno, so that should tell you pretty much everything you need to know. Whimsicott's other stats aren't super great, but it does have a really high base speed stat, which is really useful on a Tailwind Pokemon. Most notably, it's faster than Pokemon like Thundurus and Tornadus, so it can use Tailwind before they can taunt it, which is a really big deal. Big Tears can help to weaken the opponent and set up for a powerful double attack. Helping Hand can do something similar and is useful in both physical and special attacking partners. Charm can be used to actually really weaken a physical attacking opponent. Tickle does something similar, makes them a little bit less weak than Charm would, but also lowers their defense stat to kind of combo with a physical attacking partner. I've actually played against Worry Seed Whimsicott in a tournament where it used Worry Seed to override its own Regigigas' slow start, which was cool. And you can also use that to wake your partners up if they fall asleep against like Venusaur or other sleep related Pokemon. So it has a really deep supporting move pool as well. Whimsicott saw a fair bit of usage back in 2015 when it was paired with Mega Gengar. With Mega Gengar Shadow Tag trapping the opponents in, you could do something really mean and use Encore with Prankster Whimsicott to force the target to use the same move again, and then disable with Mega Gengar to prevent them from using that move that you just told them they had to use, and basically this forces the target to struggle. Whimsicott's Fake Tears also paired really well with Mega Gengar's high special attack and high speed stats, making it a really dangerous duo. Just like Venusaur and Ludicolo, Whimsicott is also good in restricted formats, thanks to Prankster Tailwind, but also thanks to its other supporting moves as well. Multiple Whimsicott top cut the World Championship back in 2016, and other Whimsicott won regionals in that format as well. The following year, Whimsicott actually won the World Championships, using a really cool and creative Z Nature Power set, which let it use both Z Electric and Z Fairy, because it had both partner Tapus on the field, and the Z move would transform based on what the terrain was. Whimsicott did have a little bit of success for the rest of Sun and Moon, though it wasn't especially mainstream, but when Sword and Shield came around, it quickly became one of the best Pokemon in the game. Aaron Traylor used Whimsicott to win the first tournament of Sword and Shield, where it would also place 2nd, 3rd, and 5th, and it went on to dominate all of the tournaments up until the pandemic sent everybody home. In 2022, when tournaments returned, Whimsicott was once again a standout pick. Aaron Traylor, funnily enough, got 2nd at the first tournament following the pandemic, once again with Whimsicott, and he made a really cool play where he used Dynamax Whimsicott to prevent the opponent's Amoonguss from putting his team to sleep, which I just think is cool, so I wanted to mention. Unfortunately, Whimsicott really hasn't been used at all in Scarlet and Violet, mostly because it wasn't in the game until recently, but even now that it is in the game, nobody really wants to use Whimsicott because Tornadus is also a Prankster Tailwind setter, and they gave it Bleak Wind Storm, which is some stupid move that is just like incredibly powerful, and so it's really hard to justify using Whimsicott over Tornadus when they both have Prankster Tailwind, but Tornadus is just a lot more threatening, and Bleak Wind Storm is just a really broken move, although a really frustrating move as well. Anyway, I think it's clear that Whimsicott is still clearly one of the best grass type Pokemon of all time, and even though it's not very good right now, I think that could absolutely change in the future, especially if Tornadus isn't around. Okay, our next Pokemon on the list actually is not in Scarlet and Violet, and I think out of everything that we're going to talk about today, it's one of very few Pokemon that didn't make it into the current games. It's a personal favorite Pokemon of mine, Ferrothorn. Ferrothorn is really cool because despite being a grass type and having a ton of weaknesses, as a steel secondary type, it's incredibly tanky. Ferrothorn plays most similarly to Mega Venusaur, serving as kind of this like really annoying tank that's difficult to take down since its steel secondary typing gives it a ton of resistances. It's primarily used as a leech seed Pokemon that you try to kind of set up for an endgame with where the opponent doesn't have anything that they can do to get rid of your Ferrothorn, though it has seen some offensive uses as well. It's really slow, which actually combos quite nicely with its move Gyro Ball, which does more damage the faster the target is. This is really useful against fast fairy type Pokemon like Xerneas most notably, but it's also useful against faster and frail Pokemon in general like Tapu Koko and Mega Gengar. Ferrothorn's been good pretty much since it was introduced. I actually used it to get second in a regional all the way back in 2012, which was a long time ago for anyone who can do math, but it feels like it's a Pokemon that's like never really been bad. It's not always like a top threat or anything, but it makes use of each generation's mechanics a little bit differently, and it always feels like a Pokemon that you have to respect or you risk losing to. Ferrothorn is also funny because it feels like it has similar usage in and out of restricted formats, but it plays very differently in a restricted format than in a regular format. In a non-restricted format, it's often there
candy
as,
jar.
like, kind of like super tank Pokemon that you want to bring to the endgame once you've gotten rid of the fire and fighting type Pokemon, which I think are its only two weaknesses actually. And if they don't have super effective moves, and if you set up Leech Seed properly and you have leftovers and Protect, they just can't get rid of it and you eventually win the war of attrition. In a restricted format, it actually makes use of its bulk as a switch-in partially, but also
I've already beaten Morty,
as
damn it.
offensively, where a lot of the key Pokemon are often weak to Ferrothorn's types. Groudon, Kyogre, and Xerneas are all weak to one of its stab moves, and Pokemon like Mega Rayquaza actually can take a fair bit from Gyro Ball, especially if they've dropped their defenses after a Dragon Assault. Dragon Ascent? What is that move called? I should know this. I definitely used it to win the World Championships. Dragon
Ascent.
I'm locking in that as my final answer. I don't know. I'm not going to look it up. I don't know if that's true. Dragon Ascent? Anyway, Ferrothorn feels like a Pokemon where it's kind of like always good. It's super reliable. It's really tanky. It actually hits pretty hard. And in Sword and Shield, actually, during the online era, it actually saw a decent amount of play as an Assault Vest Pokemon, where it actually worked really well as a Dynamax Pokemon. Max Steel Spike could be used to boost its defenses. Max Overgrowth kind of got around the low accuracy of Power Whip as a thing. And it could sometimes run even ground moves to raise its special defense as well. But after a couple Max Steel Spikes, it was basically impossible to remove with a physical attack.
Oh, whatever it is, Thunder Punch. Fuck off!
Both offensively
Fuck you!
and by using the Assault Vest item. Anyway, Ferrothorn was never a Pokemon that was hitting like crazy high usage stats or something. Like it never had anything similar to Whimsicott or Venusaur or anything. But the thing is that it's always been a consistent pick. Like there's never really been a format where Ferrothorn is like
naturally
super bad. Like I can't use it at all here. Unlike a lot of other Pokemon on this list. But even though it doesn't have like the most usage, it's always a Pokemon that seems to be whittling its way into the top of tournaments and winning tournaments a decent bit of the time. And so I feel like it's a Pokemon that like is kind of difficult to use, but when it's used well, it can have really high peaks. And I think it's absolutely one of the best grass type Pokemon of all time. Okay, the last one.
Is that a female Gengar?
Top 3 is a Pokemon that I was really kind of unsure where to put.
Let's do Clodsire first.
And it's the only Pokemon.
It is a female Gengar.
Played in a World Championship at the time that I'm making this.
Hell yeah.
Ogerpon, and I guess that means that it's technically 4 different Pokemon, but I'm going to treat them all as one, even though they play kind of differently because it's just the item that changes. And the whole thing is actually really confusing because like I wanted to put it in top 3, but then I was like, well, I can't really put it in the top 3 because like it hasn't even played in a Worlds yet, and we've really only had really one format, kind of two, but it's kind of one at the same time with it. So anyway, I really wasn't sure what to do with Ogerpon, so I'm putting it on the base list, and I didn't put it in the honorable mentions, even though I put Ogerpon Water in the honorable mentions in the water type video because, well, like for the same reason, but there's 4 more Ogerpons here. Anyway, let's just talk about Ogerpon because the whole thing's kind of a mess. Ogerpon is one Pokemon that's technically 4 Pokemon depending on the type of mask that it wears, which changes its secondary typing, but it's always a grass type. So we can talk about all 4 of them here. At the moment, it seems that the tier list is kind of water, then fire, then grass, then rock, but there's use for all of them, so it's not like I would say that any one of them is bad. Even the rock one, which sees the least play, also like has some usage and has a niche. So Ogerpon is really confusing because the way that
my god, the people like I have contactless delivery for a number of reasons, the least of which is I'm not very physically able. Getting out might take me a while to get to the door when a delivery happens, and because I'm not very physically able, there is always the possibility that if the person there has a problem with me, I don't want to have contact with it. It's a safety thing. So the ones who always call me and be like, hey yo, your food's here, I'm like, hey yo, I don't fucking care, go away. Have a good day! Bye now!
For a while was just Ludicolo, so that's also a pretty rare typing. Its signature move is completely ridiculous. It's a super strong move with no drawback that has a heightened crit chance, which is, again, absurd. If it's wearing one of the masks and not the teal mask, all of its moves just get a flat 20% damage increase, which, okay, like, I guess that's all right. Yeah, sure, thanks, Game Freak. Also, its move pool is ridiculous. Not only does it get Spiky Shield, which is just an upgraded version of Protect, it also gets Follow Me, which is a move that they're typically very hesitant to give to any Pokemon that's even remotely good. For a while, Clefairy was the best Follow Me user, or one of the best Follow Me users at least, which should tell you something about how good the normal Follow Me users are. And so the fact that we have a Pokemon that is this good just naturally and also has Follow Me, it's very, very, very messed up. Ogerpon doesn't normally run a lot of coverage moves, but it gets a fair few. The grass type one will occasionally run moves like Stomping Tantrum, Superpower, or Knockoff. The fire type one hits incredibly hard. The water type one is really tanky and is a great answer to Urshifu. But yeah, basically it's a really strong Pokemon, and the flexibility makes it just like really, really threatening, and it can kind of do it all, right? Like, Ogerpon Water is the main set right now, but I want a regional with Swords Dance, Ogerpon Fire.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
It has a bunch of useful grass type moves. It has Wood Hammer, it has Horn Leech, it has Power Whip, which has seen some play. It has Grassy Glide, which I personally like if you pair it with Rillaboom. The only reason I haven't put it higher up on the list is because it just hasn't been around for long enough, and even though it is completely dominating play right now, and I do think that it has longevity, sometimes Pokemon, especially Pokemon that interact with a generation-specific like mechanic, or generational gimmick, I guess you could say, sometimes they'll just completely fall off in following years. And since a lot of Ogerpon's strength is the fact that it gets a different ability when it terras, and the fact that terrestrialization boosts its damage output and sometimes its defenses as well, depending, I just don't feel comfortable putting it in the top 3 because we just need to see more of
Anyways,
it, like,
sorry about that.
I can say that, but
thank you for the hydrate. I will hydrate in just a second once I get organized here.
It continues being as good in the next Pokemon games, assuming it's even in those.
Apparently, this fucker had a damn thing, but you know what it didn't have? You know what it didn't have? Defense against Attract. Get shit on, bitch! Get shit on forever!
It's kind of similar to like Whimsicott mixed with Venusaur in that it doesn't have the Prankster ability, but it does have Chlorophyll, doubling its speed in the sun, and it's naturally very fast.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? If I had been hit with fucking Attract, if I had been hit with fucking Attract, I would never have hit again! Are you kidding me?
Type redirecting move, unless you're Ogerpon, in which case you get Follow Me, despite Rage Powder would have been totally fine there in my opinion. Just from a balancing perspective, it would have been fine to give Ogerpon Rage Powder and not Follow Me, because other grass type Pokemon can ignore Rage Powder, but they can't ignore Follow Me, and so yeah, there would have been some nice counterplay builds.
Super awesome! Super awesome! Fuck this game! Fuck this game! Fuck this game! Fuck this game! Fuck whoever came up with this game! Fuck this game!
I don't really have that much to say about it. It was a Tailwind, it was a Sleep Powder, it was Rage Powder user, it was really used to support primarily Groudon. It could also be used with Torkoal in certain situations. It was a Pokemon that it definitely doesn't belong in our you know, primary list or our
Yay! Gengar's super overpowered! Do I get a Gengar? No! I don't get a Gengar! I don't get to play!
Gourgeist. Gourgeist actually is a Pokemon that has a decent amount of success. I got second at an international, it won at least one regional back in X and Y. This is kind of like your quintessential bulky ghost type Pokemon. It was often used with like Leech Seed and Will-O-Wisp to kind of, yeah, just be disruptive and kind of function as like a,
bullshit.
I would say a worse version of Ferrothorn, where you're trying to get it to the end game and have it be in a position where the opponent just like can't hit it with anything, which is nice. It's a cool Pokemon. It's also,
you know, I used to actually get to the end game in this game. I actually used to get there. Now I can't get past level 40. Same team, same abilities. Can't get past level 40. I'm sure they haven't buffed anything in this game. I'm sure they haven't gone through and systematically made this game much harder to please the 3 people who wanted it harder!
Based on my research, and throughout Black and White as well, it was actually like a...
May whoever have made that decision have the worst fucking lives for the rest of their lives! Fuck this!
Competitive year for most of it, Abomasnow was actually like a decently niche pick, and it didn't see a ton of success, but it also wasn't like horrible by any means. So I think especially because it was so good back in 2010 during that rule set, and it was also okay during Black and White, it got second in.
I'm literally taking the same thing that I've taken to level 130. Dealing with the rival at level 135. I've done that dozens of times now. Today, I can't make it past level 40. Same team, same abilities, Same secondary Pokemon. It doesn't seem to matter. I can't do it. I am endlessly outplayed and everything always hits and everything hits so hard. It's not okay. So fucking cheap and lame and lying about whether or not this game is playable. All I want to do is get to Endless. Because Endless seems like a lot of fun. You can't get to Endless unless you can beat Classic. And because people have been beating Classic since the game fucking came out, they are so far ahead. They've buffed the game to make it harder because people were complaining. And now it's unplayable. Thanks. I need to take Pokerus in. Pokerus is apparently way more important. Pokerus is obviously way more important than this. I have gotten a Litten.
Yeah, so is that cool if I use your song in my YouTube video? Yeah, I'll credit you in that. Nice one.
Times for weakness, dude. Ground. Or is that vice versa? Rock electric. They're called iron thorns. Yeah, it is. It's a time for weakness. What cost is Rookie D? Of course, of course. Wow, my Zigzagoon's also gotten to a ridiculous level. Also, I just noticed that Plusley and Minun are on this list. I've just never found them yet. I kind of like Bunnelby better than Zigzagoon, if I'm gonna be honest, though. Bunnelby's just more tanky. How's it naturally than Stig and Bounce? Right? Both the Zigzagoon and the Lechonk are really close. See, what I think I'm gonna do, is I think I'm actually gonna take, Electrode in, or Voltorb in.
Talking to me with your eyes, I get a hint of the perfume that I like. Wear it like a disguise, I come around with the perfect alibi. Midnight, pouring my heart out like it's water. Tick-tock, you know this night ain't getting younger. Feels like chasing a star up and down in the sky. I can't get enough of sweet, sweet loving like we're just a couple bees, please. I'm glued to you, honey, like leave me, and I'll be sticking to you. I'm glued to you, honey. I'm glued to you, honey. Hey. Ooh, ah, ooh, I'm glued to you, honey, like ooh, ah, ooh, I'm glued to you, honey, like.
Oh my god, I only have to catch one more of these. Bring its cost down to 1.
Tearing it up with the style. You got me living a brand new kind of life.
Midnight pouring out like a water. Tick-tock, you know this night ain't getting younger.
Feels like chasing a star up and down
In the sky, I can't get enough of sweet, sweet loving like we just a couple, please, please. Glued to you, honey, like believe me, and I'll be sticking to you. Glued to you, honey, glued to you, honey, and ooh, ah, ooh, I'm glued to you, honey, like.
A few moments later.
Yeah, I know, I'm taking my time.
feeling like a double dipping day. Oh, it's a double dipping day. I can't get enough of sweet, sweet loving like we're just a couple bees, please. I'm glued to you, honey, like leave me, and I'll be sticking to you. I'm glued to you, honey. I'm glued.
Ah, the game's bugged again. Well. Oh, hi Devin. Sorry for being distracted. I'm trying to figure out what the fucking solution is to this particular problem I'm having. Just nothing I do seems to work. Nothing I do seems to live long enough or do well enough or survive well enough to get anything done. Everything is just awful and I hate it.
Sometimes you feel weak. Feel you care inside wakes you up. The overplaying pattern of memory hides your true face. Take your own method, looking for the one who's trying to be perfect, yeah. You'll try to match it, don't be sad if you don't make it. You hope for wonders, living life means making blunders. It can make you shatter, you will try to fight the thunder. Trust me no matter
What happens, because I will stay by your side and you're whatever happens, remember that you can do anything you want. Well, except it doesn't evolve. Like I need something with like 3 evolutions, or it's gotta be a legendary shit.
Follow the
just get this Clefairy to be 1 point cheaper, it'd be a lot easier to bring it along.
The right path might come when the time is right. Take your own method, looking for the one who's trying to be perfect, yeah. You'll try to match it, don't be sad if you don't make it up. You hope for one last living life means making.
You just suck it up and take something that costs 4. And ideally the thing that costs 4 needs to be something that evolves easily, but also does electric moves.
Stay by your side in your heart. Whatever happens, remember that you can do anything you want. You can do anything you want.
Not bad. Oh hey, please be shiny. You're not shiny. You are Tauros. Ooh, it gets high horsepower naturally. That's interesting. Why the long stream? Cause I need to beat this game, and I'm not beating it yet. Basically. Dang it! Wow, you don't get anything from that. Wow. Wow. Fuck off. This is why echoed voice is so overpowered. Have they dramatically changed Cut from being a piece of shit to a not a piece of shit? Because I feel like the answer is no. Power 50, accuracy 95. Those I should have been leveling up my Magnemite.
Pardon the chaos with a pinch of salt. When a surrender is about to start, I caught you red-handed. I see you in the dark. It's like a bonfire born by the flames. Fear to distortions already tossing me in.
See what she's got. Shit.
If I could, I would get myself out this madness. If I could, I would get myself out this madness. If I could, I would get myself out this madness. If I could, I would get myself out this madness. If I could, I would. Ooh, 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 ooh. If I could, I would. Ooh, 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 ooh. If I could, I would. Ooh, 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 ooh. If I could, I would. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Eight rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah.
Look, I was passive aggression, passive aggressiveness. I left him hanging like loose ties is loose ties. Either not, he begging to go or not. Depends on the situation. He going up like inflation. Fuck all the haters that said that he couldn't make it. My brother drowned in the lake. How could all you people mistake it? He fought hard for what he had. Murderers holding guns. You worried about all the extra till water gets in your lungs, nigga. Hey, how could you do this shit? How could you do this when you know I'm going through this shit? Real shit, G shit, I really do this shit. I ain't about it, but you know I'm walking through this shit. Look.
8 rounds in the 45, wriggle gun. 8 rounds in the 45, wriggle gun. Yeah, 8 rounds in the 45, wriggle gun. 8 rounds in the 45, wriggle gun. Yeah, 8 rounds
in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah.
Grass nut. What do I think that that's a move I want? Not.
Don't call Peter. Like the Griffins with the lowest with the Peter. At the posse he be smoking gasoline. I cannot fuck with the lean.
Power varies. The counterpart to the move low kick. Grass strong against. Where's my chart? Grass attacks are strong against water, ground, rock. Fighting bug and fairy.
Open your eyes. Are we dreaming? Do you love me?
I don't know how fast my Magnemite is, but I don't think it's very fast.
don't think I'm fast enough to use electric ball. Electro ball.
Do you know where secrets go? 'Cause I've forgotten mine.
They slipped out of my control, and you'll know where they hide. Your love is a little heavy, you're touching me already, and it's working up my nerves. You should probably forget me, there's a terrified of get me when I'm at my worst. It's not too late to let you know that you're in love with a ghost. So run. Pack up your bags and run. Once you see the truth, you'll be over it. Run. And when it's all said and done, run. You just gotta run like cool whisper, sweeter things and back to me a crawl.
Oh, fuck me.
My ego's still providing. I'm not the one who's driving, but I can't find the brakes. Yeah, girl, there's no denying that.
I thought Meowths were supposed to be fast, but apparently my Pokemon is just way too fucking slow.
You're in love with a ghost. Run.
Pack up your bags and run. Once you see the truth, you'll be over it. Run. And when it's all said and done, run. You know you gotta, you know you gotta, you know you gotta run. You know you gotta run. You just gotta run. You just gotta run.
Yeah. Justin Diamond. Alvin. Let's go. I'm in the whip with authority, looking like Sky Bree, she got a body, ayy. And she been calling me daddy lately, want me to put her in Cartiers. And the bitch deserve it, put in work for the money she earn it. Give me top every night, lip service, never gotta block these hoes, she worth it. I'm out in Abu Dhabi, with a bad bitch, look like Sky Bree, ooh. Right beside me, in the phantom off that Molly, yeah. Abu Dhabi, with a bad bitch, look like Sky Bree, ooh. Right beside me, in the phantom off that Molly, yeah. Abu Dhabi, with a bad bitch, look like Sky Bree, ooh. Right beside me, in the phantom off that Molly, yeah. Abu Dhabi, with a bad bitch, look like Sky Bree, ooh. Right beside me, in the phantom off that Molly, yeah. Shorty a dancer with her OnlyFans, got her bands up. She independent, got a land truck, don't need no man, but I'll man up for that. Ooh, put it on camera, she a freak, nothing I can't handle. When I'm pulling up in that phantom, I got a pussy wetter than Niagara. Bitch, I'm a dog, I'm with the leash. Ain't no one holding me back, I'm a beast. Showing them all, falling my teeth. None of them fucking with me in these streets. Ooh, Sky Bree hit me in my DMs. I've been trying to meet up and see ya. I can fly you out to Abu Dhabi with a bad bitch look like Sky Bree. Ooh, right beside me in the Molly, yeah, yeah. Abu Dhabi, with a bad bitch look like Scabry, ooh. Right beside me, in the phantom off that Molly, yeah, yeah. Abu Dhabi, with a bad bitch look like Scabry, ooh. Right beside me, in the phantom off that Molly, yeah, yeah.
Yes. How was my day? I've been playing this all day, trying real hard to push my way through so that I can play the fun version of the game, which is endless. You don't get to do that until you beat the classic version, which has much harder bullshit going on at all times. You can't get any good combos going, you can't get any good Pokemon running because you just get absolutely wiped across the floor. And it's not fun! Oh, why the unfunnest fucking thing that I've ever fucking played has to be this fucking game. Because everything else about this game seems like a shit ton of fun. Ah, right. Okay, sure, be the most overpowered piece of shit that I've ever fucking seen. Holy fucking hell! See something that's not gonna die like 10 seconds in here. I think Magnum might be fine, but... Fucking hell! Ah! Oxy, a legendary or sub-legendary? I think it's a sub-legendary. I mean, the Lake Trio's not very good.
Girl, I say I kinda like you. Girl, I say what can I see? Sign away, won't you come my way? But not before. Always get ignored. I don't exist.
It's alright, I'm fine, I'm just passing the time. I need you in my life. When I'm with you, I can't move, it feels like I'm losing my mind. Yeah, I kinda like it. Girl, I say, I kinda like it. Girl, I say, what can I see your face? Feel the same way, why don't you say my name? Girl, I say, I kinda like it. Girl, I say, what can I see your face? Feel the same way, why don't you come my way?
Which one is Body Slam? Which one was Body Slam? And no, I don't have any cheesecake. I wish I had cheesecake. Cheesecake would be nice. Cheesecake would be nice right now. I'm so frustrated with this game. Body Slam. Is this the one that paralyzes? 85 damage, 100% accuracy, and can paralyze, but not electric Pokemon. You have made some cheesecake. Holy shit. Boss floor 10. Fissure never missing. That sounds about right.
Sign away, won't you come my way? Yeah.
Not this Surskit being so much faster than me. What the shit? Holy fuck, why? Oh my fucking god, this stupid game! Oh yay, Pikachu's dead again! What's the point of playing this game? I can't keep any of my Pokemon alive because everything moves faster than them! Hooray! Fuck you, Finn. And of course, Pikachu, the one who has the grass move, is dead. Awesome. Love that. Awesome. Love that. Super cool. Overpowered fucking Pokemon, right? Super overpowered. Overpowered and way too powerful. Yep. What else is new? What else is fucking new? Can I win? No, I can't. Why not? Because this game won't let me. I can't even beat level 25 anymore. Super fun! Fun and interactive. I'm so glad they keep making this game harder and harder and harder and harder and make it impossible for anybody who's still not beaten Classic to actually win. I love that part. That's the best part. That's the part that makes the game worthwhile. Love it. I fucking love it. You can play this game, make no mistakes, and still lose every fucking time because they have increased the chances of everything landing to be so much worse than they used to be. It's not 10% chance. If it's 90% chance for you, it's about 50 if you're lucky. I don't even have one. Course not. Course not. Course not. Fucking course not. I didn't even come across a Lechonk, so I can't make my Lechonks cheaper. It's almost like they knew I was doing that. Like, is it worth taking a 2 cost that sucks? Is there a 2 cost that doesn't? Because I don't think so. Guess we can take Zubat. We'll take Zubat. Super awesome. Fuck my life. My salt is never ending.
What started as a phase has become a growing trend. I guess what I can follow is my self-delusion. Cut me a piece, just a piece of that pie. Don't matter what, I am missing the high. Melting me down with a kerosene smile. Was full of hope, now I'm turning senile. Painted pictures, faulty fictions, contradictions, false scriptures. One thing I can tell you is you're heading straight for hell. Compromise your faith for setting me under your spell. I might just be a freak to the rest of your critique. A lamb behind a wolf, always cautiously alert. Give me a dime, just a time of that bag. Who gives a shit, honey, this is a drag. Melting me down with a kerosene smile. Was full of hope, now I'm turning senile. Painted pictures, faulty fictions,
contradictions, false subscriptions.
One thing I can tell you is you're heading straight for hell. Compromise your faith for setting me under your spell.
I'm so ordinary, ordinary, ordinary. I'm so ordinary.
Please have pickup. Awesome. Oh, well, okay, sure. What the fuck? Fuck you, Finn. Eat my ass. I can't take it. Right, yeah. I'm feeling your side, yeah. Tell me a lie, 'cause I can't take it, I can't take it. On behalf of 40K, or 44K, we shall smash every patch rat into the ground. I know, I know, I know. Good choice. Fako does work twice. Get shit on. Boom. Get out of here. Don't need the Ekans up in this shit. Fuck you. Fuck you. You did not just fucking little bird. Guilty self-reflection. On me when I'm lonely. I'm your willing victim. Friends already told me. Oh, small children. Time to turn them into paste. Tell myself another lie. I don't wanna be. I don't wanna. I don't wanna. Don't wanna be. I don't wanna. I don't wanna be lonely. I don't wanna. I don't wanna. Don't wanna be. I don't wanna. Protect, protect, protect. Protect is the one that makes you not die, right?
We keep seeing their eyeballs glued to us on the sidewalk. But
that look could kill.
they are trying so hard to find all the weaknesses inside, but it's gonna spill. Oh, can we take a minute, turn and face the critics? Let's put flowers in our hair like we
Don't care. And it's a village found who's nobody's stopping our groove. Ooh, that's good. It's just you and me. Ain't no stopping our groove. Ooh, that's good. It's just you.
Well, you know what? I'm not gonna take a risk with your shit. No covet, thank you.
Disco sun, one like one of a kind, girl. Till morning's here.
When opinions start to guide us, we
Won't let them define us, yeah. We'll play it by ear.
And I know that you're shy, but we can clown around tonight. You know the circus leaves town when it's light, and there's a village clown who's nobody's stopping our groove. Ooh, that's good. It's just you.
God damn, I'm getting so many TMs. The problem is, Mud Slap is not Mud Shot, is not... I gotta look them all up every damn time. Mud Slap is... ground type move, blah blah blah. It is the 20% and lowers accuracy? Yes, 20% and lowers accuracy.
Nobody's stopping our groove. Ooh, that's good. It's just you and me.
Have I ever seen Focus Band work? No. Is it worth my time? Also, no! Oh, an Eevee!
You're nothing but an expired exit from my life. An expired exit from my life. I thought your love, I thought your heart was poison from the start. An
Expired. Exit from my life. Bye bye.
No sing. Yeah, well, I mean, sing does not ever hit. I think I've seen it go off once, and I used it 3 times in the same battle. Oh.
I'm not yours, 'cause you're
I fucking faked it out of existence. Get fucked.
bye bye.
Don't remind me how you feel in every way. Don't remind me of all the BS you could say. I'm dummy and chained, done with your games. Dummy and played for
Stupid double click.
I'm not yours, 'cause you're nothing but an expired.
Now, does Eevee actually learn anything worth my fucking time? No, I don't think I really want to make Eevee into a Zappa Eevee. Oh. I'd rather make a Glaceon. So how does that work in this? How does that work? How does that work? Is there ice stones? Ice stone. There is such a thing as an ice stone. Well, originally in the original game where it was created, you would take it to like a special stone in the middle of an ice cave, and then you would level it up there, and then it would turn into Glaceon. But it seems like Glaceon also now has a way of evolving where you don't have to take it to an ice cave and have it evolve near a specific stone, because that would be insane trying to get to the ice cave. Especially without a map item, like... I don't think I'm gonna do this, because I think there's at least one more move that Eevee should learn before I want to evolve it anyway. Also, I'm curious how they're gonna make Sylveon evolve. A Dawnstone, or...? I wonder if there's some data... Below is a table for the required number of Pokemon to defeat before earning 1 candy. The number in parentheses is the number required in classic mode to earn 1 candy. Oh! Remember how we were trying to figure out why you get random candies sometimes? And we were like, it's gotta be about just killing a certain amount of It is! But you can lower that amount by giving a Soothe Bell to that Pokemon. Or more. So if you have 3 Soothe Bells on your ace that you use to kill everything, every two kills it gets a candy. Well, it's just a secondary effect of Soothe Bell. Candy Friendship is a mechanic that allows candies to be obtained by increasing a Pokemon's friendship. Each time a Pokemon gains points in Friendship, it will receive an equal amount of points in Candy Friendship. Candy Friendship points will accumulate until they reach a certain threshold, at which point a candy for that Pokemon will be received, and the Candy Friendship points for that Pokemon will be reset to 0. The process can be repeated indefinitely. A Pokemon's Candy Friendship points are accumulated and shared across all runs where that Pokemon is used. If a Pokemon gains more Candy Friendship points than are needed to meet their threshold, the extra points will not carry over when the Candy Friendship points are reset to 0. The number of Candy Friendship points can be seen in the summary screen located in the top left. In the summary screen located in the top left, as well as in the center starter select screen. When hovering a mouse cursor over the candy icon, a pop-up will display the number of points currently accumulated along with the number of points needed to reach that Pokemon's Candy Friendship threshold. The Pokemon's Candy Friendship threshold is dependent on that Pokemon's original starter cost. And cost reductions do not change where your Pokemon falls on the table. Okay. Interesting. Anyways, I'm glad I scrolled down a bit on that screen. I hadn't read that before.
I know that I can't go on without you. It's hard, cause it took 5 years until I found you. Oh, I'm not gonna let you go. Oh, I'm gonna hold you close. It's hard, cause it took 5 years until I found you. But we're just getting started, baby. I can't control myself lately. Oh, but you know that, yeah, you know that, yeah, you know that, yeah, you know it. We're just getting started, baby. I'm not going anywhere 'cause I feel best right next to you. Move next to me and show me all the things you wanna do. Oh, I can't wait to try them all. Going around the world in a fancy cars. Look at all the stars. I can't believe this is true. It took 5 whole years to find you. But we're just getting started, baby. I can't control myself lately. Oh, but you know that, yeah, you know that, yeah, you know that, yeah, you know it. We're just getting started, baby.
Please give me a shiny, please. I would really like one. Also, thank you so much for being here, Swooshy. I hope you have a good night. The rest of your night. What is the deal with Squawkabilly? Like, what is the... I know they come in a lot of different colors, and there's people who, like, collect all of the color. What, are they special? Do they do stuff? What do they do? Does it change what moves they have, or... Squawkabilly has 4 different forms. Yes, I've seen all of them at this point. What's the difference, though? They come in 4 forms. Form data. Different non-interchangeable forms, each with differently colored plumage. The only functional difference between the forms are their hidden abilities, with green and blue having guts and yellow and white having sheer force. Oh, so it's literally just their hidden ability. It's literally just hidden ability. I think it's very kind that Swoo comes to hang out here.
I'm not falling, even if I fall in the middle, and I'm not falling. When did I get lost in the middle of time? Oh, but I'm not falling, even if I fall in the middle, and I'm not falling. When did I get lost in the middle of time?
Yes. Okay, that's the very first time I've ever managed to do that. I've been trying to do that as a personal challenge. It's trying to get Cleffa to turn into Clefairy during a fight. I finally did it! This is the reason why I don't succeed at anything in this game, because I'm just endlessly coming up with new stupid things to do. What the fuck is that? What the hell? Oh, it looks... Oh, why? Oh, why are all the new Pokemon just so screwed up looking? It looks cooler when it evolves? Okay.
This time I'm gonna say what is fine. Tell me what you wanna do right now. And see if you can find a way to like the idea. Crazy, I want to fire. I am not alone. You couldn't say nothing. High for a minute, love. For life, I can't forget it long. High for a minute, love. And tell me that I am not alone. You couldn't say nothing. And tell me that.
Me being like, oh, I still have a Tailo? I haven't gotten rid of it yet? Oh, shit! Boop, 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 boop. We petted the dog. The dog didn't fall asleep afterwards, but then we petted it. It's 7 times. What? Well, IG, I wonder which one I'm gonna go with. Iron Hands.
All my demons. I'm still hiding all my secrets.
I really hope it's 10%. I might actually keep arm thrust because of that.
Wait for me while I'm still healing. You.
Well, I have to plasma fist this fucker. Get it.
I surrender. There's no more falling down. I've hit the ground. I surrender.
I love Life Dew. Life Dew is so much better than Moonlight even. So if I let Eevee learn Baby Doll Eyes, it will evolve into Sylveon. Is Sylveon better than... Is Sylveon better than Umbreon or Espeon? Because those are the ones that are likely to happen. It'll be one or the other. I don't know which one it'll be. First place spot for best evolution is Sylveon, apparently.
There's no more falling down, I've hit the ground.
A Stonejourner. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop, boop. God, these disgusting little dogs! Ooh, why do I love Indeedee? I know Indeedee is really, really good, but it's because Follow Me actually works, and Follow Me doesn't actually work. And because she has a Trick Room setup, and she doesn't actually get Trick Room naturally. So I do not want it in Indeedee, but oh look, it's Indeedee! Maybe I can still trap her. Maybe I can still grab her. Gimme. Hopefully she doesn't fucking kill me. Nope, I still killed her. It's the never-ending, it's the never-ending slap fest over here. But I didn't steal her item. I hit her how many times? Not that calcium would have benefited me that much at all. Oh yeah, I need to actually check and see what Zigzagoon's got hanging out on it. Oh shit. Aw, god damn it. Ooh, egg gotcha. Got it? No, I don't have any. Fight. Whoop, pet the doggy, we pet the doggy. The doggy lies down. It's a very good doggy. No, you're not allowed to learn metronome. Yes, I know you're not allowed to learn metronome. No metronomes. Why? Because you'll blow yourself up. You know it's true. No. Can't steal stat boosters? God damn. Well, I mean, you know what? That's good. I would rather that be true than steal my stat booster. We're not learning Pin Missile because it's not actually all that good and it gets replaced really quickly anyway. Think! Yes, thinking big quotation marks. How's everyone doing? Everyone's fine? Yeah, we're just rocking along here. Big nugget, please. No. Pet the mouse. That's a very good mouse. Good night, mouse. Do 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 do. How to remember? I don't think there's anything better. Oh, it's a doggo! No, we're gonna pet the doggo. You're such a good doggy! You're such a good doggy! Yes, he is! You're such a good dog! Yeah, the Pokeball! Sand Rush. Oh, I petted it a lot, and I did not steal that Lumberry. I'm gonna say it's probably not 10% per hit, but wouldn't that be something? I mean, I could have still got unlucky. No, we're not taking Herdier with us. Eevee wants to learn Swift. Yes, you're allowed to learn Swift. Ah, nice. Oh, good lord. We did end up in the sewers. God damn it, double bugs! No. I probably should switch this. The fuck am I gonna switch it to? I don't have anything that knows fire moves. And I want a Kit Kat bar. Will you switch Clefairy? I mean, what are the chances they actually know a lightning move or a steel move? Really, really high? I was thinking really, 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 really high. Since it can't protect itself twice in a row, I'll just hit the other one, and, Talo, you go! Really? Are you fucking kidding me right now? On the rare occasion that actually fucking happens. Of course it happens to me. Fuck my life. Okay, you think it can't work 3 times in a row, right? Right? We killed the one. Oh, baby, baby.
Oh, I don't mind a little rain on my suit. A little bit of
Are you fucking kidding me?
We've been watching this show so long, but it feels like everything that we wrote went back in.
Fuck my life!
Won't take long, even when I'm without you, when I'm without you, babe. So listen up and play.
Sorry for extremely loud sneeze. I was trying to reach for the mute button at the same time I was sneezing and dropping everything out of my hands. I managed to recover the controller and do nothing of the other, none of the other things that I wanted to. Oh, that's true. Kit Kat board would be so good as a stick. Okay, fight. Fight me. Pokemon.
I'm down for anything. Yeah, we can make a mess inside this booth. You're taking me to places old and new. Sweet as summer.
There, now we've gotten every color of Wormadam. Fuck no. Do not know why they are so goddamn tanky. I swear to God, Linone, if you lost your fucking pickup, I will lose my mind. And then I will throw you to the streets. we got nothing else. We got nothing else. Da da pitty pitty pee. Da da da. Da 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 pitty pitty pee. Da 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 pitty pitty pee. Da da da. Okay, Aerial Ace is 60 and never misses. Good, it still has pickup. Yay, it still has pickup. Oh, well, yeah, Talos kind of in a way. And you don't have a flying move right now, Zubat.
My life a story. I'm trying to find the glory. Got them all sleeping on me, my haters out here dying, snoring. Why they mad that I'm finally growing? And they see me fighting for it. What they wanna get involved for, I kill them all off until I'm enormous. Cause 9 to 5 is boring, grinding 5 in the morning. I'd rather make music, get paid for it, die with a fortune. And my ride is foreign, every whip I drive imported. Anybody know me, they know. For this game, no, I'm dying for it.
Come on now, give me that crown, yo. Ain't nobody out here really wanting with me. I went hard and I'm falling asleep. Got it all 'cause I deserve it all. Just being honest, don't see me on this. I'm taking over the thing now and that's a promise. Stay out of pocket, and I'm believe I've got it.
Give me that crown now, 'cause I'm the king, call me your highness.
Oh, I think, yeah, my claw did steal. My claw stole something.
This life a movie, I'm a motherfucking star like Clooney. From dusk till dawn, I'm a loose sleep. I ain't tryna live broke like you be. I've been coming for the bag, I do me. Will I get paid? Absolutely. Cause you better knew a boss like Takeoff. I ain't left all bad and bougie. Heard them talk, they barely knew me. I ain't let no stranger fool me. When I came in the game, y'all showing that fake love. I ain't look past your jewelry. Now this ride is foreign. Every whip I drive imported.
Oh, Taylor's evolving.
Oh, give me that crown, y'all. Ain't nobody out here really wanting me. Going hard and I'm falling asleep. Got it all 'cause I deserve it all.
Great. Poisoned. Yay, Zubat's finally evolving. Maybe. All the heal. We will take the Super XP charm though. Hello!
Recess in school for the first time. Crossed your name in love and light.
Fire and flame for a long time. With that spark, you ignite my heart. You ignite my heart. You ignite my heart. You ignite my heart.
Yes! I swear to God, if this doesn't work, I will be so irritated. No, you're not learning Slam.
Won't you two forever stay with me?
Yep. Oh, wait a second. It's because it's a double battle. I'm an idiot. Oh, he'll never attack the Golbat, but it'll attack my Iron Hands.
You ignite my heart.
Another fucking double battle, shit! Will you switch Iron Hands? No. Will you switch Golbat? No. Oh, right, Astonish won't do anything to it. Duh. Thief. Let's look up thief. Thief. So 60 damage. Thief inflicts damage and has a 99% chance to steal the target's held item if it has one, but only if the user does not have one. Thief cannot steal an item if it hits a public Pokemon substitute. Held mail cannot be stolen.
monster inside of me. You better watch out if you ignite me. A road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him
him all the hate and he grows mean. He gets claws real big, pissed off quick, and if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score, never getting bored, loves the blood and gore. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really understand until they feel the force apart. If you start shit, you'll be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped, you'll be chewed up and discarded.
And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative
Energy I expected.
Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
Thunder.
It'll kill when I'm dust. He's back and better than ever. I've been feeling pressure. It's stormy weather, lightning, thunder, roaring weather. I'm going to do it better. I'm going to do it better.
I got a mind that's clever, the beast inside is competitive as ever. I'm conscious, my subconscious, an accomplice to me. I promise the darkness, I can honest believe. But don't cross me, I might lose control of the lost beast. He's locked away inside with the key control, but fight or flight.
And this world ain't right, won't accept it.
Negative energy I expected.
Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
Fire, water, ice, flying.
Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
On a boiling desert road, heading far away to some place we don't know. Is it true all the things they say, that we will come to an end? Is it true all the things they say? Maybe we could pretend. I don't wanna let go of your love. I don't wanna let go of your touch. Cause my sun is rising and setting with you. Never let go of your love.
Oh my god. Why is Wormadam the singular most impossibly overpowered fucking piece of shit in this entire goddamn game? Can anyone figure this out for me? Cause it's ridiculous. She's still not dead!
Shit, I'm decked out and I'm rolling. Roll it out, no controlling. DNA ain't no hoeing. Jumping deep, never put no toe in. Stepped out and I'm growing. Every day I've been growing. Never know where I'm going. And your bitch like how I'm flowing, flowing.
Cause I cannot get you out my mind. I will never, ever let go of you. I'll never let go of your love.
Still just really no hope of getting any decent Pokemon here.
Let's go.
Eggy! Please be shiny! You're not a shiny. Oh, which move is Nightshade? I think Nightshade's the one that is really, really useless. Nightshade, because it's based on your level. Power, yeah, it looks like it is. Yeah, Nightshade inflicts damage equal to the user's level, so really super fucking useless. Yeah, but I can deal 70 damage with any of my abilities. Because I hit that hard. It's a bad choice! Oh, look, a Magneton. Okay, is Magneton... What's my weakness one? Yeah, I thought so. Girder. Where's my music?
I know I've broken promises.
I know I've broken promises.
I'm way too good at keeping you from getting in. I've
Did exactly where it's at.
I never get too close, afraid to lose again. 'Cause I'm thinking back to 17 when I was young and so naive.
Falling into love like such a fool. I was dumb and she was mean. Broke my trust and honestly I never wanna get her again.
I'm so done breaking down my walls for someone to break me till I fall apart. Loneliness is not that hard. And I'm
Waiting for a sense of closure. Try to cover up these scars. Fix another broken heart. Waiting for the sense of closure. Trying to cover up these scars. Fix another broken heart. I wonder if it's me. Love and then they were not meant to be. And I'm afraid of who I've been. Knows if they for me will let me let you in. Thinking about at 23, I was drunk and so was she. For the first time, I felt so fast and couldn't see. Story was a tragedy. Never wanna hear that word again. I'm so done breaking down my walls with someone
to break me till I fall apart. Loneliness is not that hard. And I'm waiting for a sense of closure. Trying to cover up these scars. Fix another broken heart. Waiting for a sense of closure. Trying to cover up these scars. Won't fix another broken heart.
Hands go up and the lights go out. Pour me up some shots, I'll take another round. 'Cause when the DJ plays that brand new song, I can take one more and party all night long. Hands go up and the lights go out.
Sweet. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure I haven't fought this guy before. Oh god, it's just never ending, is it?
out. Pour me up some shots, I'll take another round. 'Cause when the DJ plays that brand new song, I can take one more and party all night long.
That was a bit scary. I wasn't sure what it was trying to indicate, but it needed me to pick a target. And I almost picked my own Clefairy. That's not so good. Oh. Ooh, a Master Ball. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Be my ride and die. And no star! And no star!
This for the players out there, check out this dope shit, man. Payers down and down, we getting paid. Another day, another dollar living in the bay. Hustling for my baby, trying to plan my escape. I ain't staying in the matrix where they trying to get my pay. This is for the players.
Days of a dollar getting paid. Another day, another dollar living in the bay.
Hustling for my baby, trying to plan my escape. I ain't staying in the matrix where they trying to get my papes.
I don't want to hit Crobat too soon. Wait a second. Maybe we do want to hit Crobat too soon. Does Crobat still learn moves after it evolves?
trying to get my papers. Players never die, we getting paid. Another day, another dollar living in the bay.
Yeah, I want to learn Leech Life, which means I need to wait. I need to wait. Oh, I need to wait. I need to wait. No, I don't. No, I don't. I don't need to wait. I don't need to wait. Oh my god, why? 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 God fucking fuck, I'm so tired of electric Pokemon! Ah! God! Yeah, she hasn't learned her final actual attack, so I can't even use the goddamn Moonstone. Fuck! Like, I don't even have a lure going, and I keep getting double battles with electric types. Like, I'm feeling a bit picked on because I'm not set up to fight fucking electric types endlessly. Saying. A bit fucking ridiculous at this point. God damn, this thing has a lot of goddamn hit points.
wide.
Oh my god! Stop with the double battles! Stop!
I can feel your energy. It's like you're standing next to me. You're forever on my mind. You're forever by my side. Won't you hold me closely? I don't wanna fade away. Please just watch over me. It's not easy, but your love is immortal.
Better protected.
You're always by my side. It's the only thing that I need. Your spirit gets me by. Your love is everlasting.
You're part of every breath I take. Light that's shining over me. You're there for every choice I make. Guide to help me find my way. Won't you hold me closely? I don't wanna fade away. Please just watch over me. It's not easy, but your love is immortal. Your love is immortal.
Does Healing Wish revive a Pokemon? Okay, so Healing Wish only works on a Pokemon that is still alive. I love Charjabug. It looks like a little bus. Oh, cute. Ah, that didn't do shit. I swear, if I don't get out of an area where I am endlessly fucking dealing with these godforsaken electric Pokemon, I will lose my mind. I will just lose my mind. I am so tired of fighting them. Okay. This has all been double battles. I don't have a lure on. I am just a magnet for bullshit. That's what's going on here. I am a magnet for bullshit. Game is absolutely punishing me right now, and I don't even know why. Orbital lasers, bitch. How many things does a Linone have right now? I feel like the answer is all of the things. Oh my god, it's got so much shit.
Lately you don't feel like yourself, and you kinda hate it. You suppress all of the thoughts in your head and say it's complicated. You hide your pain, but I can see it.
There's still your thing. I've been sitting, and you're okay. Breathing, don't you walk away.
Feel you getting lost, I feel you trailing off. Feel it in your words when you say there's nothing wrong. There's
Something so subliminal.
about the way that your hands shake when
We're just patting each other's tummies.
into space like you're
Eggies.
in your thoughts. So
Ah, okay. So cute.
tell me what
Please be shiny. Please. Not shiny. Please be shiny. As a score bunny.
so caught up thinking about myself. Never took time.
Shiny, shiny, shiny. Please, 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 please. It's a Sobble. Not bad. Not bad at all. Ooh, starts with Frost Breath. Ooh.
Tell me you're afraid.
Well, you know what? At least it's metal. At least it's metal and not electric. Oh my god, the electric was driving me insane. Though, of course, it means I can't actually pull Clefairy out right now because Clefairy is a fairy type and she dies to metal. Anyways, actually, I shouldn't say he because I actually think my Clefairy is male. Will you switch Pokemon? Fuck, no.
Tell me what's been going on. Ooh. Tell me what's been going on. Ooh. Tell me now that that's another call. Tell me what's been going on. Tell me what's been going on. Feeling lost, feeling lost, feeling lost. There's something wrong, there's something so subliminal. Your thoughts surrounded by the paper wall. Tell me what's been going on.
No, you're not allowed to learn Double Edge. Yes, you're not allowed to learn it. Oh, hey, a map! Maybe we can get the fuck out of here. She has some sort of advantage against flyers, as I recall. Lenone eats its berry, being like, oh. Ooh, Waterstone. I really, 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 really want Glaceon.
I found you in a crowded, empty place. You felt familiar, but I didn't know your face. As we're standing in the room, the roar of the silence submerged us. Our connection felt so strong without even sharing our first touch.
That it's even gonna make any difference anymore. I'm just gonna have to hope for memory mushrooms. I don't remember, I gotta stun them first. Wait, Vaporeon leveled, but it didn't get new hit points? What? Oh god, this shit again.
flame ignite. They like to judge me before they get to know me. But while you're joking, I was getting me some money. Flying across the country, now they're flying for me. Broke a record back in Donny, that's a different story. Don't ask me if it's wrong or right. This is for the lies you've been leading all my life. And you better run and hide. I'ma let the flame ignite. Don't let me tell you twice, I'ma let the flame ignite. Let the flame ignite.
Which one's reversal?
They like to judge me before they get to know me. But while you're joking, I was getting me some money. Flying across the country, now they're flying for me. Broke a record back in Donny, that's a different story. Major damage,
Nice. That sounds good.
standing frozen. Ground is shaking as the doorway opens. These hearts are racing, sudden slow motion. Don't ask me if it's wrong or right. This is for the lies you've been leading all my life. And you better run and hide. Don't let the flame ignite.
Reversal is crap. Gotcha. Yummy.
They say that love is blind, but I never trusted sight. When I turn and look inside, there's nothing I can find. In the silence of the night, when my demons come alive, I hear a voice disguised, telling me we're not alright.
Hidden low, hidden low, hidden low, lies. Oh, hidden low, hidden low, hidden low, hidden low.
Always on my mind. On my mind. You're always on my mind. On my mind.
One taste, you can't get enough. One kiss, you feel enough. One taste, you can't get enough. One taste, you feel enough. One taste, you can't get enough.
Wow! Hooray! Love my life! Love when the game goes like this. Super awesome!
They say that love is blind, but I never trusted sight.
At least it was the fucking final battle of that floor. Oh my god, we're free! We are finally out of the ever-listing hellhole that we have been in! Holy shit! God, I'm so done with being in, just dealing with endless fucking shit I can't kill! Give myself a fucking aneurysm. On my mind. About fucking time you found the fucking moonstone. Guy, evolve. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Good lord, was that Bieber faster than me? Well, no one's picked up like 3 more things. Yeah, fucking lumberries! Who doesn't have lumberries at this point? You got one. The bird doesn't have any, but we're still trying to replace the bird. You've got one. You've got 2. Lumberries all for all time. Lumberries all goddamn day. Fucking miracle seed. I forgot it still had that. Completely useless fucking item. There isn't anybody who knows a grass type move anymore. I'm just like, oh well, I'll keep it. I'll keep it, and then I'll use it when, you know, if we get a grass Pokemon. That has not yet happened. I'm still holding out hope that we'll find something really good soon. Okay. Did the game freeze on me? Well, it looks like the controller went. There we go. Fixed it. You've only got 1 lumberry right now. Who the fuck knows where those went? They are now on somebody else, though. Potion. Potion, 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 potion. Endless Bieberels just staring deeply into my soul. Jesus Christ. Their little beady eyes just looking at me. They're like, we know what you did. We know what you did. Now this thing's beefy.
two's company, we're limited.
God damn it!
We lay in
I definitely did look at my control like, no! Don't be like this!
Was all it took, was all I.
And for you to say,
I have so many berries. Oh, apparently I stole a Landsat berry.
I love you anyway. Yeah, quiet it down. It's compromising me out. It's compromising me out.
because I want everything now. Because I want everything now. But hey, yeah, the quiet it down. It's compulsory now.
Oh, please, please be shiny. Please, 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 please.
Ooh, honed edge.
Quiet it down. It's compulsory now.
She's a itty bitty spider with a itty bitty ladder and a strange jacket round her waist. When she gets a bite, you better run, you better hide, better pray that you're not worth the chase. Yeah, she might be pretty, but I promise it gets scary. Once your daddy and she finds out where you live. Creeping in the shadows, eating poisoned apples. She's nothing like you ever seen. Her mood goes up and
Down and round and round and
ain't no telling what she might do next. Cause she's a itty bitty spider with a itty bitty ladder and she might
just come for you. Should always sleep with one eye open. But then keep in mind always look over your shoulder. Cause when you think you're safe, you stay away, just moving closer. The itty bitty spider with the itty bitty lighter, and she might just come for you.
Ooh, Corviknight.
She's a snake crawling, creeping on the
That might be too hard to do this.
Itty bitty lighter and feels good, always sleep with one.
She's a itty bitty spider with a itty bitty lighter and she might just come fall.
I'm gonna come for you.
I think I have taken care of Chili before. Ah, shit. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, but only one egg voucher.
We can set the world on fire, fire.
Man.
You can set the world on fire.
Always taking a risk with that thing that it might have lightning rod. Because it can.
another move that I wanted Vaporeon to have?
We can set the world on fire. We can set the world on fire. We can set the world on fire.
This fucking thing.
Drop it low, move around, let your skin shout, baby, turn it up, make it work, one more time, you know how it goes, baby, shake your hips, drop it low, move around, let your skin shout, baby, turn it up, make it work, one more time, you know how it goes, baby, shake your hips, drop it low, move around, let your skin shout, baby, turn it up, make it work, one more time.
He has 5 lumberries right now. Sir, sir, you do not need that many lumberries.
Drop it low, baby, turn it up, make it work, one more time, you know how it goes, baby, shake your hips, drop it low, move around.
Oh, I need to switch Iron Hands out. Fuck. Stupid Gyarados are cutting my attack, and it's lasting because I'm staying out the entire time.
Pokemons can't learn Rock Smash? What? What? Ooh, Boss Blastoise. Stole a citrus berry. Dooba dooba. You sit there and hit protect, you hecking heck.
Don't walk away from me. Don't walk away from me.
It might seem silly to keep picking them up even though I am maxing out. It's still exponential, so if I don't keep picking up the bonuses, I have discovered it doesn't work too good.
Don't walk away from. Here we go.
Stole one of the berries too. Yoink!
Thin ice, walking
Oh. This fucking thing.
Should I let it go? You said that it would change, but you're going home and I'm losing hope. But you would never know.
Got it. I'm a one-hit wonder, man! I'm a one-hit wonder! Down the unsacred in my ear. No. Near the end, angel till I disappear. No. Face and so away when I was in the race. Gotcha. Please be shiny. Please be shiny.
Should I ever tell him how I really feel? Should I ever tell him how I really feel? Should I ever tell him how I really feel? Should I ever tell him how I really feel?
Lenona's picking something up every fucking turn now. What Enigma Berry.
Should I ever tell him how I really feel?
Tell him how I really feel. Should I ever tell him how I really feel? Should I ever tell him how I really feel? Should I ever?
It's a Tatsugiri! It's a dead Tatsugiri! Oh, is Cresselia good? Oh, no, I don't know if it's good. Is it good?
Swimming in sand, take my hand, I wanna refocus. My sound, my music, my impress.
Its stat total's only 600. It has no attack, no special attack. It has really, really high defense and special defense. Its speed is definitely something to be desired. Oh, wait a second. Scroll, scroll. Oh my god, it's actually been nerfed as of Generation 9. So, it's even worse than that. It's defense and special defense have been nerfed. God, why? What moves does it know? Lunar Dance and Lunar Blessing. God knows what those do. Future Sight and Moon Blast. Future Sight's really useless. In fact, Lunar Dance and Lunar Blessing may not even be, like, active. Unless they're really easy to do. Lunar Dance causes the user to faint, but restores HP and PP of the Pokemon that's sent out to... So if it has that, it's going to kill itself in 2 seconds here. And Lunar Blessing heals the user of any status conditions and restores a variable quantity of the user's maximum HP. And it also raises evasiveness. Oh, you cut an Uxie. That's pretty cool. I don't think I'm gonna... oddly enough, I don't think I want this Cresselia. I have a Master Ball, but I also don't want this piece of shit. This thing seems bad. It literally seems very bad. I mean, I guess I could capture it just to capture it, but... I think I should capture it just to capture it? I have a Master Ball. I could get it. Yeah, and if I died on my rival the next time I run across her, so that might not happen. 50-50. And yeah, any legendary. Sub-legendary! No! It's not considered to be a legendary! What's Psychic good against? At least it has Psychic. It doesn't have the ones I was worried it might have. Obviously they're not implemented and therefore just not in the game. Psychic does double damage to fighting, poison, and normal damage to everything else, but also doesn't hit dark. It also has Moon Blast, which is kind of handy for dealing with Rayquaza. Well, I mean, it can hit everything else. Like, the things it can't hit are other Psychic and Heal. Oh, and it said it can't hit Psychic. It can't hit Psychic can't hit Dark. Fairy can hit Dark, but not well. What do you mean? Fairy attack versus Dark. Fairy does double damage to Dark. Chat endlessly misleading me. Endlessly misleading. Ooh. Oh, Island must be Alola. I'm like, wait a second. Those are both Alolan forms. Dark ground, ghost, and bug.
Wicked is the price. Why'd you run and hide? You can come inside. You're screaming my name. We're lost in the haze. Baby, tell me, are you entertained? You're saying my name, calling me insane. I'm running like a bullet to the brain, 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 brain. Why'd you pull the trigger? You won't find the light in the smoke and mirrors. You're screaming my name, we're lost in the haze. Baby, tell me, are you entertained? You're saying my name, calling me insane. I'm running like a bullet to the brain, 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 brain.
Okay, so raises evasion in a hailstorm. I think it's an upgrade over Why does that fucking tickle me so much? Why does long executor so funny? I have to look up the typing for each of these fucking things. Have I looked at the clock? It is 11-ish. Yes? Alolan Raichu is Dark Ground Ghost and Bug. Okay, and Alolan Golem. Ground, water, and grass. Water and grass.
You're supposed to love me. You're not supposed to attack me, you jerk. Bruxish! I love Bruxish! Look at that terrifying piece of shit. I love it. God, it's got a lot of hit points. Tanky piece of crap. Fuck. Oh, please be shiny, please, 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 please. Oh my god, I've gotten so many of these fucking monkeys.
Even if you try so hard, we're never gonna get this far. We're never gonna get this far. Trust me. And even if you try so hard, we're never gonna get this far. We're never gonna get this far. Trust me.
Trust me.
Just
let me be. We're on TV. Destiny will take me color. All in line. You can learn Stealth Rock. Stealth Fable. Nope. Get this far. I'm never gonna get this far. Trust me, trust me.
Oh! Well. it blew up. I went boom. It wasn't a very big boom. But we won't let people know about that. It definitely made a very big boom. Let's see what Lidon's picked up recently. Hello, what do you got? Just a Landsat berry? Fine, give it to Ninetales. I don't even know what it does.
Feel your sinking. Floating faces. Say your fate of friend. At the distance, I will always be there.
Here we go. Here's someone I haven't killed before.
Show you I care.
Uh-oh. Medicine? Medicine time. Medicine time. Medicine time. If you ain't taking your medicine, you should take your medicine. It's a good time to take your medicine. It's medicine time.
I won't leave you, stay beside you, never letting you go. You've been lost and alone in a city they said no. But I will guide you home.
I need water. Somewhere here. I got water. Huh? Water. Medicine taken. Now let's kick the shit out of this egg. Goodbye, egg.
The battles always say yourself. In the shadows, you will cry for help. At the distance, I will always be there. No more inhibitions, show you I care. You've been lost and alone in a city of and no. Getting hard, getting low when it's out of your control. You should know that I won't leave you, I'll stay beside you, never letting you go.
Alright, egg voucher. Hot damn.
But I will guide you home.
No, I can't take the silence. Now
I find comfort in the rain. Tell me, who can I rely on? Those I love cause me pain. She dreams of you, she calls your name at night. You're frozen in the summer when it's fly. This is heart robbery. This is heart robbery. This is hard robbery. Don't recognize us anymore. Baby, you have used to be my cure. You were here when I needed you to love. You can't steal what is in your heart. It's me, love you, and you always need an eye. I'm frozen in the snow, can't win this fight. I can't win this fight. This is hard robbery. This is hard robbery. This is hard robbery. This is hard robbery. This is hard robbery.
Oh my god. The sheer lack of fucking... there aren't any more candies. Okay, it is a 75% chance for your attack to fail during a tract. So that's a 25% chance that I just got hit there. Yep, it's not stopping it at all. And it has liquid ooze, so I can't even sit there and leech life it to test how bad a tract actually is. But I have a funny feeling a tract doesn't work the way it's supposed to anymore. It used to be the singular most amazing CC in the entire fucking game. That's what you get for poisoning my friend who just wanted to give you a kiss! You know what? I'm looking it up because it used to be so good and I just get hit twice in a row, which is just statistically stupid. Maybe they nerfed the shit out of it. They probably did because it was way too powerful at the time. an infatuated Pokemon attempts to use a move, it will fail 50% of the time, even when targeting Pokemon other than the one it's infatuated with. The failed move does not spend PP. If a Pokemon attempts to use consecutively executed moves like Outrage, Petal Dance, Rollout, or Thrash, but fails at any turn because of infatuation, the move will be interrupted. This also prevents the user from becoming confused after the move's last turn, except from Generation V onwards, the use still becomes interrupted when would be the last turn nonetheless. That is really poorly written. But I think I understand what it means. Infatuation is caused when Attractus uses on the so there's apparently a G-Max Cuddle, which Gigantamax Eevee uses on all opponents of the opposite gender. Love me, cuddle time! On Twitch, hello dude, how is streaming going? I'm like, tell me you aren't watching my stream without telling me. Let it go. There's 100 different ways. There's a sandal for your face. They've probably already gotten banned by now because enough people will have reported them. But Infatuation does hit 100% of the time, so it causes a fail 50% of the time so long as the bat is out, which is not the same as 75%, which is what it used to goddamn be. I think I'm gonna teach Payback to Golbat. Life Dew. What did you get, Linone? What did you get? Oh my god, you've got so many fucking... A lucky egg. The level of that's completely useless is super high. Oh, we got a poison barb. Oh, here, we'll get that to Golbat. What else did you get? You get some citrus berries? Give them to you. You got a starfberry and a lucky. You can keep the lucky egg. Actually, you know what? Let's give the lucky egg to Cresselia because I think that's hilarious. She looks like a bird, so I'll give you an egg. You can keep the starfberry because it's so useless. It's useless because it's unpredictable, not because it doesn't do anything. It just doesn't do enough of any one thing to make me go, ooh! Should I ether? You're at 9 of 18. You know what? We might run into a trainer or something. Or Kingdra. Days when we were both okay. Baby, I know it wasn't yesterday. We lost track and we couldn't find a way. 'Cause I still love you. What are your weaknesses? What are your weaknesses? Kingdra. Dragon and Fairy. Oddly enough, we are actually dragging the goddamn Clifflabel out here. Fight. Moonblast. Don't you bubble beam me, bitch. Boom! Nuked from orbit. Watch Suicune or something be up here. You know what, I'm gonna super potion real quick here. Okay. No, it wasn't yesterday. We lost track. It's a Kilowattrel. Ah! I said rock. Why, yes I will. Hello, Ninetails. And that's what you're here for. Ice Beam. You did not just hurricane me, you bitch. Get the fuck out of here. You. Eggy, 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 eggy. A worm pull. A really good worm pull randomly. Please, shiny, please, shiny, please. It's a Smoliv. Please. It's a Popolo. You dude. Oh, and it's all to say. Please be shiny, please, please, please. It's a Bagon, not a shiny. It's a Gorbis. Oh, we got a rare candy, but we also have Linoam picking things up like crazy right now. Citrus, Iron Hands. Lumberry. Pee-pee-cot. Awesome. Oh, he still didn't evolve! Son of a fuck! I only let him die once. He should evolve really soon. Your side be your guiding light, oh. Only ever try again.